Hello and good morning. Thank you, Imperial County participants, for your presence today, and especially thank you statewide, those participating via Zoom. Good morning. I'm Dr. Deborah Montoya from Imperial County SELPA. Our SELPA Imperial County content lead work in collaboration with the California Department of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence are proud to have today with us Dr. Samuel Ortiz, who will be sharing important and valuable information as we all strive to improve outcomes for English learners and English learners with disabilities. As we know, a main portion of that is ensuring appropriate, culturally and linguistically appropriate assessments for students across California. So we thank you today for joining our session. We will run from 8:30 to 3:30 p.m. today with an hour lunch. I'm going to turn it over in just a minute to Dr. Samuel Ortiz. For our Zoom participants, you have the presentation slides as you received in your email. Feel free to use the chat box as you need. Ask questions. We will ask the questions on your behalf. I will be moderating the chat for you, so as you ask questions, I will ask them of Dr. Ortiz aloud. The same is true for our in-person participants. Feel free to ask questions. I will wear my mask as I come out to you to bring the microphone for your questions. So thank you, everyone, in appreciation from Imperial County SELPA. We'll turn it over to Dr. Samuel Ortiz.
Thank you very much. I've got my
You've
mic.
got your mic.
I think I'm good. I want to make sure I'm on and the audio is okay. So everything is fine. And those of you in here can hear me as well? Shake your heads there. Yes, okay. Thank you. So I want to know you're there. I am going to take my mask off, one, because I was told that I am permitted to do so, primarily because I'm up here and I am socially distanced. Although some of the folks in the room took the concept of social distancing to an extreme and didn't want to get very close to me, which I understand, and that's fine. But the other reason I'm taking it off is so you can see it's actually me, so that you didn't think that Dr. Montoya was trying to fool you with an imposter Dr. Ortiz up here as well. So I'm really grateful to be back in this area. I have so many memories when I was driving across 8 coming from San Diego, because I flew into San Diego, and looking at all the signs and everything, and I couldn't see, but I know that the landscape has changed dramatically, and there's so much more going on there than there ever used to be. But the fact is, I was actually married once to a woman who was from Brawley, so just to our left over here, not that far. And that probably means, given the size of Brawley and the size of El Centro, which is a little bit bigger, obviously, but that possibly I was related to about half of you in here by marriage at some point, okay? So I consider you all primos, and it's good to go, and I'm happy about that. So it's nice to be back in Southern California, really where I'm kind of from, because most of you might know I grew up in Oceanside primarily, so not all that far from here. And I get nostalgic when I see everything going on, because it makes me realize how long I've been doing this and what has happened. I mean, I realized I did a presentation for Special Education Collaborative down in Mexicali, which again, we're about 6 miles from the border here. So I did that back in 1997, 1998, and it was all in Spanish, and we're trying to help parents understand issues related to disabilities, and we were on the other side of the border. But it was in conjunction with I think Imperial County at that time, as well as with San Diego State. So I just think about all these things, and I realize I've been doing this a long time, and I hope that it's not somewhat disappointing to hear me say that when it comes to evaluation of culturally and linguistically diverse populations, there's not a whole lot that has actually changed. There are some advances, and there is some movement just beginning to happen. But I got into this field, 1993, back then, because I was dissatisfied with the methods that were being taught to me and that were available at the time for evaluation of culturally and linguistically diverse populations. And I thought, okay, I understand what people want me to do, but I don't understand how that actually makes the results that I'm getting valid. I mean, I'm doing all kinds of things that are modifications, alterations to begin with, and then I don't have any tests with any norms that are appropriate for the kinds of kids that I'm working with. People seem to forget that a child who comes to the United States who spoke another language must become bilingual, and they are an emergent bilingual the first day of school that they get there. They're no longer monolinguals. And all of these developmental concerns just sort of reinforce the idea that I need to understand this better. And that's what drove my interest in becoming a professor and taking the position ultimately at San Diego State and then moving on to St. John's, where I've been for the last 22 years. So it's still very personal to me, and yet, again, there isn't a lot that has changed. Now, there is a lot more you can do, and we do know a lot more. What's not really there, as you're going to see, are specific regulations or guidelines that say, this is how you do it, right? You called me in, so I get to tell you what I believe you should be doing. And you take that for what it's worth, okay? You can call anybody else you want in, and they will tell you what they think you should be doing as well. Now, I'll back up everything that I say with as much data, with as much evidence, with as much, I don't know, knowledge and foundation as I possibly can. Because having been a school psychologist myself, I did my work at Encinitas, by the way, not that far. I'd have been a little bit closer down here. My first job interview actually was in Cajon Valley. And I would have been commuting from Oceanside to Cajon Valley, and that's not really very nice. But they didn't pick me, they picked somebody else. So I went off to Encinitas and loved it there. But I've done this. I know what you're expected to do as school psychologists, or as speech-language pathologists, or as resource teachers who may do academic testing, or as general classroom teachers who have to evaluate children in the classroom and understand, why are they having trouble learning? What do I need to do to be able to reach them? I understand those issues, and I want to provide to you a practical, systematic, easy to implement, relatively easy, I guess, framework for doing so. And I think that's what I tend to offer much more than perhaps what you find elsewhere. I will recognize all of the problems. We already know what those problems are. We've already known what those problems are. It's just that not a lot's been done to try and address them. Again, until recently, more or less. But it's been 100 years plus that we have worked with individuals who are not monolingual native English speakers with tests. 100 years, more than a century. First person to do that was probably Henry Herbert Goddard around he published it around 1913. So around let's say 7, 8, he was already testing people that were not monolingual and noticing a problem related to language and then dismissing it completely. And from that point on, the testing industry itself has never really cared about the fact that you spoke another language, other than occasionally within the last 40 to 50 years has decided, well, maybe we'll make a test in that other language, which again tends to ignore the fact that the child isn't a monolingual speaker of that other language. They're bilingual. That's really been the key. So my framework takes a lot of this into account. It's based on development, as you're going to see. And in order for it to be non-discriminatory, it has to be something that pretty much I feel everybody can do. And this is another sort of difference I tend to have. I started my training as a bilingual school psychologist. I was on a couple of grants. One of them was called the Bilingual School Psychology Project at San Diego State. I was on the Bilingual Interdisciplinary Collaboration Project at San Diego State, which was bilingual school psychs and bilingual speech language paths being trained together. And I thought, this is what we need to do. I was sort of in a bubble though, because, and this is pretty ironic, I didn't even know I was bilingual myself until the age of 35 when I started respecializing in school psychology, bilingual school psych at San Diego State University. So I didn't even know that I was bilingual. But from that point on, I didn't realize that everybody else was not bilingual. I thought you all were. So I thought my job was all right. We're going to do everything that needs to be done. We're going to do it the right way. And the first thing is everybody's got to be bilingual. Yeah, that didn't go over very well, did it? I used to go to CASP, and I'm sure CASP still alternates, but back when I was doing it quite frequently, it would go between like Burlingame and San Diego, I think, and back and forth. And I remember going there and trying to begin to discuss these issues and present on them. And I would have maybe 3 people in the audience, the 3 bilingual people in the entire state, coming to the presentation. And it began to dawn on me, this isn't going to get at all of the kids who are English learners. And I began to realize other things as well. Not all English learners are Spanish speakers. The vast majority are. 70% of all English learners have Spanish as their heritage language. So yes, they are naturally the majority and have great need. But that's 30% of the ELLs have other languages. And I began to think to myself, well, if I don't speak Mandarin, for example, or Urdu, Hindi, or Arabic, then how do I evaluate a kid that comes from that country? And I began to realize, so bilingual school psychology or bilingual evaluations in general aren't about just one and another language, and that other language being Spanish. It's got to be about everything. And the framework that I will present here has been based and rooted on that same idea that, I know probably nearly, if not all of you speak Spanish in here because that's where we are. But is Spanish the only language? And I'll ask Dr. Montoya over there. The only language in Imperial County schools is Spanish and English. Is that right? Go ahead, Tim. That's it, right? Just those two. Yeah, the majority, but not the only ones, is it? And what about kids that also come from Mexico, but who have not just Spanish as another language, but one of their indigenous languages? I bet that happens a lot more frequently here than in other places too. That kid is a trilingual individual that you're working with. And their brains, their learning patterns, their influences, their development is vastly different than being a monolingual native English speaker. So as I move forward today, I just want you to keep that in mind because I really want what I present to be accessible to everybody. And I want it to be accessible to people who aren't even bilingual. There are limitations if you're not. Granted, okay, if you can't communicate directly with the child, that's an issue. But it's something that can be worked with, and I will show you how. And when you look at all of these factors, boy, it gets very, very complicated very, very quickly because we haven't addressed everything yet that is required in terms of an evaluation. What about the regulatory and statutory requirements for how you're supposed to conduct it and how you comply with that? How do you document it in the written report? All right. What do you do when you have different scenarios with kids coming in with different kinds of backgrounds and cases and situations going on? It's really very complicated, and I'm hoping that after today, you'll be able to deal with, manage, conduct an evaluation in a fair and equitable manner in the vast majority of cases that you probably encounter. Will it suffice for every single case you ever do from here on out? Probably not, but it should be enough. Now, I like starting off with a picture, which you can see on my title slide here, picture of bananas, right? And you may be wondering why I put this up. Because the whole issue, really, of working with individuals who are culturally and linguistically diverse comes down to a simple concept, and that concept is represented by this picture. So what does the picture show? It shows basically that if you were in the mood to make a banana cream pie and you went down to the grocery store and you go to the produce aisle and you happen to see this display, you'd be faced with a choice because you'd see the sign that says, hey, bananas, 69 cents a pound. All right, sounds good to me. And then you pick up one of those bananas and what happens? You sort of look at it thinking, that's a funny looking banana because it's round instead of oblong or finger-like. So that's a little off. And then you notice that it's orange instead of, I don't know, yellow or green, or, I mean, it could be black even, like a platano or something that's overripe. Yeah, but, I mean, all right, orange, maybe we'll let that slide. But then you notice it has a distinct citrusy smell, right? That's a big clue. Instead of having a distinct banana-y smell. I don't know what the word is for what bananas smell like, okay? But you get the idea. So what do? Do you sit there and say, you know what, who am I to question the validity of this sign? I mean, it's authoritative. Somebody put it there. Somebody who knows what they're doing put it there. So these are bananas. They may be funny looking, funny smelling bananas, but they're bananas. So you take those funny looking bananas home, you make your banana cream pie, and then you wonder why it doesn't taste just right. Or you say, you know what, I don't care who put this sign here. I don't care, all right, whether they thought it was right or wrong, because I have data. I have information that leads me to believe that these are not bananas as much as we want to call them bananas. And then you say, nope, I'm not buying them. And you think that that sign should be disregarded. In other words, you believe that the sign is invalid. And that's the concept. It's all about validity. When you work with English learners, primarily your biggest issue is you have standardized tests that are used to measure some ability, some skill, all right, some processing area, some degree of knowledge. And when you give that test, how certain are you that that's exactly what you measured? Because if you don't know whether that's exactly what you measured, then your results aren't valid. And you know what you can't do with invalid results, you can't interpret them. You think you can, and we'll get into this later because I know many of you try on a daily basis to do exactly that. The reality is you can't. There is no defensibility if results have not been determined to be valid. That's step number one. So how do you do that? And that really, again, sets the stage for the framework. Now, wouldn't it be nice, and I'm going to go up here real quick, wouldn't it be nice if you had an indication of validity that was as clear and direct like is in this case, where if you happen to just look, let's see if I can get my pen. Oh, my pen's not working. But if you look right, I'll use my mouse here, right there on the carton, upside down, it's printed California oranges. So doesn't that let you know that, okay, I really know these are not bananas, right? You suspected they were oranges, and you were absolutely right. So there's your confirmation, there's your evidence. The problem is you don't have that clarity. With a couple minor exceptions that I will talk about, you just don't have that clarity. So you have to make that decision with other information that is not quite so direct, which is what I'm going to do to help you out. So I was talking about the other languages here. And once you get past Spanish as the heritage language for English learners, look at the differences in the United States in terms of what the third most frequent language is behind Spanish. Well, I guess second, but third behind English. All right. So here in California, you might be surprised to find out it's Tagalog. So in New York, it's Chinese, probably Mandarin. All right. In Florida, Haitian Creole. So it varies. And again, there is a significant need. Is it as big as Spanish? No. So we tend to focus primarily on Spanish. But everything that I will talk about today, all of the research that I will present to you, whether it was based on Spanish speakers or not, is equally applicable to individuals who speak other languages as well. So what I'm presenting is not a framework that is rooted in only one other language or evaluation of children only from one other type of background. Now, we already know that there are issues when it comes to working with English learners. And that issue begins the moment they come into school. All right? This happened to me. I was 5 years old. I started at Laurel Elementary School in Oceanside, California. It was Laurel, right? Yeah, I'm trying to remember because I went to a lot of schools there, but it was Laurel. 5 years old. I went into kindergarten there. And I had and was expected to overcome this sort of comprehension issue that occurred because the teacher spoke English and I didn't. I didn't know English. I was born in the United States. My father was in the Marines, in the Marine Corps, and I was born just outside of Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. All right. So I was completely in the United States from birth and still didn't know any English. Now this surprises people, and I often wonder why. Why should it surprise you that my parents who were born and raised in Puerto Rico, okay, whose heritage and heritage language was Spanish, who spoke themselves very little English because their formal education in Puerto Rico in public schools was largely in Spanish, all right? They did have, strangely enough, my mother had English language textbooks, which were taught to her, though, in Spanish. So my mom actually could write some things in English, but she couldn't actually speak the language. Isn't that bizarre? She used to ask people to communicate, to write things down. They would write it down, and she'd write back to them, but she couldn't actually say what was going on. Anyway, so I started kindergarten because my parents spoke Spanish to me. They didn't suddenly switch to English. And even if they did switch to English when I was born and English only, their English wasn't very good. Probably would have left me at a disadvantage compared to monolingual native English speakers. But anyway, I'm sitting in that classroom, and the teacher wants me to learn what the teacher's trying to teach to me. And how am I supposed to learn it when I don't even understand what the teacher is saying? You see, that's the difference between monolinguals who are in that classroom who speak English. They understand exactly what the teacher is saying, all right? And they do, and they learn. I remember learning. Here's how my learning went. I'm fortunate enough to remember my first words in English. And I learned them because of this type of issue and trying to deal with it. And it occurred after, maybe 1, 2, 3, first, second, third day of school. The teacher says something which sounded like to me, and if you've seen the Charlie Brown cartoons, it's wah, 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 wah when adults speak, right? So that's what I heard, wah, 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 wah. So I'm sitting there on my mat in the classroom, and yeah, we didn't have desks at that time. We just had a mat that we sat on. And you had to bring the mat in yourself. Why? Because you also took naps on that mat in the afternoon. They don't do that anymore, do they? I was so sad. I love naps. I give my graduate student naps because they need it a lot. But anyway, so when the teacher spoke, all of the students around me stood up. So I thought, am I supposed to stand up? I mean, I don't know. But since they're doing it, I guess I'll do it too, right? You know, monkey see, monkey do. That was me. So I did. I stood up. Okay. So I thought, all right, everything's cool. I'm fine. Everything's great. Teacher goes, wah, 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 wah. And then all of a sudden, the students go and they line up by the door, single file. I'm thinking, okay, maybe I should do that too. I don't want to get in trouble first day. So I go and I line up. I'm the last person to get in line because obviously my comprehension is slow. I'm using the context to figure out what's happening. I'm not using any words, so I'm just watching and I'm doing. So I do. Then the teacher opens the door, walks the kids, all of us out on the line on the blacktop right outside the classroom, okay? And then takes one kid, puts that kid on the other side of where we were, says something to that kid, and then moves off to the side. That kid turns around, says something, and all of a sudden, every kid to my right takes off running. And I'm thinking, uh-oh, what do I do now? And now I have to think quickly because it's not slow. This is a fast action. And if I don't get into it, I'm going to be really left behind. So my thought is, it's worked so far, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to go. So I start running. And I start catching up to them, thinking, all right, I'm getting there. And then suddenly the kid on the other side turns around, says something else, and all the kids to my right come to a stop. But I don't, because I don't know why the heck they should be stopping, because the point of running was to get to the other side. So I keep running, I get to the other side, and I think, I won. I won the game. Look at me. They're all idiots. They all just stopped in the middle there. They didn't get where they needed to go. And I figured the teacher's going to come over, get me, give me a prize, and everything's going to be great, right? Teacher comes over to get me, takes me to the side, gives me the universal sign for stay and sit. Like, I can't play anymore. And I'm like, but wait, where's my trophy? And why can't I play some more? I won. I probably could win again. This is a very easy game, all right? And no, I sat there and I had to watch them do it because I was out, so to speak. And that's how I learned my first words in English, which you probably have guessed by now were red light, green light. I had no idea what they meant. All I knew was when somebody says red light, you just stop. When somebody says green light, you go. And that's all there was to it. So that's my learning compared to what was going on. And because of that, I looked delayed. And it's not that I just looked it. I, in fact, was delayed. My learning was not at the level of everybody else's. And so to be at the level, and I'll show you, I think I have some statistics later that will bear this out, but just give you a heads up. To be at the same grade level developmentally in terms of my academic skills compared to my monolingual native English speaking peers, I would have had to learn 1.5 years worth of content every year for 6 straight years. Think about that. I would have had to have learned basically, 9 years worth of material in only a 4.5 year period. I have to learn 150% better than everybody else does just to get to grade level. Now, can some kids do that? Yeah, some kids can do that, and they will succeed. But the average English learner cannot. By definition, just can't do it. And so they fall behind, and they get referred because they are behind, and we think it's probably something inside of them, a disability, rather than the way that we're trying to educate them. So how does this occur? Well, we have to understand language in some sense. And I know that maybe we have some speech language paths with us, and this is no news for them. For the rest of you, maybe it's something new. Language acquisition is described probably best for academic purposes by Jim Cummins. And you all know Jim Cummins. He's Mr. Bix and Calp. And we hear those terms thrown around all the time. Now, what he means by that, just a quick review, is that Bix is the basic interpersonal communication skills, the ability to just converse in the language. How long does it take you to develop that? Well, even from birth, only 3 years. As an adult, anywhere from 1 to 3 years. It's easy to do. I spent 6 months in Japan, and I was nearly conversational. I actually could do quite a bit in Japanese after only 6 months. If I had been there a full year, I'm sure I'd have come back easily, just normal conversational like everybody else. Not difficult to do, but not good enough for academic success. For that, you need CALP. And Cummins uses this iceberg metaphor where the bix is the surface feature, what we see above the line, and calp is that deeper structure. The deeper structure is very important for academic success. It's the reason why you're able to recognize, for example, grammatical errors in speech. Now, some grammatical errors, if they're very rare and uncommon, you probably don't recognize as well. If they are common, you do recognize them. But it's a function of experience with the language. So you need to have the same experience as everybody else to be comparable to them. English learners don't have that same experience. When I went home, did my parents still just speak English to me? No. When are my parents ever going to stop speaking Spanish to me? Those of you who have Spanish-speaking parents. The answer is never. They're just not going to do it, right? And especially when they want to convey something that is heartfelt or emotional. Whenever my mom has something to tell me, she says, "Mijo, te tengo que hablar." It's going to be in Spanish because that's how she can express the feeling best. She can't do that in English. Yes, she can express the feeling in English, but it won't have the same sentiment, all right? And it's for some strange reason, like I can't call my own children by their own names. I can't do it. I have to call them mijo and mija. That's the only thing that seems to work with me, all right? So it's not something that I could count on. I only got English when I was at school. I didn't get the same amount. So that means my CALP development, which takes 5 to 7 years of formal academic learning on top of the development of BICS to be able to acquire. So I'm way behind, all right? Now, Cummins says, as long as these things proceed normally, and they do in a monolingual person, because the instruction matches what they speak at home, there's no problem. The problem comes in when we try to learn a second language, all right? And Cummins says your ability to learn a second language is dependent upon what you've already learned in the first. It's really very simple, all right? The more you have learned in your first language, the more you have to transfer. And he calls this a linguistic transfer, that is a function of common underlying proficiency. So common underlying proficiency moderates the, let's say, rapidity with which you acquire the second language. For example, if I were to try and learn Portuguese, I would pick it up very, very quickly. It's a lot like Spanish. The writing is very similar. I can actually read Portuguese and understand a great deal of it. The pronunciations are different and so on, but it's not that difficult. I was in Italy for about 10, 11 days a couple years ago and start to pick up Italian, not that difficult. It's really fairly simple. Now, learning Japanese as compared to English or Spanish was difficult. Although, just a funny thing, there are Spanish words in Japanese. The word for bread in Japanese is pan. Yeah, the exact same word we use in Spanish. Like, how the heck did that happen? It's primarily because the Portuguese introduced wheat to Japan, and they use the word pan as we do in Spanish, and so it's stuck. They still use that as the word for bread. So anyway, this is the process that we would want to happen. So think about this. As long as my first development in my first language is normal, my ability to learn a second one is unimpaired, and I can then learn that language to the same or greater degree. But that means I have to have that development, all right? And I have a question from Dr. Montoya here, from the remote audience.
From our audience via Zoom, we do have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you recommend that written evaluation reports by school psychologists, speech, include an indication of whether it was conducted by an individual who is bilingual, self-declared or certified, and whether a translator was used?
I'll answer that later. I will get into some of the issues, but I will say this, that there is a statutory requirement under IDEA that if testing was conducted under non-standardized conditions, then those conditions must be described in the report. So do you have to identify as bilingual? That's not required. In fact, only 2 states left, or 2 states ever, there maybe were 3, but maybe only 2 now, that actually have state-level certification of bilingual school psychologists. California doesn't even have it, right? So you have an unofficial title. So that really doesn't help, and it's not required. But modifications to what you do definitely need to be documented. So I'll speak about that, especially when I get to some of the testing issues. But that's a terrific question. So our problem, again, is that you're dealing with, well, probably best if I should try here. You're dealing with children who don't come in fully developed, aren't you? You do sometimes. It's not uncommon that you get a child who grew up someplace, who got a formal education, normal, properly developed, learned to read, write, and do math in their heritage language before coming to the US. All right? When you get a kid like that, how often do they get referred for evaluation? Virtually never, because this model predicts that in a couple of years they've learned English. Now they know what to do. They were at grade level, and even if they're a little bit behind now, they can show you what they can do. And you're like, oh, wow, this kid's got a lot going for them, and they will succeed. It's the kid who comes in without CALP. And when you're 5 years old, how much CALP do you have? Go ahead, you can say it. 0. Right? Usually I ask rhetorical questions, by the way. So the answers are always yes, no, 0, or none. Just remember that. It'll help you out. So here's why you don't have the CALP, all right? The chart at the top here shows you the relationship between age and grade and word type in terms of BICS and CALP. So you come to kindergarten with intermediate BICS. You can understand virtually everything the teacher will say to you because that's where your language development has been, as long as it's been in the instructional language from birth, okay? But if you start learning English at a point later than that, there are things that happen. And for English learners, this is what's going to happen invariably. I started kindergarten at the age of 5, but my English, okay, was not at that kindergarten level or that intermediate BICS level. It's basically at the birth level. I knew nothing. I knew nothing in English. And so what happens after 5 years went by? Well, at best, and this is an overestimate, I now had 5 years worth of English language development compared to my 5th grade 10-year-old peers who had 10 years worth of English language development. 10 years. And remember, it's at best because this would presume that I had English 24/7 starting from the first day in kindergarten. And I did not have that. The reality is I'm further behind than what I'm showing you here. But even if I were at that level, at that point, I'm still only at 50% of the development of everybody that I'm being compared to. How fair is that? And when does that gap go away? Do you think that because students pass the LPAC here in California, that it goes away? Just because the LPAC tells you that, oh, these kids are now not limited English proficient, they're now fluent English speakers, that suddenly you can treat them and evaluate them as if they were monolingual native English speakers the whole time? Sorry to tell you, it doesn't work that way. I got a whole lot to say about those state-mandated tests for Title III for English language proficiency. Don't have enough time to go into it, but let me tell you this, please do not rely on those for more than anything other than understanding where the state thinks the kid is in terms of their current language proficiency, primarily in speaking, which they tend to emphasize over the other ones anyway. All right? Not a really good measure of growth, not a really good measure of actual developmental proficiency. Okay, and the reason, just to give you some background on it, the reason is it's a standardized norm reference test. You might not know that because they hide that behind the categories. So you get, LPAC has 5 categories now, or 6? Do you remember? 5? 4? Only 4? Oh, okay. So the old NICE slot in New York, which is the similar type of test, had 4, beginning, intermediate, advanced, and then proficient, all right? Now they've changed it up and it has 5, and they call them like beginning, emerging, transitioning, expanding, commanding. Doesn't that sound great? I just love the use of the words there. Commanding. You know, you're doing great. Yes, you're commanding the language, and you might be 10 years old, but you're commanding it like a 4-year-old. But that's okay. You know, we're happy because now we get you out of ESL services. We designate you as a fluent English speaker, and guess what? The federal government gives you money for your Title III programs. That's why you have to do it. 95% of your population of English learners have to pass that test. They have to get out of those services for you to demonstrate that you're doing a good job. All right? So the schools do it to the districts do it to the County Office of Education. County Office of Education does it to the state, and the state reports it to the federal government. So how do you get 95% of a population to pass a standardized norm reference test? No matter how you couch the categories and the classifications, how do you get 95% of a population to pass a standardized test? There's only one way. You set the cutoff for passing at the 5th percentile. What is the 5th percentile? You school psychs who deal with standard scores all day long. Off the top of your head, anybody? You're like, oh, let's see. I know that at 16th percentile, it's an 85, so What is it? Below 70. Yeah, it is. So isn't that scary? That's all you have to be fluent English speaker by 4th grade, and you can actually get out of the alpaca. Anyway, so that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to get at is that basically not only are English learners behind, but they can be behind at different levels. And this is another thing that has been poorly understood. We have treated English learners as if they were a monolithic group. They're all the same. Are all English learners the same? The answer is no, absolutely not. When I was 10 years old, I was in 5th grade, and I was actually attending Antilles Middle School at Fort Buchanan Army Base in Puerto Rico, because my father, who I said was in the Marine Corps, was now in Vietnam. So he was serving in Vietnam, and my mother went back to Puerto Rico to be close to her mom, to my grandmother, in case anything happened to my dad, and nothing happened, thank God. And I went to the DoD school, Department of Defense school, on base there, okay? So there was another kid in my classroom who was also 10 years old. Think about this. We're both Puerto Rican. We're both male. We're both living in the same base housing area, same geographic location, going to the same school, all right? Our fathers are the same rank in the military, doing the exact same thing, serving in Vietnam, all right? So you would think we are true peers, aren't we? You can compare his performance to mine and mine to his. But the reality is, if you tested us in English, I would have done much, 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 much better. Why? Because I'd been learning English since age 5. I was proficient in it to some extent at that point. Not as proficient as a monolingual English speaker, but I was more proficient than a kid who was like me, in the same class, same grade, who hadn't been learning any English at all until he started that 5th grade year. He had been raised in Puerto Rico and had, in fact, been educated in Spanish. If you evaluated us in Spanish, I would have performed much, much, much more poorly than him. Why? Because he became literate, all right? He could read, write, and do math in Spanish. I couldn't. I never had any instruction in Spanish. I mean, could I read? Yeah, I could probably figure out how to decode, but I wasn't going to be at grade level. He would outperform me massively. And so 2 kids who look like they should be compared to each other were not true peers. And that's what we have to understand. I could be an English learner of, say, 15 years of age, and I might have been learning English since age 5 for 10 years, but I might have been only learning it 5 years ago when I started at age 10. It doesn't mean we are the same. If I'm a 17-year-old English learner, think about it. I could have been learning English from birth almost, all right? Maybe not exclusively, but I might have been exposed to it to some extent at birth. That's a lot of English exposure. But I might have been exposed to it starting that year because I came from another country and they dropped me into high school, and this is my first experience learning English. Just because we're in the same age, or we are the same age and in the same grade, does not make us true peers. It's a problem. And that's why our tests tend to fail. When we have a test that is normed on monolingual English speakers, we already recognize that. We give Chesito and Panchito, a test in English, and we know they score poorly, so we get the 9th percentile rank, the 1st percentile rank for them respectively, and we say, yeah, okay, we know that that's probably not valid. I mean, we're smart enough to be able to recognize that, which is why we want to do something different. So this is a problem. What do we do different? Now, very often, our difference is to say, just test in the native language. Shouldn't we just move to that language and then everything would be okay? But as I've shown you, even if we language match with the testing, we don't have English learners who have the same amount of development even in their native language. Like I said, if you tested me at the age of 10 in Spanish, I would have looked pretty bad. Because while I learned conversational skills from my parents, where was my formal training? Where was my advancement in Spanish, other than the level of conversation that my parents, used in the home, which, by the way, was Puerto Rican Spanish, not Mexican Spanish, so it was a little bit different, because, for example, I wanted to call the oranges, something different than you did, because you want to call them naranjas, I want to call them chinas, which you think is probably strange why a Puerto Rican would call an orange the country of China. But in fact, that's the word that we actually use, because that's where they were first cultivated, and there was no word for it in Spanish. And so when they were brought into Puerto Rico, they said, well, it comes from China, we'll call them chinas. And that's the word that's still stuck. I swear to you, all right? And why we use the term guagua instead of autobús or camión, I have no idea. I think it had to do with the manufacturer of trucks or something. So for us, a bus is not an autobús, it's actually a guagua. And then these things, you know, that you like calling gafas, lentes, anteojos, we have a special strange word called espejuelos, which I don't know what it means either. So, it's a little bit different, but also, I don't know if you know many Puerto Ricans or Cubans or even Dominicans, I guess, we sprinkle our speech with a lot of colorful words, you know, those four-letter words, which in Spanish are not actually four letters, but they could be longer. I have a nice story to tell you. I wish I could tell you. I probably can't tell you because it's slightly off color, and since we're being recorded here, I don't want to get Dr. Montoya in trouble for recording something that I might say in Spanish, so I'm going to avoid that for now. But what I'm trying to say is that my Spanish probably wouldn't even been the same that you might have expected of me, especially if you did like vocabulary. So even though I am a Spanish-speaking kid in 5th grade, you know, I am not like all other Spanish-speaking 5th grade 10-year-olds. I am different, and we have to account for that. So when we give a native language test, what happens? Resolve the problem? No, this is what happens. All right, if you compare that, I go real quick back there. All right, watch. There, see, it changes. Oh, the distribution moved over this much. So Chasito and Panchito went from 1st and 9th percentiles to what? To 1st and about 12th percentile. Wow, big change, right? Well, why would that happen? If the test is normed on monolingual speakers of Spanish, and many Spanish language tests are, then we have no reason to think that their performance should increase. Why should it? Unless they're getting instructed in their native language. And I have data to show you later on that even if they're instructed in their native language development doesn't increase the same or to the same degree and rate as that of a monolingual Spanish speaker. So we can't make that presumption anymore. And so while their performance might improve, it's only going to improve very, very slightly. And the reason is they're not monolingual speakers of either language. They're bilinguals. The same thing happens in academic testing, okay? And why? Well, if we look at the Thomas and Collier data, and I think this is a great way of understanding, you know, again, my perspective with development. Look at the difference in outcomes, educational outcomes, as a function of the type of program that people are given. I used to use this chart to do a demonstration of why English learners don't catch up. And I created it back in 1997, 98. Remember when Ron Unz was running for governor of California? I know you guys had an interesting recall election. I still follow a little bit of California politics. Anyway, he was running for governor back then in 1997, and he put on this referendum on the ballot that was called English for the Children. It was Prop 227. You're probably too young to remember. Yeah. I'm dating myself a lot here. Anyway, the idea was let's abolish bilingual education. And it passed because everybody said, oh, why are we teaching these kids in Spanish? They need to learn English. And the best way to learn English is to immerse them. That's how they're going to catch up. And I used to show them through this chart plus other demonstrations that mathematically it is impossible to quote unquote catch up. It just does not work. That's not how it happens. And why? Because you can't alter development. And this is still inherent in the data here. The reason, for example, that certain things exist, like the achievement gap, is not because Imperial County does things better or worse than any other county. It's not because California handles them better or worse than any other place. I mean, that makes a little bit of a difference depending on the types of programs that they choose, but that's not the reason. It's not the type of BLLs, it's not whether the instruction is good or bad, it's the type of instruction that is given. And they differ in two ways, all right? The top two, the two-way bilingual dual language immersion, and I just lost my, So the reason it happens, two-way bilingual dual language immersion programs, okay, do what? They teach in the native language. Late exit bilingual maintenance type programs do what? They teach in the native language. They don't interrupt the development. But content-based ESL is not native language. ESL traditional pullout or sink or swim immersion is not native language instruction. And so they throw away essentially the development. And when you do that, look what happens in terms of the outcomes. All right? I've done some analysis with this, and I'm not showing it today, but it basically would demonstrate that in order for an average English learner to succeed in school, to just get through high school, they have to have, on average, an IQ of about 106 plus. Think about that. That means if you had an IQ of 100, dead on average, like everybody else in the general population, you are at risk for failure because your academic performance will be below standards set for grade levels pretty much along the way, all the way. And therefore, you might get referred for evaluation, you might be identified as having a disability, or you might just drop out because you're not meeting the standards. So you have to be smarter than the average bear, right? That's a Yogi Bear reference. Now I'm really dating myself because you guys have never even seen Yogi Bear. Although he's in a Geico commercial now, so he's making a comeback. Although his voice is different. If you grew up with him, you're like, that's not Yogi Bear. That doesn't sound anything like him. Or Boo Boo. Anyway, so the point is this. You need tests that have norms that compare children to other children who have the same developmental experiences. When you do that, then you get what you need. You get that true peer aim line, this blue line that you see here, that says, now I can evaluate their performance. In this slide, Panchito and Chesito's scores never moved. From the first one I showed you, their performance stayed exactly where it was, and it's still exactly right there, okay? So what did change? What changed was the standard by which you were evaluating their performance. And look how easy it is now to differentiate difference from disorder. In Chesito's case, 46th percentile. You know that's average range. You would never misidentify that particular student as having a disability. And Panchito's score remains, despite appropriate kinds of comparisons, down around the 8th, 7th percentile, which we know is problematic, even under the best of conditions and with the fairest, most non-discriminatory kind of comparison we can absolutely make. And there is difference versus disorder. So how do you get that true peer aim line? Because you just don't have it very much. And it comes from understanding these developmental processes, from understanding what the child that you're working with has gone through, from documenting it and evaluating it. It's not just putting it down on paper saying, okay, this kid has been through this. It is coming up with an idea. To what extent have these factors actually played a role in the child's learning? And how much of it has created a degree of difference from the standard that we want to use to determine what our measurement means, okay? Now, this occurs in a couple of ways. One way is actually easy to deal with, the other way a little bit more difficult. When we talk about tests, people often think they must be biased because we always talk about biased tests, they're biased. Why are they biased? Well, because people of color and ethnic minorities and multilingual learners, all of us, we tend to score lower, so it's biased. Okay, yeah, except that when you look at the psychometric properties of the test, they tend not to show bias as defined that way, which surprises everybody. Surprised the heck out of me. I was like, where's the bias? Remember the old Wendy's commercial, where's the beef? That was me, all right? Again, I'm really dating myself with these cultural references, aren't I? So sorry, it's like going over the heads of the vast majority of you, but I don't know. To those of you who are as old as me, you're welcome, okay? So it's not there. Now, does that mean that tests are not biased? No. What it means is that the definition of psychometric bias doesn't include the concept of validity. It's really rooted in the concept of reliability. A test is really reliable, but it's not necessarily biased. The best example of this that I can give you is an achievement skills test, okay? If I have a test that measures, let's say, what the average fourth grade student can do in terms of math computation, and I take that test and I give it to somebody who doesn't speak any English, all right? And I give them the test and they perform poorly, okay? Can I say, all right, with any degree of reliability that this individual can't do math? Well, probably. If language isn't required, if they had been taught to do it and they know the numbers, fine. Now, if the numerical system is a problem, then that's a problem. So if I switch over and give them a reading comprehension test where they're supposed to read a paragraph and then answer questions, and they don't speak English and they do poorly again, what can I say? What I can say is they don't read or comprehend well in English. That's a valid statement, But what I can't say is, oh, because they don't read well, they must have a disability. That is not permissible. Let me give you an example of that. It's called interpretive validity. On the left side here, you have like a block construction task. So when I say to the child, using language that is probably totally inappropriate for a 5 or 6-year-old English learner, and I say, assemble these blocks together in the correct manner so that they appear identical to this illustration. Yeah, the child looks at me and is like, they're just like, oh, I get to play with blocks, right? And then I'm like, okay, that's a 0 for that one. Let's try another one, right? And then I just repeat and I go on. I get a nice standard score of 40, basically. It's at the bottom. What can I conclude? Can I then say this child's visual processing, because that's what block design measures, visual processing ability is poor, it's deficient, suggestive of a disability? Is that a valid conclusion? And it is not. Why? Because we know that the reason, very likely, the child did not perform the task was that they simply didn't understand the instructions at all because of their limited English proficiency. That's an issue of construct validity. And for every ability that you measure, this is a potential problem, with the exception of GC. GC is language, okay? GC is acculturative knowledge. So it's not really a processing area per se. It's more like a store of acquired knowledge related primarily to language, okay? And again, acculturative knowledge. They go hand in hand. So if you say to yourself, okay, well, let me test their listening comprehension ability then, and I'll show you that actually it's pretty poor anyway, and that's why they did poorly in block design. So you want to justify it now. You give them another task, like the token task, right? Where you say to the child, after putting a block on top of the purple one, put the green block on the blue one. And with all those prepositions in there, which are the last things that English learners learn about because they're so arbitrary, all right, the child still doesn't do very well. So now you say, haha, see, I found out this child's listening comprehension ability is also poor, so that's their problem, right? They have a disability in the area of language. And the answer is no. You can conclude validly that the child's listening comprehension in English is poor. That is a fact. That is true. They don't know much English. But of course, if they just started learning English, why would you expect them to know much English to begin with? Right? But what you cannot say is that simply because they perform poorly in that area, that is an indication of a disability. It is not. Okay? You need evidence in the native language before you can make that determination. And this is where, again, those of you who are bilingual, your value comes in, because how are you going to get that information? It's going to be a lot easier for you if you're bilingual than it is for you if you're not. But it is not impossible. Like I said, I'm going to accommodate everybody here. But that's going to be something you have to contend with. You cannot diagnose an individual as having a disability if that disability is not demonstrated to actually be present in both languages. Now, let me also clarify that a little bit. It's the underlying cognitive deficits that must be there. But the manifestations of the deficits can be different, which means I'm now referring to the achievement test. So, for example, right, a child who is, let's say, being born and raised in China and studying Mandarin, where they use a written system that involves, it's called kanji, and it's all pictographic, and it's not phonetically based. That child having an auditory processing problem in the area of phonetic coding is not necessarily going to suffer in learning to read in Mandarin. But that same child being taught, let's say, in English or another language in which there is a reliance on phonetic coding for the early acquisition of reading skills would now demonstrate more significant problems learning to read. But it doesn't mean that the auditory processing problem doesn't exist in the native language. It just didn't manifest itself as much. Now, that does not happen often, but it is something you do need to consider that is not well documented and not very well researched, but it is an important kind of consideration. For the most part, you just go with what I've been saying. So in the evaluation of English learners, we can't just presume that because you speak the language of the child, that imbues you with the capacity and the authority and the qualifications to evaluate a child in a fair and non-discriminatory way. I used to think that was the case until, again, I learned better. Now, it was really distressing to me to learn about how deficient I was, because my training, my original training, my PhD is in clinical psychology. I had completed my PhD already before I respecialized in bilingual school psychology at San Diego State. I had by virtue of that training, okay, been stationed actually in, I was in the Air Force for 4 years. I did my predoctoral clinical internship with the Air Force, and my duty station was at Patrick Air Force Base Hospital it's just south of Cocoa Beach in Florida. And while there, I did evaluations on children who were brought to me where the parents said, well, they speak Spanish. And since I guess I spoke Spanish, again, still didn't realize I was even bilingual, but I spoke Spanish, so I thought, no problem. I got a WISC-R PR right here. I got a WISC-R RM, the Mexico City norms, no problem, right? Mexico City norms on children who were middle to upper class going to private schools in the city, versus the Puerto Rican norms, which is on a bunch of kids in Puerto Rico, right, in public schools in what they used to call Spanish Harlem. So yeah, but I'm working with a kid who's probably, Ecuadorian or something, and I'm like, hey, Spanish is Spanish, what's the difference, okay? And I would give the test, and I would interpret exactly the results I got, exactly the way that I would. I was doing discriminatory evaluations in the native language. And I worry nowadays, because I think some of those kids are probably really grown up now. What if I messed up their lives and they're looking for me? So I'm kind of happy to be out here in Brawley. Nobody's going to come looking for me out here in Brawley, in El Centro here. But anyway, I was just as discriminatory. So what I didn't understand was it's not just about being able to speak with the child. That is an advantage, okay? It is a priceless advantage to have, but it isn't the fundamental requirement. The fundamental requirement is knowledge, understanding what to do and how to do it. Even NASP kind of reinforced this idea in their position statement. And this is as close as you can get to guidelines for practice in terms of working with children who are bilingual. Notice that the title of this document, though, is the provision of the provision of school psychological services to bilingual students, not the provision of bilingual school psychology services to bilingual students. Why? Because if NASP issues a position statement like this, it is basically representing official policy for the organization. And if you're a member of NASP and you can't abide by what's written there, then you are in ethical violation of their code of conduct. So that means it binds every single member, not just some of them. And so if they wrote this, then it would essentially say, if you are not bilingual, you can't even then evaluate children who are English learners. And guess who actually conducts the vast majority of evaluations on English learners in the United States? Non-bilingual people. The number of bilingual school psychologists, according to NASP, hovers around 5 to 7%, depending on how people self-identify, because we really don't know. Remember, there's only 2 states that actually provide certification. New York State is one of those. My program at St. John's University has a bilingual track, which leads to an additional endorsement to the PPS credential for individuals who have taken the proper coursework and had the proper and requisite training. So we do certify. Does that make them better than everybody else? No, it's just a state kind of thing of doing it. The important thing is they need to have the knowledge and the skills. And that's why this says, if you're going to work with bilingual students, you need to have the knowledge and skills. That's what they reinforce. I pulled out this statement for you so that you can see it there, okay? And it's no surprise that it's there. You may be thinking, oh, that was so nice of NASP to put out a position statement that kind of follows what you're trying to teach us, Dr. Ortiz. And yeah, well, that's no surprise because I was one of the people that was involved in the authorship of that particular position paper. So I made sure it got in there. All right, I know I'm self-serving that way, aren't I? But there were 7 of us, so it's not like it was only my idea. Everybody had to agree on this. And here is, the statement that really emphasizes it's your knowledge and your training that does it. And that's why, again, I think Imperial County brings me in here to provide that for you, and that's what I'm trying to do. So when it comes to practice, there really aren't actual standards. Even NASP does not say this is what you should do, because they can't. There's no way to do that. And there's no way really to capture the vast differences in the nature of evaluations that you conduct with the wide range of children from different backgrounds that you will encounter and work with. So you have to kind of boil it down. What you get these days, even in terms of what I got, by the way, are, I would say, clinical heritage kinds of practices and recommendations. They're sort of based on inertia. This is what we did so long ago and what we still do because it just seems right. Or we don't have any better ideas? I don't know what the answer is, but there are better ideas. And they relate to these three things here. I'm sure that if you are working with children who are culturally and linguistically diverse right now, you're either modifying the method of evaluation, you're using nonverbals or relying exclusively or heavily on them, or you're doing dominant language evaluation and then evaluating in the dominant language. You're using one of these methods. Why? Because there are no other methods, right? Well, there are, but these are the ones that you get taught. These are the ones that people put out there. Do I have a question? Yeah, it's clinical heritage. It's like, you know, even in my clinical training, I remember doing an evaluation. It didn't matter. If you came to me for LD, you know what you got? You got the whisk, you got a bender, you got the MMPI, you got a Rorschach, and you got, I don't know, let me see, something else. It was like, that's it. So you came to me for LD, that's how I was going to determine it. I just like stuck with that because that's the way I was taught. All right, there are a lot better ways of doing it. And that's what I want to go into. How do we do it? Now, each of these three methods, okay, have significant limitations. And that's what I want you to know. You're going to be surprised because I'm not going to actually tell you, please don't ever do these things. The fact of the matter is, I'm going to tell you there comes a point where you might need to do those things. So don't throw them away, but just put them aside and see if you can understand why couching them within a particular approach or framework actually makes them more defensible. If you start your evaluation modifying and altering your assessment, you're in big trouble. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard of CCAST. This is Catherine Collier's work, and it's very good. She came out about, I don't know, 2016, I think, with this information. And what she was trying to do is to look at how much a test is actually applicable for the purpose that you might be using it. It's more like a rating system for the test that you might give and for looking at the child's background and deciding, you know, how much do I need to alter the test in some way. The problem is, as you can see, that ultimately it does rest upon altering the score that you obtain. Now, psychometricians and quantoids, as they're called, they get very, very upset when you alter a standard score. They don't like that at all right? And for good reason. It's dangerous to do. You don't really know what's happening there. So I stayed away from that, and I saw what happened when, if you guys remember Jane Mercer. Jane was doing work here in California in the early 70s and developed the SAMPA, the System of Multicultural Pluralistic Assessment, which was a very progressive way of understanding these kinds of differences, the same differences I'm talking about. And she had a very formalized system of using the WISC-R and being able to combine it with an acculturation screen that would then give you an idea of how many points the full-scale IQ needed to be adjusted to understand whether that child was normal or not. And the literature on the SAMPA was super negative, primarily because everybody said, you just can't do that. So I knew that if I ever developed a system myself, I had to stay away from trying to modify the standard scores. But Collier's work here is very important because I think it gives us a way of understanding the approach that I do recommend, because it's quite similar. And what she does here is, in part number one, the analysis of content. What she's actually doing is saying, how much difference is there between the child that I'm working with and what this test is asking them to do, all right? And basically, using her scoring system, you could say, well, if I need to modify extensively to this test because it's not appropriate, because this kid doesn't know anything on this test, then that child is markedly different. But if it's kind of like, all right, I have to modify some because they know some things, but they won't know the other things, then that child is moderately different. And if I don't really need to modify anything because the kid really is very well acculturated, has a long history of speaking English, even if there is another language, then I'm thinking, well, that kid's only slightly different. These terms are the terms that I use for the cultural language interpretive matrix. And this is precisely what they reflect. So if you like to have a very formal way of determining difference, this is the way to do it. But to continue with that and to actually modify the scores, I would caution you only because, again, not that I'm against doing that, it's simply that it's difficult to defend. When people say you took a test and you changed the scoring system, they're going to want to know on what basis you did that. How are you going to say that you did that in some empirically derived manner unless you've actually done the research? And since people haven't done the research, it's not easy to defend. So I stay away from it. Now, in terms of modifying and altering the assessment, the question that we had earlier involved use of a translator-interpreter. That's one of the very first things that people do when they conduct an evaluation. If they don't speak the child's language, let's go get a translator-interpreter, okay? Now, if you're monolingual English speakers, you would need a translator-interpreter for every evaluation of any other kid who speaks any other language. If you're bilingual yourself, you only need that in cases where the child doesn't speak the language you speak, all right? So do you encounter that often? Depends on where you live, right? And depends on your own competencies. But what you're trying to do here is work around the language. Now, there is a problem, though, when we use a translator-interpreter, right? One of the problems is that how many tests are there available to you right now that have been standardized and normed, okay, using a translator-interpreter, using the exact same language that you will use with the kid that you're working with, and using the same exact wording and procedures and instructions that you will be using for translation? What test gives you that? Remember the four answers? That would be none in this case, right? Zero, all right? So what does that mean? Well, that means that your modification, your alteration has automatically undermined the psychometric properties of the test. You no longer know what average is on that test, what the raw score is that should be converted to what particular standard score. You don't know. You don't know that the use of a translator-interpreter actually helped the child. It could just as well have hurt the child's performance. You don't know. You don't know the standard deviation of that distribution. You don't know the standard error of measurement of the test. You don't know the reliability of that test anymore, which means without reliability, you don't even have valid results. Because remember the relationship between reliability and validity. All right? If you've forgotten it, it's really very simple. Think of like a target. And think of like the outer circle as the universe of all tests, Venn diagram style, right? Then the circle inside of that, completely concentric to it, is the universe of reliable tests. So a test can be reliable or a test can be unreliable. Now, we don't care about unreliable tests because they're useless to us, so we never use them. We only use reliable tests. But validity is another concentric circle inside the reliability circle, which is inside the all test circle. Which means, if you think of that arrangement, that for a test to be valid, it must be reliable. There are no tests that are valid but not reliable. Reliability is the first consideration. If you're not reliable, you cannot be valid. But just because you are reliable doesn't make you valid. All right? That's why all that research showed there was no bias. They were absolutely okay. They just didn't look at the issue of validity. So that's our problem. We get results we cannot interpret, not even with, to use a favorite expression in your reports, extreme caution. All right? I'm going to dissuade you from ever using those words ever again after we're done with today, okay? Now, the same goes for anything else that you might have been taught. I was taught, I learned, I saw, and even publishers of tests provide you with modifications to their testing to accommodate people that don't have, high English proficiency. And we often call this testing the limits, okay? We do a lot of things where we modify what we're doing. And that's great. It's noble. We're trying to say, let's maximize the child's performance. So should we not be doing this? Well, it depends on when we do it rather than should we or shouldn't we. If you start a test and you modify the scoring, the administration, right, or anything in terms of the standardization protocol, then the validity of your results have already come into question. You've already set yourself up for a problem. And so that means if you start this way, how then do you defend it? How do you determine what the meaning of a score is when you have no actual normative distribution by which to compare it? You know how you come up with an answer? You guess. And guessing is not very defensible. You don't want to be in a court somewhere with somebody asking you how you came to that conclusion, because that's going to be their first answer. So you had a normative distribution based on the way that you administered it and those alterations with which you were able to compare and classify that result, right? And your answer is no. So how did you come to that? And you're going to say, clinical experience. And I'm going to say, well, not me, but the lawyer's going to say, oh, and that clinical experience then, right, is based on exactly what data, what research do you have that shows exactly how many points you needed to adjust. And you're going to be, can I get a glass of water, right? You don't want to be in that position. Now, again, I'm not saying we shouldn't do these things. I'm just wanting you to recognize what's going on here, all right? They are limits, or there are limits, and these are limitations in terms of what we're doing when we're gathering data. But, of course, even doing them can be very valuable. For example, the qualitative information that we get from testing. Your observations of behavior, which are clinically based, are very powerful because people can't actually undermine the credibility of those. Did you know that? You see, you think the standard score means everything. So easy to actually undermine your credibility in your interpretation of a standard score. But when it comes to your observation, there's nothing I can do. All I can do is disagree with you, but I cannot undermine that you say you saw the child do this. That's like witness statement, firsthand. I try, but I'm going to have a tough time undermining your credibility, especially if you bring up clinical experience, because then it applies nicely there. It doesn't apply when it comes to a standard score. So my recommendation is this. If you're going to use a standardized test, it's probably going to be best if you give it in a standardized manner first, okay? And then come back and do some of these things if and when necessary and if and when appropriate. And I'm going to give you a framework that tells you when it becomes appropriate, because it will be by necessity at some point that we'll have to do something. But we can't start that way, all right? Now, oh, another question, yes.
I have a question from a Zoom participant.
Okay.
What if the test was administered virtually? Can Dr. Ortiz explain how this affects the results and how defensible the results can be?
Yeah. It basically, I'll give you the good news and bad news. The bad news is it affects the testing in exactly the way I'm describing it here. So yes, it undermines the complete validity of your results, right? But, there's a big but here. And that is that in cases of disability evaluations under IDEA, all right, you are required to do what you are required to do. However, you are also bound by other statutory regulatory requirements, such as social distancing, which prevented you from giving the test in person. So if you're required to test, but you can't test in person, then what do? Your options are do not test, in which case you get in trouble, or you test in the best manner that you can. In which case, this goes back to that question about the report. You document what you did. Now, the real problem with validity in terms of remote testing is not just the normative sample or the way that that would work. It's also that very often we're not trained to do it, right? See, we get taught these methods all the time, so we think we're trained to do it. So then we go discuss why the normative issues are, more important and why the standardization is important. But in this case, it's like you had no choice, except that you weren't necessarily trained. How many of you had training in virtual administration prior to the pandemic? Nobody did. We didn't even think that was going to be a thing. But when it becomes absolutely necessary to do it, and there was no option, then it becomes legal. You had to do it, so you had to do it the only way you could accomplish it. So that gives you the defensibility. The other thing is, if you had some training, and Pearson is a good example, MHS as well, even with my test, the Ortiz PVAT, the moment the pandemic hit back in March of 2019, we issued an instructional video and did a podcast to help people learn how to do training that would minimize any kinds of potential difficulties. So you should be trained to do it first before you attempt it, because you don't know what kind of issues you're going to run into until you try and do it. And each test is a little bit different than any other test. So that's the key. You will admit, though, when you actually write up your reports, that the results were obtained under non-standardized conditions using remote administration, and you describe exactly that process. So can somebody come after you and say, but your results are invalid? You're like, there's no other way to gather the results in this case. And as long as you documented that this is what you did and that you're basing your opinion on that, yes, what you're doing is you're admitting that you're guessing, but you're recognizing that there was no other option. That's why you had to do it. Now, once you go back to in-person testing and you still try to do remote testing, then you better have a very good defense for why you're doing a non-standardized administration, because if it's permissible to do it in person and you didn't do it in person, then that becomes more problematic. So we're not there yet. I think we're still kind of, we're just getting back to in-person now, but who knows? With the Delta variant, things could change at some point. All right. So what was your other option then in terms of testing? People will say. What about nonverbals? Right? We have tests that are actually called nonverbal tests. The Wechsler nonverbal, the unit, the C-Tony, the lighter, right? There's a whole industry built up on just saying, you know what, let's not even bother with language at all. Okay, let's just forget about the whole thing and let's just do nonverbal testing. And that's great, except that there's a problem. And one of those problems is that, all right, it's impossible to administer a test completely nonverbal. Well, let me put it this way, completely without communication. Is there a test where you have a child sits at a table, you don't say anything to them, you simply come over and you grab your handy-dandy new universal whatever kind of test is that doesn't require communication, you put it in front of the child, and then you step back with your protocol and your clipboard and you start taking your notes and doing your scoring? How many tests do you have like that? Okay, 0 or none. It's not a difficult concept, folks, okay? Right? Like I said, they're all rhetorical. If you had one, I would have told you what it was. You don't have any. So what do? All right? You have to communicate with the child, don't you? You have to say, this is what I want you to do. I want you to work quickly. This is when to start. This is when to stop. There's a lot that's going on. How do you communicate that to the child if you can't communicate with them? Oh, I hear you say, we use gestures, pantomime, right? Really? So in order to use gestures and pantomime, one, there would have to be either a universal gestural pantomime type of system. Is there? How do you communicate the most basic concept of me or myself or I as a person? How do you do it? Come on, even you online. I want to see you guys do it. I can't see you, but I still want you to do it, right? All right, so she just pointed to herself, okay? That's how you guys would do it, right? Is anybody going like this? This means me. Patting your knee on the side, that means me. Does that mean me to anybody? No, right? Or like maybe this, pointing to my head, right? But that might mean more thinking, or I'm in trouble, or I don't know what's going on, or I'm going to shoot myself or something, right? I don't know, or I'm crazy if I wiggle my finger, right? You see, the problem is me is not universal. While you put your finger up here, okay, all right, you can put your finger, you can put your palm, your hand, okay? That's me in most countries, but not all of them. Me in some countries are fingers on the chin like this. So if I did that to you, would you know that was me? No, right? In Japan, me is index finger on the nose. So if I said me was like this, you'd be laughing too. And yet in Japan, that is how you indicate me, right? And it's the only time you use your finger to point in Japan because it's considered very rude. So if somebody says, where's the door? You don't go, it's over there. You do something like, watching movies very carefully. You'll know they're authentic Japanese because they'll go, oh, the door, it's over here. It's over here. They'll guide you that way. They will never point unless it's to them because that's self-effacing and that's perfectly okay. And you do it on your nose. Whereas you think that means they want to play charades with you. Okay, yes, I got it now. I get that. That's the answer. How many syllables? Come on, tell me. All right? It's confusing. And if you're Puerto Rican and you ask a Puerto Rican, or if you're Puerto Rican, but if you're asking a Puerto Rican where the door is, we're not even going to bother with gestures. Well, at least not with our fingers or hands. That's just too much work. When you're laying out on a beach, under a coconut tree, just trying to, chill out, and somebody asks you where the door is or where you got to go, and I got to point. You know how I'm going to point? With my lips. Yeah, I'm going to say, that's it. Yeah, you think, oh, did he just try to kiss me? No, he did not. Puerto Ricans point with their lips because we don't want to be bothered to lift our arm, point our finger, and extend it. That's too much work. All right, you want to know where the door is? Over there, okay? I don't even have to say over there. You laugh. You don't really actually believe me. But I swear to you, go talk to your friends. I am not kidding. So you can't give a test that way. And even if you did, even if I teach you the 8 gestures, for example, that the unit has to have in order to be able to administer the test, what have I done? I've taught the child a language that they understand and that I understand, and now we use that language. Is it an oral language? No, but it's a nonverbal language. It's a language nonetheless, right? That's how it works. So it is a problem relying solely on nonverbal tests. It's not that there's a problem with the tests themselves. They can be very culturally embedded, though. So even though language is taken out of the equation, what if you're showing a lot of pictures of real objects that a child is not familiar with? How are they supposed to remember things for which they have no words? It's difficult to do. So we also have an issue of how would you evaluate for LD using a nonverbal test as your core battery? LD is probably the most common reason for referral in the evaluations you conduct. Would you say yes or no? Yes? LD is probably number one, right? 75% maybe of all your evaluations are probably for LD as compared to the other disabilities. Okay. What's the most common reason for suspected LD? Is it reading, writing, or both, or math by itself? Reading. Yeah, and or reading and writing, right? Math is small number there. So what's the most important predictor of reading achievement in school in terms of the cognitive abilities that should support it? There are two: GC, which is language, and GA, which is auditory processing, particularly for the early development of reading, not so much for later reading kinds of issues, okay? But early on. So are those abilities measured on nonverbal tests? Auditory processing and language? No. So how do you know the child even has LD in the area of reading or writing if you're not even evaluating the abilities related to it? It's a problem, okay? So nonverbal tests are limited. Their interpretation has always been, well, we'll use this as the ability measure anyway, when in fact their correlation with overall ability is nice, but it ignores the fact that language is an important part of any evaluation because language accounts for 25% of academic outcomes. 25%. Your success in school yourself was due 1/4 to your language ability. 1/4. That's a lot. And we can't ignore it. Plus, isn't language at the center of evaluation of an English language learner? You see how he did that? I try to use some nonverbal and verbals all together. See, language, watch where my hands are. Language, okay, watch. English language learner. Okay, never mind. I can't even see you guys on the remote, so I don't know if you're like getting any of my jokes or cultural references, so I'll have to keep them to a minimum. But the point is this: giving the test doesn't solve the problem. Are they good tests? Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with a nonverbal test, but there's nothing inherently wrong with a verbal test either. That's not the point. The point is that it's not a satisfactory solution to doing what you need to do. So are we going to use them? Absolutely, we're going to use them, but we just can't rely on them as the ultimate answer. And then there's relative language proficiency. We have all kinds of ways of looking at language and saying, oh, okay, all we got to do is find out which language you're more proficient in, and that's the one we're going to evaluate in. This stems from the old 1999 standards, reinforced from earlier standards actually, but back then saying that, you know, you should really test in the child's dominant language, which then became wording in IDEA, which says, hey, test in the child's preferred mode of communication. But even that language has shifted quite a bit, even though it does say in some, well, the IDEA statute does not say, believe it or not, does not say to evaluate in the child's native language. It is the accompanying regulations, all right, that actually say administration in the native language. In the statute itself, it says in the manner or form most likely to yield reliable and accurate information about the child. So it doesn't say it in the law, it says it in the regulations that accompany the law. So that still makes it, you know, required in some sense, but I'm going to get into that a little bit later. But the problem is this: just because you're proficient or dominant in a language, let me start that over. Just because you are dominant in a language doesn't mean you are developmentally proficient in the language. If I know, or you want to measure my dominance in terms of, let's say, Japanese and I'll pick another one, Greek. Okay. You're going to find I am Japanese dominant if you do that evaluation, because all the Greek words I know are the only ones in English with all the prefixes and stuff, and probably not very many. I could probably speak Japanese better than I can speak Greek. So does that mean then evaluating me in Japanese is valid? Given that, by the way, Japanese is my third language, not my first. No. All right? It's not any more valid than trying to evaluate me, you know, when I was in kindergarten. In English would have been valid because I was pretty much a Spanish speaker at that point, monolingual. So it doesn't make any sense. But then after I became more balanced, by second grade, I was kind of like in my language proficiency, in my BICS, if you will, I was pretty even. So which one would have been better to evaluate me in? It still would have probably been Spanish at that point. But by the time I'm in third grade, fourth grade, and now I've had no education in Spanish, my English is dominant. I remember my English becoming dominant in 3rd grade because no, not even 3rd grade, 2nd grade. By the end of 2nd grade, I went home and told my parents, right? I said to them, Mom, Dad, I'm not speaking Spanish anymore. I did, told my Puerto Rican parents, I'm not using that language anymore. And it was because I had learned, literally learned, that if you spoke Spanish on school grounds, you got punished, corporally punished. Yeah, that's how old I am. But that actual practice persisted through the middle 70s and late 70s. If you remember the Chicano students who were protesting their high school educations in East Los Angeles, that was late 1970s. You remember why? Part of the reason was that they were being tracked and not allowed to attend like college prep kinds of courses, but also because they were being punished for speaking Spanish in school at the high school level. So I learned that, oh my God, if you get in trouble, you get punished because you did something wrong. My parents taught me that nicely, all right? So if speaking Spanish got you punished, then speaking Spanish must be wrong. And that's why I went home as a 7-year-old child and told my parents, oh, I'm not speaking Spanish anymore because speaking Spanish is wrong. And then I came to another realization about a month later. And I went right back to my parents and said, Mom, Dad, I'm not Puerto Rican anymore. Yeah, now that one could have been a real doozy, right? But luckily, I don't know, my parents did not take offense to that because I had thought to myself, well, if speaking Spanish is bad, and that's why I'm stopping it, people who speak Spanish must also be bad. And guess who spoke Spanish? Puerto Ricans. And since I was born in North Carolina, I thought, nope, 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 I am an American. I'm not speaking Spanish anymore, and I'm not Puerto Rican anymore. I am an American, right? And my parents, for some reason, God bless them. By the way, they're still alive, living in Vista, so I'm not even that far from them right at this moment. And I might not have a chance to even visit them while I'm down here today. But no problem. They're still there, healthy, alive, thank God, and everything's cool. But they didn't take offense. And I don't know if that's a credit to their personality. They're just so understanding or so wonderful. Or if it was simply the fact that I said it to them in English and they didn't understand what I said, so it didn't really matter. But nevertheless, that's what happened. Just because I can say you are dominant in a language doesn't mean that you are actually age developmentally appropriate in that language. That is wrong. So what you have to understand is, no, you may be better in one and not so good in the other, fine. But that doesn't mean then that testing in that language automatically gives you valid results. From the moment I became a bilingual kid, from the moment I learned red light, green light, I was no longer a monolingual Spanish speaker. And testing me only in Spanish, even though it was my dominant language, wasn't necessarily going to reveal valid results. Now, the longer I went, the less valid, obviously, those results would likely be. But it's not just that they're less valid. That's not a good way of looking at it. It's that the more my performance would be attenuated, the more my language loss would result in my performance going down, the more my difference in my development compared to other children's development would be greater, the more my performance would be affected. That's what we're trying to evaluate. And so how we do that has to come about through research. We have to know what the research tells us. This is what's key. And the research is kind of interesting in the way that it works, in that if you notice, there are really no norm samples that we have. And so if we have to turn to research to inform making these decisions, because we don't want to guess, then where is all that research? Well, there's only one place. It's research on children who are not monolingual English speakers who have been tested in English. If any of you really want to do some advanced graduate work, you want to get your doctoral degree someday, and you have to do a research project, this is a very under-researched area. Not the one I'm circling there, but the one right above it, which is how do English learners in the United States perform on tests given to them in their heritage or native language? That we don't know. We just assume we know, but we don't really deal with it very much. It is a major under-researched kind of issue. And because of that, how then am I to guide you in terms of what you should be doing if I have no research to provide? The only research I have to provide is how do English learners perform on tests given to them in English. That's what we're looking at, and that's what we need to do. So I have to summarize for you what that research is so you can understand it and you can get it. And it's not difficult. It's not like you don't really know it already. It's information that is available to you. People have had it out there. It's not always organized very well. But I'm going to go through it, and I'm going to provide you with an explanation so that you can then apply it. This is the very knowledge I was referring to in that position statement that NASP issued. The training and the knowledge that helps you do non-discriminatory assessment begins with understanding how English learners perform on the very test that you're trying to give them, primarily in English, but also we'll talk a little bit about much more than that. Now, the other thing is that instruction has to be long enough to get the students, both students, to their own levels of CALP in their first language, not the one that they're learning otherwise, but their native language they bring in. So if you're a monolingual English speaker, you got to get to CALP in English while you're learning the other language. If you're a monolingual Spanish speaker, let's say, you've got to get to CALP in your native language as you're learning English. Now, that process, as you already know, takes 5 to 7 years. So look at the chart and just count them off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and my pen was working a second ago, and now it decided to stop. Well, why is that? So I'm going to call it back here. Hold on. All right. Are you working now? It's still not working now. Okay, so whatever. Count them off. Kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade. So we're talking fifth grade, and that shows that in those cases, the blue line, children in dual language programs are still a little bit under grade level. And this is what scares people. They think, oh my God, we've invested all this time and all this effort, and look, they're still below grade level. We failed. It's not working. Let's stop. Let's do something different. And the reality is, just wait another year, and then another year, and then another year. The effect of a dual language program is cumulative. It's not instantaneous. It takes time for all of those bits to catch up to themselves. And what you see is that they don't just get to grade level by 6th grade. Children in those programs, and I'm talking to both monolingual English speakers learning Spanish and monolingual Spanish speakers learning English. Both of those kids are at grade level by 6th grade, and then they continue to exceed grade level standards so that by the time they get to 11th and 12th grade, they are 10 normal curve equivalents above average, which translates to, and I did the math for you here, 70th percentile rank, which is 20 percentile ranks higher than monolinguals. That's the enhancement, but it comes at the tail end of the program. Now, the problem is also that you have children who may be in these programs, like I said, who, and there we go, my pen is working now, who might have a disability. They are starting about here because of the difference in terms of where they would be compared to the average population, right? But if you were to put them in that type of program, given that trajectory, and I'll follow that blue line best I can, it's going to look something like this. And where are those kids going to be when they graduate then? Even children with disabilities benefit from not taking away the development that they have. To give you an extreme example of that, suppose you have a child who has a severe language impairment, delay, okay? Suppose they only know 100 words by the time they start kindergarten instead of the 2,200 words they ought to know. That's a severe language impairment, isn't it? Okay, but it took the child 5 years to get to that point. If you switch to English at that point, 5 years later, that child may know 100 words in English, okay? But they would have known 200 words in their native language. They would have been far more functional in their native language. That's why development doesn't get altered. And if we ignore what children bring in, then we are basically dooming them to lower levels of education, which is what these programs do down here. So historically and even currently, dual language programs are more effective because they allow both groups of children in them to benefit from their native language instruction that is built upon the development they brought in. They never get that far behind, and we never alter or make them start from scratch. And while their achievement overall tends to be lower than average, it eventually does catch up. That's the only way to catch up. That's really the way to do it. In fact, if you look at the green line right here, notice that those kids score pretty much average compared to monolinguals. That's a bilingual program. How did they get there? Well, they didn't get there by learning to become literate in both English and their native language. But they did get there by learning to become literate in their native language first. Then their instruction shifted completely over to English, and it was shifting little by little all along the way. Right? They weren't taught to read and write early on in English. They were allowed to acquire those skills through linguistic transfer. That's Cummins' process. So by getting them to where they needed to be right here in their native language, the rest of their achievement, which is all in English, is at grade level. They learned English as well as they knew their own native language because they had that advantage there. The advantage of a dual language program is the biliteracy aspect of it and the bilingual aspect of it. So that's what helps it. And I think that it's important to recognize, you know, what's the old expression? I have this this curiosity with English idioms because I'm always trying to understand what they mean. Ever since I went home and asked my mom, what does a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush mean? And my mom said to me, well, you know, mijo, you got one bird here, like a pájaro, and he's right there. And then there's another bird in your hand over here. And then one of those birds fly away. Now you got one bird in your hand. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me. So anyway, the idiom is a rising tide floats all boats. And that's what development does. All right, development will help any child, regardless of the extent or level of the disability, as long as you don't ignore it. The moment you make a child have to restart their development, that's going to create the handicap that we have. So enough of that. Oh, I got two questions. I got two hands that went up. Go ahead.
I think this is a follow-up question. A Zoom participant asks, does this growth still apply to a dual language model that is 90% English, 10% Spanish in kinder, or 80% Spanish, 20% English in first, and so on until 50% both languages by fifth grade?
No, because early on, it's already altering the development of the individuals who do not speak the language of the instruction. So no, that's not the way to do it. That's basically more of a transitional type of program ultimately in the way that it's likely to result, which if you saw, let me go back, yeah, it's that fuchsia line in the middle there. Will it help? Yes, but will it have the same benefit? Absolutely not. The instruction has to be in half. You have to learn key vocabulary, key concepts in both languages. You need 2 sets of books. Right? All the materials have to be in both languages. If you have a dual language program in name only, then your outcomes are not going to be good. And by the way, I live on Long Island in New York. I know of a couple of programs out there that are dual language in name only. They're not really delivered with any kind of fidelity that is going to benefit the kids, but they don't care. And other ways that this happens, by the way, is you take the time away from the other language, the one that is not English, routinely when you're doing things like test prep, or they have to, you know, have classes half day, so they'll only do English that day and then not do the native language. Whenever you shortchange the development in that language, it's going to have an effect, and it's not going to be positive. It's got to be equal and allow them to come along. All right. Was that the same question, or did you have one as well? You got it. All right. All right. So let's talk about the research then, so that you know what the research is. Not like it's a surprise to you. The only thing that's going to be maybe a little bit surprised a little bit later on is I'm using these not case studies, they're empirical studies with samples that are English learners and English speakers. Now that's not unusual. What is unusual is some of the conclusions that these authors came to, which I'm going to talk about a little later, but they highlight exactly what we know, all right, and are very consistent with historically what we know about English learners. So the far right hand, and let me come up here to do a little drawing if my pen still works. The far right hand one right here, that's the monolingual English speaking sample from the WISC 4, okay? This group right here, English speakers, monolingual English speakers referred for evaluation, okay, but found not to be eligible. All right, so maybe you thought they had LD, but they didn't qualify for whatever reason. These two groups are English learners. Now they also have disabilities, but the disabilities in those cases were LD as well. And you know that in order to qualify as LD, technically, by definition, you have to be of average intelligence because you're looking for unexpected underachievement. In other words, your achievement has to be below what you are actually capable of doing. That's part of the definition of what LD ought to be. So these kids should have had equal intelligence compared to their monolingual English-speaking peers. But did they? No, they didn't. If 100 is the mean, well, the WISC-4, obviously, normative sample had that, but the other referred sample was just a little bit below it. So it kind of makes sense that they might have been referred, not just because their intelligence was low necessarily, but something was going on that was affecting them in school that somebody noticed and said, hey, maybe there's something going on, but no, I guess not really. So overall, they're about a 98. But look at the average for the English learners. It should have been 98, should have been 100, but it wasn't. It's down around 85. Why? All right. Well, I would say it's because of language. Now, originally, people did not believe that. They had all kinds of reasons and excuses like, oh, no, it's because you have poor genes. It's all inherited. You know, your parents were dumb and they had low IQs, so you got low IQs. Now, any of you buy that? You want to go with that? By the way, I have data to counteract. I have actual data to counteract that. So if you want to get into a discussion with me, I'd be happy to educate you during lunch. But otherwise, let's just say it's language because we have a way of determining it, right? Let's not look just at the full-scale IQ. Let's look at the indexes from the WISC-4 to discern why that difference might actually be there. And the data are there. So what do we have here? Well, what we have is basically for the group that is the normative sample from the WISC-4, okay, the indexes are arranged, and for all of these groups, from the perceptual reasoning to processing speed to working memory to verbal comprehension in that order from left to right. All right? So in other words, processing speed, perceptual reasoning, which is fluid reasoning and visual processing, not much language involved, okay? But working memory index as well as verbal comprehension, that's all language. All right? Working memory less so, but verbal comprehension is. So when you put them in that order, is there a difference between the indexes relative to language for the monolingual English-speaking group in the norm sample? The answer is no. Why not? Shouldn't there be an effective language? No. And why shouldn't there be? Because you're comparing children of the same age who have had the same development in that language. And how's that possible? Because there's only one language. They're all monolingual. If you're 10 years, 6 months, and 3 days old, and you've been learning English your entire life, how long have you been learning English? 10 years, 6 months, and 3 days. Perfect. All right? But shouldn't that have held for the next group as well? Those are monolingual English speakers, so why is there a difference in theirs? We're comparing language to language. Well, what if you do have some problems with your language in English? Would that be detectable by a test? Okay, nobody's like shaking their heads and seeing the irony in my voice here. I guess I'm not very good with sarcasm, aren't I? The whole field of speech-language pathology is based on measuring language in people, okay? So why is there a language difference here? They were referred. Why do you think they were referred? What's the most common disability in terms of referral? I already talked about this, right? It's LD. And for what area? Reading and writing. And reading and writing are related to what? Language. They're the symbolic aspects of language development. These kids did have a language kind of issue, but it wasn't strong enough to put them in special ed, which is why the difference between their, let's say, non-verbalish kinds of scores and their verbalish scores was small, but still measurable. But look at the difference between the nonverbal type of scores. They're not purely nonverbal, but they're nonverbalish, and the more verbal scores for the English learners. You see the difference? It's huge. It's not just a little bit. There was an effective language even in the monolingual English speakers who were referred, but it's greater. It's more profound for the English learners because their difference in terms of their language development and monolingual English speakers is even greater. All right. But you know what? We knew this 50 years ago, and that's where we stopped. What I did more recently, let's say starting about 20 years ago or so, was to say, don't stop here, go to the subtest level too. Look at the subtest, because if there's an effective language, why should it only affect at the index level or at the full scale level? Let's look at it in terms of subtests. So it's the same thing. I've arranged the subtests in order of picture concepts, matrix reasoning, which are low language types of tests, all the way over to vocabulary, digispan, similarities, information, which are more high language tests, right? I put them in that order, and I look at the WISC-4 norm sample. Do I see a difference in performance? No. Should I see a difference in performance? Absolutely not, right? Because I'm comparing the same age with the same amount of language development, so the norm sample controls for the one difference in language that might exist, if there were any, okay? So no problem there. But what about the referred sample? they still show that slight decline relative to language. They really do. It's pretty amazing. You can actually measure language in monolinguals. Thank God, otherwise there wouldn't be the field of speech-language pathology, would there? But look at the difference in performance. Look at the decline from the highest to the lowest for the English learners. Clearly, language is having a far more profound impact on their test performance than anything else. It is language. It is language all the way. And what's important about this is to understand the effect of language is not a binary or dichotomous effect. It's not just either it's verbal or nonverbal. It is that some tests don't require much language at all. Some tests require a heck of a lot of language because they're measuring language. Vocabulary is language. But some tests are kind of in the middle. They might require some language, but they don't necessarily attempt to measure language. And that means that every time you give a test, to some extent and some degree, language is an operating factor. And I think there's another question.
The Zoom participant asks, if an English language learner student has not developed his primary language due to social economic disadvantage, it will take him longer to develop the second language. How could the student qualify for speech language impairment as both languages are low?
Oh, that's a good question. Now, IDEA and California Code of Regulations as well are very clear that limited English proficiency, as well as cultural, economic, and there was one other I'm trying to remember, environmental disadvantage are not qualifications for LD. So unfortunately, if a child is poor, that doesn't automatically make them disabled, even though the poverty does in fact 100% limit their language development. I know that. Now, I always wrestled with that. Much like with emotional disturbance. I mean, if you have a child who is, functioning pretty normally, behaviorally, socially, emotionally, through kindergarten, everything looks great. And then let's say starting, and I did actually have this as a case, but starting, let's say in first grade, they are sexually molested by a relative. All right, then by second and third grade, now you're seeing all kinds of behavioral manifestations of that abuse. But the child wasn't born with that issue. And emotional disturbance says that it can't be an environmentally, induced kind of issue. So how then do you say, well, that kid doesn't have ED, when in fact, this child that I'm talking about in my case was urinating from the lunch tables during lunchtime. I mean, this kid needed help. Are we going to say, no, there's no disability? Yes, the child had become psychologically damaged because of the abuse that they were suffering. So we're not going to say, no, that's no disability. But that, is more of an ethical kind of conundrum. And I think that in ED, you could probably make that case that a lot of, disorders that we would think that are emotionally based are the result of environmental kind of conditions. But in LD, even though it's also true, it's almost more difficult. I don't know what the right answer would be. I would just say, again, the law says that can't be the primary determinant of the child's learning disability. So technically, just because you're poor, we can't call you LD. But if you could find other issues that are relevant to learning that, let's say, are also responsible for difficulties that you could attribute the problem to, then that would be fine. You would just recognize that the poverty was a contributing factor in that case. That's why I'm careful with my words, and in your reports, I will always tell you, primary and contributory are your two favorite friends. When you say the primary determinant is this, you're not saying that there was no other determining factor. You're just saying that the other factors are contributing, but not primary. And IDEA says, what is the primary determinant? That's what you're basing it on. So you don't have to ignore it. And that would be my sort of advice. Do the best you can with what you have and try to at least make sure that the primary determinant can be defended as a disability, even if there are other contributory factors, even in the case of English learners. Yes? Oh, yes, I forgot that end of the question. So she reminded me, can that child be considered for speech language services because of the language delay? I'm not as familiar with all of the regulations governing the identification of a speech language impairment. I will say this, if it does not say that the disability cannot be a function of environmental conditions, then yes, as long as it clearly states that it doesn't have to be that. If you just say, as long as we identify language, I sometimes hear that it's like 2 standard deviations below, or sometimes people use cutoffs. I hear that the number 77 most often, but if it's not required, if it's like it doesn't matter how it got low, the fact that it is low is enough, then absolutely speech language services can be provided. Which, by the way, if a child enters that way into special education, a lot of people think, well, speech language means they can only get speech language services. That's wrong too. IDEA is very clear that the child should receive all services necessary to ameliorate the impact of that disability. And if that disability is affecting their learning as well, then they should be getting support for that, not just speech language therapy. So just want to throw that out there in case you're wondering. All right. Oh, am I on the right slide? Yeah, I finished with that one. Okay, so here's what I want you to understand. A, B, C, D, E. You got 5 different subtests, okay? And let's say A and B have very low language demands. D and E have very high language demands. C is kind of in the middle. So what happens? All right, if I'm testing a monolingual English speaker or a monolingual speaker of another language like Spanish using, for example, the Bateria 4, then I'm going to get those points straight across if they're average. There's not going to be an effective language because I'm always comparing by age, which is a great control for how long you've been learning the language. So if you're 6 years old, you can't have been learning English for only 3 years if you've only learned English. Well, unless for 3 years you were raised in a box and nobody ever spoke to you, but that's a whole different issue, right? So normally, that's the way it would look. But for an English learner, it won't look that way. Each time you take a measurement on each of these subtests, the performance will get lower and lower and lower because you're tapping more and more into the language development. Sometimes you're not tapping into it much at all. Sometimes you're tapping into it quite a bit. And that's what you need to understand. So if you knew this, and I'm just kind of giving you a heads up, if you knew what those performances were, wouldn't that be valuable to you? If you knew that a test that you gave had a moderate or high or low impact on language, and you knew how much of that impact was, if it was quantifiable for you, then you'd know what to expect, wouldn't you? You kind of see where I'm getting back to what I was telling you before about modifying the scores. I don't go that way, and for that reason, we'll have to deal with something. But it's the same principle. It's the same thing that Jane Mercer was working on a long time before. Now, how do we know that those subtests actually decrease as a function of language? Here you go. I'm just pulling out at random some, well, maybe not randomly, but some studies that go back historically, a little bit more contemporaneously, that show you the same thing that I've just shown you. That if you order the tests in terms of low language all the way to high language from left to right, what you get is this decline. And look how consistent and robust that slope tends to be. 4 different studies, 4 different samples. We've got Jane Mercer's 1972 sample, Hispanic bilingual sample she was using for her SAMPA development. Then we got Diana Vukovic and Richard Figueroa, also from California. And I know Diana may be watching up in the Bay Area. She has me go up there and speak to the bilingual group up there quite a bit. In 1982, 10 years after Jane's work, they followed up, right, and found 328 of the original 690 kids and retested them, and this is what they got. And notice that what they really found was an increase in the mean scores, right? They're a little bit higher. So they performed better. Why? Because their English was better. But look at the effect relative to same age norms. It's still there. It didn't go away. And then 1984, Jim Cummins worked, Mr. Bixen-Kalp himself, with French English immersion students, okay, in Canada. So they're not even learning about US culture. So their mean performance is down. But look at the slope, same. And then one of my students in 2006 on Long Island with a bilingual sample as well, exactly the same. This is what we know, and this is what we need to understand, that there is this effect. Now, unfortunately, about 20, 25 years ago, I tried to present this in a way that might help people understand what to do. And I chose to go with the matrix that we're going to see in a little bit, and then the graph later on. I probably should have started with a graph like this, because if I show this to you, it's very easy for you to understand, right? If I say this is a monolingual English speaker, those lines represent the confidence interval of the score that I obtained, which you can see was dead on 100 for every single subtest. all right? And I show this to you, I present this to you, and I say, what is your interpretation of this child's performance? What are you going to say? It's what? It's average? Yeah. Is there any doubt that it's average? I mean, this is as average can be, isn't it? In fact, it's so average that no child is ever this average, are they? Have you ever tested a kid where they got the same actual standard score on every single test? I never had that happen. That really is actually exceptionally rare for that to happen. All right, but no matter, that's average. Now, if I change the order of the subtests at the bottom, does that change your interpretation? Not at all. And why not? Well, because we already know that language effect of the test is controlled by age, isn't it? So it doesn't matter what order. There isn't going to be a decline unless, of course, the child has a language impairment, in which case the tests that rely more on language would be lower. And if we put them in that order, then we'd probably see it. But it really doesn't matter because we'll focus only on the language tests anyway, like the verbal comprehension index. We'll know that language is problematic. Now, what about variability? If I give you that much variability, does that change your idea about average? If you got this pattern of results, would you be thinking to yourself, looks like could be a cognitive deficit in there somewhere? What do you think? You guys are worried. You see how like I'm testing you and you think, it's a trick question, isn't it? It's not a trick question. Come on. There's not a single score outside the average range here. So why are you even hesitating, right? It's average. That's just not a pattern that bothers you in any way, shape, or form. But what if you had that much variability? Is that average? That's much harder to defend, isn't it? Yeah, now you're pretty sure there could be something really going on here. So what made that determination for you? Two things. One, you noticed that things weren't within the shaded range. Number two, you had performances that were so far below that shaded range that it suggested these could be areas of deficit, right? All right, we're going to do the same thing with English learners, but the difference is we can't use 100 for everything. As I showed you, based on those studies, I literally, from not just those studies, by the way, but from studies that continue to come out and go back. I started with studies that probably went back to the 70s. But I take the scaled scores or percentile ranks or whatever they provide, and then I convert them all into the same metric, add them up, and get a grand mean for that particular subtest. So if you look at information, right, from those four studies, 7.5, 7.8, 5.1, 7.2 were the reported means. And then I convert them to deviation IQ, you add them up, divide by 4, you get 85. You do that for all the other ones, you can see it goes from 85 all the way up to almost 100, 99 for coding. So coding at 9.6, 10.9, 8.9, 9.6, right? So those are the expected values. If I give information to an English learner, and I'll refine it later, but I'm just going to say for the moment, a typical English learner, an average English learner, I know there's no real such thing, but I'll get to that later. It's going to be an 85 in terms of what I expect. So when I do this graph, okay, and I start off with, the straight line and everything, that's the average for children who are English speakers with no disability, but that's not average for English learners. So we have to modify things in two ways. One, we have to put the tests in order. Now, do I really have to put them in order? I didn't. I thought it would be helpful. Not entirely sure that it has been, but I think it has been. So I put the more high language loaded tests on the right side and the low language on the left side, okay? And then, as you can see at the top, I put the average score, and I'm now shifting their confidence interval to match, all right, to match that number. So if you look at the top, you see it's 99 for coding, but as you move over, picture arrangement is down to what, 80, I can't even see 90. It's hard for me because I'm looking backwards. I didn't want to turn around. Okay, 96, 92, 90. And then by the time we get to information, it's 85. So what you need to do in order to interpret properly is you got to take that red line and the shading and you have to move it down through that result. So in other words, what you see in front of you right here is, in essence, the average range of expected performance for English learners given these tests in English. And while I know it means you got to, tilt your head a little bit to be able to understand it because it's going sideways, that's what you got to do. I'm here to reframe your perspective on what is average. That's what I'm going to do, all right? We have attempted, and people have attempted, and again, Mercer was probably the best example of this, to try to reframe your perspective of average by changing the score. But by changing the score, everybody freaks out because they just don't like doing that. So I decided I'm not changing the score. I don't care what the score is or how low it looks. What I'm changing is whether you think it's average. And that's how we begin doing it here, all right? So that line, not the straight line, but the declining line, is average for a child with no disability. This would be a child who is average in all their cognitive areas. And notice that means they don't need to score at 100. They might score down at 85, which is barely within normal limits. It's in the low average range. The confidence interval is probably big enough to even potentially make it a deficit, but it is interpreted as average because that's where English learners tend to perform on that test. That's what the research tells us. Now, how do we know when they don't perform on that? Well, we use the same things that you used before. What if I give you a little variability? Is that enough? Well, I guess with the note that I just popped up there, it gives you the answer anyway, doesn't it? Is that enough to change your idea of average? Probably not. That's no different than the first example I showed you with the English speaker. You said it was average. Yeah, it was okay. Nothing outside the average range, right? So what does change your mind? Well, something like that. You have scores now that are lower than the expected shaded range. That's where you're able to say, and this is a really important point, and I think you can write this as well in your reports. What you can say is that the performance as measured, all right, was, I was going to use the term above and beyond, but that's not right. It would be below and beyond. Is that an expression? Can I say that in English? It was below and beyond. I make my own idioms up in English then. So the performance was below that which can be accounted for strictly by culture and language. That's the way you want to interpret your results. Yes, question.
Just a clarifying question from a Zoom participant. Was this done by age samples?
Yes, absolutely. And by something else that I'm going to get into. Because right now, I want you to understand that all of these scores, when they're generated, are always done by age. All cognitive tests, speech-language tests, neuropsych tests are age-based. The only time we use grade norms is with achievement tests. Now, grade norms are available for cognitive tests, but please don't use grade norms for cognitive tests. Not that they are inaccurate or something wrong. It's just that, remember, grade norms are based on what grade you're in, but you could be many different ages in the same grade. So if I want to know what you have learned, then I want to know what grade you're in. That makes sense. But if I want to know whether there's something different about you, potentially a deficit, I need to base that on age, the development, because age-based development has its own range of variability. Okay? So yes, that's exactly what it shows. And in this case, these scores are too low for us to say it's absolutely average. Now, I want to give you this study because I think this one, I really like this one a lot. And it's one of the few studies in the area of working with English learners that actually has any kind of credibility. I have to tell you, I'm sorely disappointed by the research that goes on because there is an incomplete understanding of all the variables. And people don't even get it. Even the authors of this study had to laugh because they found that the effect of language difference existed not just for their English learners in their sample, but for their English speakers as well. And I'm thinking again to myself, duh, did you not understand that speech-language pathologists have been doing this for 50 years already? And they wrote in their conclusions, this is hilarious to me, I love it. I give them a hard time about this too because I think it's funny. But they wrote that, hey, this has implications for identification of speech-language impairment. Yes, absolutely. These are school psychologists looking at, cognitive tests and thinking, oh my God, there's a relationship to language? I learned that 25 years ago, thank you very much to my bilingual interdisciplinary collaboration project and to the speech-language paths that I trained alongside, all right? So yes, and you see it clearly here. What this shows is, if you take tests that measure language, and they took from the oral language battery, this is using the WJ, all right, the WJ3, I believe, the oral language and the achievement, and they took 2 tests that measure language from each one, okay? And they created a language ability score. Then, because remember all these tests are co-normed, they said, how much did this ability score we generated predict your performance on these cognitive tasks. Okay? And this is what they found. On verbal comprehension, for example, they found that 79% of the variance in performance, this is not the correlation, by the way, this is the variance. And remember, the variance is the square of the correlation. To get an 80% level of variance explained, you need a correlation of 0.9. Think about that, all right? 79% of the variance in 7 to 10-year-olds, 86% 11 to 14-year-olds, and 81% in 15 to 18-year-olds, okay, was accounted for by language. So that means your language ability predicted your verbal comprehension performance. Of course, you're probably thinking, duh, okay, language predicted language, so what? We already know that, okay? But go to the next one. General information. 71% of the variance, 85 and 86% of the variance accounted for by language. How's that possible, right? General information is knowledge, it's not language, but they are, in fact, kind of two sides of the same coin. The best way that I can describe it. They are not exactly the same thing, but they are so related, so associated, it is difficult to separate them. When you learn the language, you're learning the culture, which is why I've had this weird obsession with idioms. That's a cultural expression, and you need to know how they use them and why they say them. You know, when you go stand in line here in California, you go stand in line in California. But in New York, you go stand online. Yeah, you're not standing on the line, you're standing in line. But they don't call it that. You're standing online. And if you saw a sign on the sidewalk that said, no standing, what would that mean to you? You're thinking, well, why would anybody want to congregate here and just stand around and get a ticket for it? No, standing in New York is not standing. Standing is parking. Yeah, that's really weird. I know there's so many more too. But the point being that they go together. Language predicted that. What's the third one down? Concept formation. Now, you might be familiar with this, and you're thinking, but that's not a measure of language. No, it's not. It's a measure of fluid reasoning, right? Novel problem solving. However, how many of you are familiar with concept formation and its administration on the WJ3 and 4? It's the one where you say to the child, I'm going to show you some pictures, and I want you to tell me the rule as to why a picture is inside the box instead of outside the box. And you go on to explain to the child that there are pictures of things that are square and round, or some of them are big and small. Sometimes there's two and sometimes there's one. Sometimes they're red and sometimes they're yellow, right? So you got color, shape, number, and what did I get? Color, shape, number, and size. And that's what you're trying to teach the child, but you're not telling them that because they have to infer that. And then the child has to tell you the rule, and the rule is because it's yellow, right, easy, or they have to say yellow and big. And they have to use the correct contraction and, because later on, the answers get more complicated and the child has to switch from the contraction and to the contraction or. So it could be yellow or big or two. So much language in that test that even though it's a measure of fluid reasoning, it's a very effective measure of language and comprehension. And as you go down that list, though, look at it. By the time you get to the bottom there, picture recall, right? Just picture recall. Do you remember seeing that picture, yes or no, or you just point to it? Easy. That's visual memory. Planning is a speeded task. Spatial relations, that's just visual processing. Not much language. Look how much variance was accounted for. Very little. Almost none. It's negligible. So you see the variable differential effect of language on test performance. I really want you to understand that. If you can grasp that concept by itself, you're well on your way to being able to do what you need to do. But it's hard for people to get it. I don't know why. I don't understand. The people, like I said, I was talking about doing research in this area, and one of the things that makes me very disheartened is they don't seem to understand it. There it is. Here it is. And it's not like, oh, okay, I had nothing to do with this. I have my own research and own data, and I have other people's data that show this exact same thing. This is that declining pattern of performance. That's all it is. So why is it so hard to understand? But once you do, it allows you to say, okay, if there are differences in the performance, we could make arbitrary cutoffs that would allow us to say that if I give verbal comprehension, what would my expectations of performance be? Would it be that you're going to be close to the mean of 100, or is it more likely you're going to be furthest away from the mean of 100? Anybody want to risk it on that one? If I give verbal comprehension to a typical English learner, am I expecting that score to be, let's say, 100, or am I expecting it to be closer to 85? 85, because the effect is profound, right? It's just, I already know it's 85 anyway because I had the data. I already showed you that, okay? All right, if I give planning, am I expecting that score to be closer to 100 or closer to 85? Look at planning. How much does language play a role in the performance? Virtually 0, which means the score should be closer to 100. But if I give memory for words, which is kind of in the middle, where should it be? Closer to 100 or closer to 85? Or somewhere in the middle between the two? You see, now you have a standard for comparison. Now we have the beginnings of being able to look at the exclusionary criteria and say, I know that culture and language might be there. And remember, I used the words primary and contributory. Here's my slide with those words again, where you must determine that if a disability exists in an English learner, that deficit, that disability is something that cannot be accounted for by the presence of the cultural and linguistic variables that you've examined, which have been reflected in the testing. You're saying that their performance is, again, below and beyond. I'm going to make that a real thing, okay? It's below and beyond what can be explained by cultural and linguistic factors. You see what you're doing here? You're saying, I considered it. I evaluated. I know exactly how much culture and language should have affected it, and it affected it even more, which means that culture and language cannot be the thing that is causing this deficit, not by itself. Is it contributing to the deficit? Yes, it is. But something else is there causing it to be even lower than what I measured. This document, there's a reference for this, a link for this at the very end of the slides, by the way. So you can get this publication online. And I co-authored this with Megan Whitaker from the, she's the lawyer, general counsel for the National Center of Learning Disabilities. And we really cover the issue of exclusionary criteria. I think it's a very good read. And I drafted a lot of the sections on assessment and stuff. So it probably would be very helpful. That's why I bring up these words. I want you to be careful with them because this is how you defend what you have done. Now, in terms of what I've shown you, these are things I came to realize about 20 some odd years ago and said, why can't we use this? Why, if we know this information? I didn't create that effect. I didn't discover that effect. I just observed that that effect is there and other people have seen it too, but why can't we use it? If we know how children who are English learners perform on tests given to them in English, then why can't I give them a test in English and see how they perform? And then evaluate according to that true peer, standard, that blue line, so to speak. We don't have it in our norm samples, but we can generate it through, research. And that's what the cultural language interpretive matrix does. It doesn't do anything more than that. And people really misunderstand the purpose of the CLAM and what it does and how you're supposed to use it. It really is nothing more than a systematic way of saying, I'm going to look at what the research says in terms of performance of an English learner, right? And I measured an English learner, and I'm going to see whether their performance is consistent with what the research says or not. If it's consistent with what the research says, then that means it's average. If it's below what the research says, then it means that could be a real problem. That's all it does. It's looking at whether your results can be validly interpreted. That's what it's doing. It's really, again, nothing more than that. People have done some strange things with the CLAM, applied them to different kinds of populations in weird ways for which I've not done any research and didn't want to, didn't think I needed to. It's primarily for English learners. Does it have applications in other ways? Probably so, but I don't spend my time there. So what I am going to present to you is what I can defend in terms of what the research tells us about how English learners perform and how that's basically collated into the CLAM. Because if I didn't do it for you, if I didn't spend the last 25 years developing this for you, you'd have to do it. Each one of you, in each evaluation, you'd have to review all of the research. You'd have to figure out what the mean scores were reported for the test that you were given. You'd have to figure out what that average would be in grand mean. Then you'd have to figure out how different your English learner is from that particular norm. And then you'd have to estimate what that point total would be. And then you'd have to figure out how to determine whether your score, the one you obtained, is in fact within that range or not. You'd have to do that. Or you can use the CLAM, right? I've done the work. I'm the academic. I'm the one who's trying to do all that heavy lifting and give it to you in a way that is easy to use. Okay, so anyway, there are two versions of the CLIM, by the way. There's a free version, there's a link for it at the bottom there, and there's a commercial version that's in XBAS, if you're familiar with it, which actually has more enhanced features. The analysis is the same. You can use either one. Doesn't really matter. You don't get different results or anything. It's just that the commercial one is less labor intensive, and I'll show you how. But I'll probably demonstrate both. And I have a question as well.
Yes, the question reads, when doing the cross-battery assessment, one typically administers only 2 narrow measures. How can we be assured we are not overlooking a narrow ability processing deficit with the trend line so as not to rule out SLD prematurely?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and probably it's a more advanced question than what I'm covering today, because I'm not covering cross-battery assessment per se. For those of you who are not familiar with it, it basically is an approach that Dr. Feigen and I and Dr. Alfonso have developed over the past couple of decades. But you're trying to establish theoretical and psychometric validity of your results. So my answer to that question would be this. Before you even go to do that under cross-battery kinds of processes, your first step will be to look at your results in the CLIM. And that's why I set up, as you'll see in XBAS, I'll explain a little bit, and it was somebody in Texas that kind of brought this to my attention a long time ago as to why it needs to be that way. But you don't go to do your broad ability testing and then supplemental follow-up testing as needed, all right? You go first to the CLIM to determine the impact of culture and language on what you have measured thus far. Now, if your results are deemed to be valid, because as you can see here, you're determining one of two things. Are your results likely to be valid, or are your results likely to be invalid? If your results are likely invalid, you're not going to do anything more. You're not even interpreting your data. You're done. But if you're saying they're valid, then that's when you're going to go back and follow XBA principles to determine whether you have conducted an evaluation that is sufficient in terms of breadth and depth to be able to interpret in light of whether a disability exists. So that's the answer to that question. You would do it after you would do this. This first, then that part later, okay? And again, since I'm not covering cross-battery system, we can't talk too much about it, but I think the person asking the question probably understands what I was saying. All right, you have another one?
Interest from the SLP community. Does the CLIM include only psychological tests or SLP assessments as well?
What do you think? What do you think, SLPs? I just ignored you completely, right? I trained alongside of you and then said, the heck with the rest of you, right? No. In fact, XBAS contains pretty much all of the speech language tests that you probably use as well. Not just cognitive, not just speech language, but also neuropsych. The only tests not in the CLIM or the Cultural Language Interpretive Matrix are academic skills tests. Why? Because remember, how a person should perform on a test of reading is not a function of their age entirely. It's also a function of how much instruction they have had, what grade they happen to be in. That's a whole different set of data. I am, just to give you a little tease here, I am working on something else called the Education Language Interpretive Matrix, the ELIM. And I'm only calling it that because it rhymes with CLIM, not because it's an actual matrix, okay? But just to give you a preview, in a couple of months that should probably be ready. It uses the Thomas and Collier data that I've shown you previously, as well as some additional data, so that it basically will allow you to say, well, what is the average in a reading score? What is the average in a math score? What is the average in a written language type of score for an English learner, right, compared to other English learners? But it includes additional variables because we have to account for not only the age, not only the grade, but the type of program that the child's been in and for how long. So by entering that information into the ELIM, then the appropriate range is set, and it'll tell you, typical English learner with the parameters that you've entered usually is at this level of achievement in reading or writing or math. And that way you can determine whether the achievement scores are reflecting actual achievement or whether they too might be lower than what can be attributed solely to culture and language. So I think that's going to be a nice augmentation to the CLIM. All right, but it's not ready yet. So for now, though, I did not forget my dear friends who are speech language paths, who, by the way, understand the purpose of the CLIM much quicker and much easier than school psychologists do. And that's because you're trained in language. It's so easy. I say, look, English learners don't perform as well. They're like, yeah, okay, duh, what else you got? So yes, I did not forget them. Another question.
Clarifying question, what an English learner is for the CLIM. Would a child with simultaneous bilingualism, or for example, 25% input in one language and 75% in another since birth be considered, or is it only for sequential bilingualism?
You see, I love these questions, all right? You're probably wondering, is there a question that Dr. Ortiz has not heard before? No, there isn't. I've heard them all. And I love them because when I hear the questions, I can see people's brains working forward with what I'm presenting. So they're going, oh, but then what about this? Oh, but then what about this? And I've got you covered. I'm going to cover that in a second. What you're really talking about is the fact that all English learners aren't the same. And I haven't even got there yet. But I had to wrestle with that issue that, well, what if I've got an English learner who hasn't had as much English exposure as some other English learner? And that's what this question is addressing. And that needs to be dealt with. And I'll get to that. So thank you for asking, but you're going to see how that works in just a bit. So right now, bear with me, because all I'm talking about, as you can see here, English learners, ELs versus ESs. So English learners versus English speakers. I will get to English learners versus other English learners as well, because it's a very important point. So what I did, unfortunately, a long time ago is I said, okay, let's just classify by degree of language and culture, and I put them into a matrix. That's how we got the matrix, okay? Tests that are in the upper left-hand corner, low, effect of language and culture, they're like the nonverbal type tests. Ones in the bottom right-hand corner, most affected by language, and everything else is somewhere in between. Now, while that's a useful categorization, this was done before I jumped into the research on the actual performance. So the classifications were a way of just saying, well, if you know that the performance should be closer to the mean, then the further away from it is, the more problematic it would be. But I didn't have actual, numbers to guide you in that. After this was done, this was the initial incarnation of the CLIM, I realized by maybe early 2000s already that we needed more research so we knew the numbers. And I shifted from this kind of sort of classification to one that was based on the actual mean values from the research. By knowing exactly what the numbers were, then I could classify the tests rather than simply by what characteristics they had. So this organization where there's an effect of culture and there's an effect of language, that's great, but it's generally the combined effect. Not that you don't see singular effects. In fact, in speech-language pathology, you can have a language impairment that is not related to, let's say, learning difficulties or the accumulation of knowledge. All right? And you can have aspects of language impairment that have nothing to do with necessarily vocabulary acquisition either. So they're not always 100% together, but for the most part, at least when psychologists are concerned, you're looking at the effect of both. Speech-language paths, you're primarily looking at the effect of language. And because they go hand in hand, it's usually the same thing. So it doesn't change. I've already shown you this slide, and this was, again, the initial classifications of the tests. But rather than doing it by like degree of cultural learning, degree of linguistic command, I really started doing it by the actual mean values. So it's very easy to say, you know what, if it's 85, 87, 89 that's expected, then that's level 5 and level 4 respectively. If it's 99, 97 that are expected, that's level 1. That's hardly any impact, right? 98, 97, 96, level 2, 96, 92, level 3, and so on. So I just kind of created these levels saying, here's where the tests just tend to be classified so that we have some meaningful way of making distinctions. That's all that has been done. And this has been done for all of the tests currently that are classified in XPAS, which, by the way, includes about 130 plus tests and batteries and approximately 1,000 different subtests. That's how many we have been able to classify so far. And here are the numbers. You remember the values that I've been showing you? All right, here's the 99, the 97s, the 91s, the 89s, all the way to 85. Okay, and that's where I get the levels, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did it as a matrix, which is two-dimensional, but when you go into one dimension, it's a hierarchy from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I have a graph that collapses into those levels that is in the commercial version of the CLIM, and that's what is meant by those. Now, the other thing that is important is that it doesn't matter what the classifications are. You could be high in terms of language and low in culture, or you could be low in terms of language but high in culture, but the value is the same. That's why it was important to go by the values, not to make you think that, oh, the performance on this test is different than the performance on that test. The reality is the performance was dictated primarily by the mean value. And the reason for that is there are tests that we don't know how much language is going to affect it. Concept formation is a good example. You would think concept formation being a test in which it's just measuring, the ability to combine, these elements and whether they're the same or not, what that rule is. It's just heavily language loaded, so it's much more effective. But other tests that seem to have language aren't as affected. Okay, block design, for example. The language there is just for the instructions. But if they're simple enough and the child understands, then it doesn't really affect the performance that much, okay? Here is the same matrix with the same numbers, but with the tests put in. Now, do you again begin to see how this is useful to you? If I tell you, all right, I gave picture completion to a child and I got a score of 92. Are you going to be bothered by that? Are you going to be concerned by that? Are you going to think there's something wrong? Are you going to think that's okay? You see, there's still some clinical judgment here, isn't there? Because 92 isn't equal to 97. That's the typical score. But you know what? 5 points lower, still within the average range. I'm not going to be that concerned. But let's say I gave similarities. And let's say I got a 72 in similarities. Would that worry you? Yeah, it would worry you a lot. That's 13 points lower than the score that what it should have been, because similarities is in the 85. So you now have that. And that's why we created a graph, was to be able to visualize it. Because the matrix, as you see here, and this is the free version, by the way, it just is a framework for putting your data in. It's not a framework necessarily for analysis. So that's all this does. The free version has the names of the batteries, the most popular ones, 20 most popular, up at the top. Okay? But in each cell, when you click on it, all of the subtests from all of the batteries are in there. Okay? The commercial version uses a drop-down menu where you select the name of the test or the battery, and then it populates the subtest automatically for you out of all 130 that exist. I don't have, and I didn't have space to put 130 buttons at the top. So that's why there's a limitation on the free version. So that's why I said a little bit more labor intensive, but all the classifications are there. You just got to hunt a little bit more for them. That's all. Now, each subtest of those 1,000 subtests is classified in only one cell. You won't find it in two, okay? So each one only appears in one place. And there are 10 spaces where you can put up to 10 scores in each of those cells, right? Do you have to put in 10? No. Do you have to put in any? No. The purpose is not to fill in the ceiling with all of the data in all of the cells. That would be nice if you could, but that's not its point, all right? On the other hand, understand that the less data you put in, the less reliable the analysis will be. All right? The more data you have, the more reliable your analysis always will be. That's just a function of how that works. So more data is always better, which is why combining data is really your best bet. So speech-language paths, your scores are going to be confined primarily to the 4 cells down there in the lower right-hand side, and primarily down in cell number 9, the high language, high culture cell. Why? Because you're measuring language. Right? On occasion, though, you do measure other aspects of language that you're not probably aware of if you don't know CHC theory. Language also includes measurement of things like naming facility, rapid automatic naming, ideational fluency. These are all under GLR. It also includes sometimes short-term memory. So working memory capacity are things that are measured. Auditory processing is often measured on speech-language tests, and it's more of a moderate, not necessarily high, kind of ability that's affected by language. So it's not going to be always clustered down there. It's going to be spread out. But by and large, if you're only doing speech-language pathology testing, you're not trying to diagnose an intellectual disability, are you? And you're not trying to identify a learning disability either, are you? You're looking at speech-language impairment. So it makes sense, and that's fine. You're limited, not because you're not giving enough tests, but because they're all clustered in the same area. But you can combine speech-language tests with cognitive tests and extend it. The more you do that, the more collaboration you have, the better your results are going to be. I would do that when I was working in Encinitas with my resource teacher who did the academic testing, with my speech-language path, both of whom were bilingual. Us three were the bilingual team for Encinitas at the time. And we would do all the EL evaluations in the entire, it was an elementary school district, probably still is. And we did all the testing there. And we would put our results together. You can do that as well. Now, do you have to? No, you don't have to. But it usually is better if you do. So to use the free version, it's really easy. You just click on the button that corresponds to the test that you gave, right? And you can see that I have the Self 5 in there. I have the Castle in there. So speech language pass, you know. See, I got your back. I did not forget you, okay? But you have the main cognitive batteries there for the psychologists as well. We have some neuropsych tests, and we happen to have some Spanish tests. Now, why are they in there? I haven't shown you any research on how children who are English learners perform on tests given to them in Spanish, right? That's because I know of one study. One. It's just not enough evidence for me to say, yeah, go ahead and do this. However, based on that study and based on my understanding of testing, principles, procedures, and the effective language, I am willing to bet, what's the idiom? Dollars to donuts? Is that the one, right? I don't know. I thought a good betting reference would be nice because I passed a couple of casinos on the way here. Never used to be there. I mean, I was here even before the old ones were there. So anyway, that the pattern's going to be very much the same. And it is in the research that I'll show you. But it's not enough for me to say definitively. That's why those tests have an asterisk after their names. It is my way of telling you that while you can do this, okay, it is cautionary in that it's experimental because I cannot say that it's evidence-based. So I don't want to stop you from doing it, particularly those of you who are bilingual. And if you decide to evaluate your bateria, your WISC-5 Spanish scores, or anything else you might have obtained in Spanish, like the Spanish administration of the Self 5 or something, you should do that separately from your English scores. Do not combine English and Spanish scores in the CLIM. That's not permissible. In fact, it's not permissible in general. Right? There are some ways that people have done that, but remember, you're dealing with two completely different norm samples in that case. Not even samples that were meant to be comparable to each other. They are completely different. So that's problematic. And for that reason, I say, go ahead, do it if you want, but do it without the other tests in there. Okay? And once you've entered your test, what do? You enter your scores, you look down at the graph. This is the one that actually helps you do the interpretation. Now, this is simplified, and I'm going to show you some ways of interpreting this. I'm just showing you what it kind of looks like now. The problem is, going back to the question that was asked earlier, is that that line represents typical or average EL performance. And as that person was pointing out, not all ELLs are the same. So we have to do something about that. And I did. A while back, basically, I was thinking we need to change this because this line and this pattern of decline has been done on research on English learners who have been themselves highly proficient. Researchers aren't dumb, so, well, some aren't dumb, but some are. But most of them are not. And so they recognize that, number one, if I test this kid and they don't know English, then I'm confounding the results I'm going to get. So they naturally excluded children from the research studies who weren't highly English proficient. The norm samples do that too. They claim to have English learners, but they screen them to make sure that they understand English well enough to even be able to take the test before they include them. And then they call them English learners, right? These are what I call slightly different children in the sense that they only vary from the normative English speaking standard by a little bit. So that's their line, but that's not who you work with on a daily basis sometimes. You often get kids who are more limited English proficient. And how do we then account for that? So that's where I had to then say, yes, we now know how English learners perform relative to English speakers. But we don't know yet, or we haven't accommodated yet, how English learners perform against or compared to other English learners, which is something I discussed earlier this morning when I was talking about being 10 years old and in 5th grade. So how do we do that? Well, there are a couple of studies, some of which I conducted, to be able to address this issue because nobody else had ever done this. And it's so different and so, I don't know, I wouldn't call it radical, but I guess it was just so weird, maybe that's the best word, that when we tried to get these results published, people would invariably send it back saying, I don't understand what you're doing. Why don't you group your variable or have your grouping variable be, race or ethnicity? So call them Hispanic and then I'll understand it. And I'm like, but it has nothing to do with them being Hispanic. It has everything to do with where they are in their language development. So here you have the NICE slot, which I mentioned before, the New York version of the LPAC, okay? And this is one of my former students, and she actually is on faculty now at St. John's. She was program director before. I just took over as program director. But for a while, that meant that I had created my own boss. And Dr. Sotelo, Marlene, as I know her, basically looked at the 4 levels of the NISA slot from beginner to proficient, which is the highest category, and she measured them on the WJ3 using the GIA, General Intellectual Ability, to see what it was. Those at the highest proficiency level, it was a 101, dead on average, right? But those at the advanced level, 89. That's 2/3 of a standard deviation already of a drop. At the intermediate level, it was 18-point drop. That's more than a standard deviation. And at the beginning level, it was at 71.75, which means it was nearly 2 standard deviations below the mean. And that is the problem. When we look at the overall average there, it's 1 standard deviation below the mean. And what value is associated with 1 standard deviation below the mean when we're talking standard scores? That number would be, I hear everybody in unison say, oh, come on, 85, right? And what was the number we had for information? 85. You see how consistent this is? That was the biggest drop, right? But that would only work if we were working with children who were at the advanced or intermediate level. For children who are at the higher proficiency levels, we would be essentially overestimating their performance and ability. For children who are less than that level of proficiency, we would be severely underestimating their ability. So we can't deal with ELs or English learners as being a monolithic group because they are not. We had to break them up. And the way to do that was to look at their performance on the subtest, not as an aggregate, but on each subtest relative to their level of performance. Kids at the highest level of proficiency perform pretty darn good, right above the mean, in fact, until they drop just ever so slightly right at the end. Kids who were at the advanced level, they dropped much more quickly. Kids who were at the intermediate level dropped quite a bit and rapidly. And kids who were at the beginning level, they dropped almost completely, although not so much, as you can see on the left-hand side on spatial relations and visual matching. Do you remember where spatial relations was located in the study that I was praising before? At the bottom. Exactly. Why? Because language didn't make any difference. Do you remember where verbal comprehension was on that study that I showed you earlier? It was at the top, followed by general information, and then the third one was concept formation. Look at the lowest performances. Verbal comprehension, concept formation, and the other ones being somewhere in between. So we have to understand that the effect of language on the subtest is proportional, but it's also proportional relative to English learners' own development in that language. And that's what this shows. Now, it wasn't the only one. My wife, who is a psychologist, she's an adjunct associate professor at St. John's and a school psychologist in Great Neck on Long Island. This was her work, her dissertation back in 2008, where she looked at, and I had no part of this, I was interested in it, but she did it under Dr. Flanagan as her mentor. And she shows that with the Woodcock-Munoz language survey, the revised at the time, if you group children into low, moderate, and high proficiency levels, and you look at their performance on the subtest, not just from the WMLS, but also from the Wechsler Abbreviated Scales of Intelligence, what do you get? You get, not much difference over on the left, and then for the group that has high proficiency, a little bit of a decline, right? Just like we expected. What about for kids in intermediate? You get a drop. Kids who are a beginner, you get a bigger drop. So the same exact pattern that existed before in that other study exists right here. In fact, this one I think preceded the other one. So we have a lot of information now that tells us we need to account for the fact that all English learners are not the same. And these 3 studies provided the data to quantify that. That's where these numbers come from. By looking at the values and how much proficiency affects the drop, we were able to create 3 categories. Why didn't we create 5 categories? Or better yet, why didn't we create 10 categories? Well, because the data would not permit that. We didn't have enough to do that, not enough research to do that. I will give you a heads up that there aren't 3 or 5 or 10 categories. There are 100 categories, right? It's a continuous variable. It's not a discrete categorical variable. Every English learner is different from every other English learner by some degree. And it can be parsed out more and more finely. We just didn't have the ability to do that. That is something that did come later. And when I talk about my own test, the Ortiz PVAT, I'm going to harken back to this because that's what we did. We didn't go by category. We went by continuous development and differences in that development. But this at least gave you, at the time, and still does, a rough empirical guide to determining what's the appropriate range. And the answer to that question is, once you determine how different somebody is, which I'll show you how to be able to do that, and there is some information below here that helps you determine that. In the CLIM, the free version, and in XMS, the commercial version, there's a tab called, CLIM Notes. And in there are detailed descriptions about how to make this determination. I'll give you my impressions in terms of the differences. I, as an English learner, would have been moderately different throughout my life, throughout my schooling. Doesn't matter whether you tested me in kindergarten or you tested me when I was in 12th grade, I was moderately different. So you know a little bit about my background, you know a little bit about my history. I'm pretty much what I think a typical English learner that you often get referred for is like. So I'm no different than that. Now, what about the fact that when I passed, although I didn't have these tests when I was young, but what if I had passed the LPAC? Does that shift me up to slightly different? The answer is no. The fact that I even had to take the LPAC means I'm moderately different and no better. Who would be slightly different? Children like my children. My children, all born in the US, they have parents, all right, their mother and I both spoke English and Spanish. We both spoke English quite well. We also spoke Spanish. So my children were not monolingual English speakers, but they were dominant and primary English speakers. But that means, even as such, they're English learners. And so if you were evaluating my kids, you'd have to call them slightly different, because despite my best efforts, I saw the impact of culture and language on their own test scores, their own performance over time. It wasn't as profound as it was with me, but it was still measurable. So who's markedly different then? It would be a child like me who has additional developmental kinds of issues. Things like we're talking about poverty, really low SES, and an English learner. That's going to be probably markedly different. What about a child? I mentioned a child coming in not just with English and Spanish, or with Spanish, but with Spanish and another language, an indigenous language, and English is their third language. What about children with interruptions? They learned the indigenous language, then they started learning Spanish, and now they're learning English. That's an interruption in 2 of their first primary languages. That's a markedly different kid. What about children who come to school with no prior formal education? And they're not starting in kindergarten. They're starting in 3rd grade, 4th grade. The older they are and the higher the grade they're starting, the more at risk they are and the more markedly different they're going to be. So students with interrupted formal education, students with no prior formal education, students with other types of impact on their development, like they come from refugee camps. They've been exposed to trauma, war, violence, neglect, or abuse. Any of those are things that are not normal. And that means the effect on language is going to be even more profound. And so that's the best that I did at that time. And it's still good enough for what you're doing now, by and large. But it gives you a basis by which you can say, okay, once I've determined that degree of difference, and these correspond, again, if you go back to the CCAST, you can see the parallels here. That slightly different was those kids for whom the test was almost appropriate, right? Moderately different was, no, we had to make some modifications because they're not going to get everything. And markedly different was like, oh my God, the test is almost completely inappropriate because the kid didn't know anything. That's what it was all about. And we're still at that level. So here is the cultural language interpretive matrix, the graph itself. And what we have done is to build in the ability to change that line. So this green line actually corresponds to the moderately different. If I click the button at the top that says slightly different, it jumps up. That's what the research was showing us. But remember, that's not what what the average English learner that we might encounter who is more moderately different would be like. This is what their performance would be. All right? And then if I click markedly different, you see it goes even lower. The thing you want to do that I always recommend with the CLIM is determine the degree of difference prior to conducting your evaluation. Don't wait until you get to the CLIM and say, now I'm going to determine it. Because you're going to put your scores in, all right? And you're going to sit there and you're going to think to yourself, if I go with this, then they are, let's see, slightly different. That means they would have a disability. But if I go with that, markedly different, they don't have a disability. And you're going to sit in your office going, disability, no disability, disability, no disability, disability, no disability. The CLIM is not a toy, okay? You want to make that determination a priori. You want not to have your preconceptions influence your interpretation. You want to say, based on the pre-referral information, based on what you know about this child and their history, from interviews and everything that you have, this is their degree of difference. Then set it and then test it. That's the proper way to do it. Try not to force the interpretation into the data that you collect. So how do we interpret the results then? What are you looking for? It's really looking for the things I've mentioned. I formalize it for you here because there are three things that we're looking at. Now, I list these three things primarily because if any one of these things is not there or missing, although the absence of no significant variability means then that there would be variability. So anyway, I'll get to that. But let me just stress, if these three conditions, these three criteria are not met, then your results are likely to be valid. And valid means interpretable. Valid means you move on. Valid means you complete your evaluation. You're not done yet. You got more to do. But invalid, if all three conditions, and it must be all three, are met, then it means that your results are invalid. And there is no need to go any further in terms of your testing, right? You have all the data you need to be able to claim that this child's performance is pretty much, right, exactly consistent with what the research expected it to be, which is, if you recall, average, which belies the presence of a disability. And I'll show you how that works. We'll go through it a little bit. On the left is a typical declining pattern with the scores within the expected range and with no significant variability, although we can't tell from this graph. We'd have to inspect the scores manually, or if you're using the commercial version of the CLIM, there's a button that automatically looks for variability and tells you whether it's present, all right? Since it's a mathematical exercise, it just does it for you automatically. So again, less labor intensive, the commercial version, but you can still inspect the scores manually. So on the left, that's an invalid pattern. And I know this is a little counterintuitive because when you think it's invalid, you want to say, oh, okay, there is a disability, there isn't a disability. Invalid means no disability. Valid pattern means possible disability, okay? That's why I use the terms likely. I don't like putting things, you know, in a definitive type of way because it's not scientifically really appropriate. What this really shows is that every time you measured whatever you sought to measure, language was playing a role in determining that score. And since language was playing a role for all of your scores, it is the primary determinant as to why your results are what they are, which means you didn't measure what you thought you measured, not accurately or not reliably, I should say, which means your results are not valid and should not be interpreted. Now, when I say not interpreted, I mean with respect to the abilities that they were trying to measure. You can interpret this result in a very positive way because this result, the one on the left, that declining pattern, indicates that this child's performance is, in fact, average compared to other English learners. Remember? I showed you that before. You agreed with me before, you got to agree with me now, right? It's the same thing, isn't it? It's not any different. It's all average. So we leave it as average. And if it's average, where's the disability? Where's Waldo? There's no Waldo. It means you're done, okay? You don't have to do anything more. Well, I don't say you don't have to do anything more. What I'm saying is the testing results will not support identification of a disability if that's the pattern you have. You're wrong, okay? To support a disability, it's got to look like the other side, on the right-hand side. There's a lot that's going on there. Number one, is there an overall pattern of decline there? No. So that's already criteria number one. Not met, my results are likely to be valid. Didn't have to be all three. Any one of them was fine. Or I could say, well, there are results there that are lower than expected. That also doesn't meet criteria number two. So therefore, again, valid results. Or number three, there could be score variability. I can see between those two cells in the middle that one of them might be pulling up the other one in terms of like an aggregate score. So therefore, that's significant variability? Nope. That doesn't meet criteria number three. And that's what we're looking for. Technically, anything that doesn't look like what you see on the left is automatically in the right. So if it doesn't look like on the left, that's the only time, the only condition, the only way you would say my results are invalid. I basically can't measure this child's abilities reliably because of the impact of culture and language, and so therefore I'm not going to interpret what they mean. However, collectively, the results do indicate that this child's performing consistent with what we have seen from other children who are not disabled, who are not referred for evaluation, and who are of average ability. which is why, by the way, when I collated these results, I used studies only that had children without disabilities so that we would know what the average range was. And that's why I'm going to get back to the samples I was showing you earlier, because those two did have disabilities, and that was sort of an important point. So here's an example again, and I'll show these to you, and you tell me valid or invalid. Okay, so I wrote it at the bottom for you, hint, hint. All right, invalid, right? What does it mean? Average performance, you didn't find anything wrong with this particular individual. Even if it was language, the high language, high culture cell, right where it needs to be. Is that a great score? No. But it's not a score that indicates that there's a disability above and beyond, or beyond and below, the presence of cultural and linguistic factors. All right? How about this one? Valid, invalid? Yeah, you see the green down at the bottom there where it says likely valid? That's a little bit of a hint. Yes. Okay, so what happened? There looks like there's an overall pattern of decline, except one of these cells is not cooperating. That score is substantially below where we would expect a child to perform, especially as an English learner, because that cell doesn't require much language at all. So what caused that score to be low? I don't know right now, and the CELIM will not tell me that because that's not its purpose. It's not diagnostic that way, but it is telling me culture and language are not responsible for that score. Something else must be. Could that be a disability? Absolutely, but we just don't know yet. All right, what about this one? Valid, invalid? Valid, right? Yeah. Is there any kind of decline there? Absolutely not. All right. The scores are pretty consistent across the board. There's a little bit of variability as well. Very simple, right? All right. You got to note that variability. That's what you want to look for. As I said, the commercial version makes it easier. In the free version, you got to kind of look at the scores. How about a speech language kind of thing? Example, just using, like, this is the self, right? Self 4, self 5, somewhere in there. Okay. Speech language test. What do you think? Valid, invalid? Again, I draw your attention to the green font wording down at the bottom there that says likely valid, right? Why? Well, there are some aspects of language you've measured that are in fact pretty average for that kid. But whatever was being measured that's in that level 4, whatever that performance was in there, you're tapping into something that can't be explained just by culture and language. So that might indicate the presence of a language impairment. The CELIM doesn't tell you what that is. It just says that's not just culture and language, which gives you the freedom to move forward and say, let me see if I can identify what that should be. All right? All right. How about this? Oh, there is a decline, right? Yeah, but that decline is not, right? The scores, the magnitude of that decline is not within the range that would be expected, is it? That's what you would find more likely if you're looking at intellectual disability in an English learner. There may be an effective language, but all of the scores, not just some of them, are very, very low. Which is why, by the way, when you're looking at ID, you don't want to use just language-oriented kinds of scores. You do want to have nonverbal types of scores, okay? And you want them in there. How about this one? This is a combination, as you can see, of WJ and self. So what do we have here? This is a decline, yes, but the decline is more rapid than what it should be, and there is average performance on non-linguistic kinds of tasks, which suggests that this is language impairment. This is more or less what it might look like if we put speech-language results with the cognitive results together. So, like I said, more data means more reliable analyses, all right? And this is the study. I don't have to go through this because we're about to take a break for lunch here, but this is just some of the research that, again, shows the blue line being normal English learner, yellow line English learner with speech-language impairment, and white line English learner with intellectual disability. They do perform differently according to the tests that we give them, and that's what that shows. All right, so I'm going to probably pause here, and I think it's a good place to come back to when we come back from lunch. Are there any final questions before we break or anything?
Some questions and maybe some clarifications.
Okay.
There was a question about what if a student where parents have not received formal education, so primary and in primary or second language, it will take longer to develop and he or she will always be behind academically. So I guess your recommendations or what to consider in those scenarios.
Okay, so that was more of a comment than a question. You know, and the best way to address it is this. Schools cannot successfully serve all children with all the kinds of backgrounds that they bring to school, because school cannot control what happened to the child before they got there. So if the parents are very, let's say, illiterate, or even if they are language impaired and language delayed in their own way, you know, what is the school going to be able to do to make up for all that lost development? It's hard. Okay, can they assist? Absolutely. Can they do things to intervene? 100%. Can they help improve that child learn? 100%. The key is never thinking that in all cases, the goal is to get everybody to grade level. Because if that's your goal, to get them to grade level, and you know that is not achievable, then what are you really doing? You're probably teaching the child in a way that is not beneficial to their own learning. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't have high standards. Don't get me wrong. Okay, what I'm saying is that each child needs to be given what each child actually needs, rather than letting the curriculum, the grade, or policies dictate what a child should have. If you go by policies, you will hurt more children than you will help. You've got to go by what the individual needs, not what everybody thinks every kid should be achieving. And that's what I mean. So whatever a child has to have, you have to bring it down to that level. And this goes linguistically. If the child doesn't understand much language, then the initial instruction can't use much language. There's no other way around that. And if they haven't learned to read and you need to teach them to read, you're going to have to teach them to read. And it may take longer, but let them grow as they can, rather than saying, well, now you're in second grade, so now you got to learn this. If you do that, children end up with what I call Swiss cheese educations. Yeah, they learn some things, but they got a lot of gaps, a lot of holes in whatever they've learned. If you allow them to develop where they were, and you remember I showed the line for the children with disabilities in a dual language program, and you saw how low they started. But given the same degree of development along that path with appropriate and proper instruction, they had every chance to really get at grade level. So a child with a disability, by definition, learns at a lower rate than average. But to get them to their highest level means do not discount or throw away the development they bring in. Go with where they're at. You try to do anything else, it won't be successful, and you're dooming the child to lower levels of functionality, performance, and attainment than you would otherwise. Anything else?
Thank you for that response. And there are some active users of the CLIM free and XPass version, and they had questions regarding updates. When will you be updating and including additional subtests, for instance, the Wyatt 4, the RAML 3, the Self P3? And in situations where those have not yet been updated, what can the assessor do in the meantime to continue to use the CLIM?
Version 2.4 was released about a month ago. I do the coding, so I know exactly when it went out and how it all worked. Wyatt 4 has its own tab already. So if you guys are waiting, 2.4 already has the Wyatt 4 tab. We did update some of the tests as well. I believe, I don't know if the Self 5 P3 was the person asking. I don't know if the Self 5 P3 has been or has not been. If not, we'll get to it, and I'll do that fairly soon. The free version, I believe, has been updated with the tests as well. If not, I always get to that one after I finish the commercial version, but I'll make sure that's in there. I generally and routinely update, regularly within like 6 months or so to make sure that you're getting the latest and greatest. If there is something that is missing, however, email me and I'll be happy to put it in. In the meantime, if you want to use it, you can follow classifications from the previous version of the test. It may not have some of the new ones that you have, but if you know that there are other tests that are similar, test publishers, just to let you in on a little secret, aren't very creative. So they tend to just replicate what they do over and over again. They borrow from each other. You really don't have that many novel types of tasks out there. It's very rare that you see that. So what you saw before is a lot of what you're going to see now. Find a test that looks similar. That's probably where that classification is likely to end up. And if it was a previous version, like the Wyatt 3 to the Wyatt 4, it's not going to change the classifications at all. It's just going to add new ones because you got new tests that get developed. So it's the new ones you might have trouble with, but those you could find based on the task being identical or very similar to some other task that you know about. And if it's a test of receptive vocabulary, it's a test of receptive vocabulary. It's a test of expressive vocabulary, it's a test of expressive vocabulary. Go find all the other expressive vocabulary tests. That's where the performance is going to be. So that's what I can tell you. But we have updated recently. So if you want the latest update, the XPass version has 2.5, and version 4.0 is available on the free version. If that doesn't include the why yet it will have it in version 5. And if you email me any particular tests you absolutely want to see in there, I'll do my best to get them in. So I'm always happy to do that. Anything else? And we're back. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Time to get started again. Hope your lunch was good. I will try my best to keep you actively engaged during this period of time in which you're likely to suffer from postprandial sedation. So I will remove my mask again as a way of allowing you to see my expressions, because maybe I'm just funny looking and that'll be able to keep you attending, right? All right, questions that needed to be addressed. The one that I just heard was some comments about the Woodcock-Munoz Language Survey 3rd edition. And I don't know what anybody would expect me to say other than, all right, the biggest problem is the norm sample. And it's something that I've been harping on from the beginning. Now, it's not that the Woodcock-Munoz Language Survey is a bad test. In fact, I actually can call Dick Woodcock a friend and colleague of mine. He and I were working on our articulation test for speech language folks, by the way, although there were some issues that have come up with the Spanish version of that, which is what I was helping on. But I know Dick very well, and I asked him directly one time, why do you norm your tests on monolingual, Spanish-speaking populations? And he says, well, because that's what I believe it should be for the test itself. And I said, yes, I understand that, except that you do know that the individuals being tested in the United States are not those individuals who are living in those countries that you're sampling from. And he understands, but he was still reluctant to change the norming sample. So it's normal criticism. He knows that. And I'm not trying to, bash the test in any way. The test does what it does is in terms of giving you an English and a Spanish score relative to the development and proficiency in each of those languages. But recall that each case is a comparison to a monolingual person of that language. All right, and that's what creates problems. The Batteria 4 is actually the same idea, also normed primarily on speakers of Spanish in other countries. That's great for speakers of Spanish in other countries, but not speakers of Spanish here in the US, because of the bilingualism that is encountered, that is developed, that is a part of their new development. It's hard to get people to understand that the bilingual brain is not two monolinguals in one head. That was a linguist by the name of Grosjean that coined that back in like 1979. And it's difficult to comprehend. We don't experience language in the ways that people think, that all we have to do is get to a certain level and then we're just like everybody else. There are certain threshold abilities, but there are abilities that go above and beyond. And language is not one of those that just develops in a few years and then you're done. If conversational language, BICS, were all that we needed to get through school, then we would have no problem. It's easy for anybody to get BICS. But as you've seen, CALP is also required, and that's not going to happen without that additional time. And so norm samples that don't take into account the differences in language are problematic, okay? I don't like to be critical of other tests. I just will say they don't maybe do what you want them to do. They don't give you the scores that you think you're probably getting, and that's why they're problematic. Now, there are two tests, which I'll talk about in a moment, that can give you what you want, but they're not as comprehensive, and that's sort of the issue. Right now, there isn't enough advancement yet, or innovation, or maybe it's just commitment and money put toward developing good new tests, and so you don't have them. So for me to say, I like or I don't like the Woodcock-Munoz Language Survey, I mean, it's no different than saying, do I like or not like the WISC-5 Spanish? Or do I like or not like the CTOP or the SELF? It's not about liking the test. It's what does the test give me? Right now, everything that every test gives me, with two exceptions, is going to be a bit limited. So that was one of them. And then the other question was, somebody wanted to know about where to get XBAS, the commercial version. And the easiest thing to do is just go to wiley.com. Wiley is the publisher, so wiley.com, and just type in X. I don't think you need the dash, but you can put X-BASS, and it'll pop right up. And the CLIM commercial version is inside the XBAS program itself. That's the one that people were asking about updates for originally, and that's also the one that they have, if you purchase now, is actually version 2.4. So it's the latest one that we have. And I think that was it, or were there any more? We're good? Okay, so we'll get to move on. And I've gotten this far because I'm wrapping up use of the CLIM, and I had already mentioned to you that the batería and the Wisc-5 Spanish are included. This, what you see here, is the only study that I know of that actually shows how bilinguals perform on tests given to them in their native language, but here in the United States. So this kind of relates to the Woodcock-Minos language question. And this was the batería 3 given to, or maybe it was the batería R, I forget which one. No, it was the 3. And this was a study done by, you guys, some of you might know her, at least those of you who are online, Julia Esparza-Brown, who is now Dr. Esparza-Brown up at Portland State University for her dissertation. Julia was actually the bilingual resource teacher I mentioned earlier, who worked with me and with Monica, our bilingual speech language path in Encinitas. And Julia's been a former student of mine, colleague of mine, friend of mine. I've known her for a long time, and she's up there now. But anyway, this was her study. And what you can see, the numbers are hard to kind of make sense of here. But the one thing you notice is that auditory processing was at the top in terms of the easiest test, as opposed to visual processing. So visual processing was the second easiest, which is the way that it kind of follows from the expected pattern. But auditory processing jumped up. And why did that happen? Well, that's because there are actual structural differences in English versus other languages. Not all other languages are structured just like English is. And one of the big differences is that in Spanish, as many of you know, we have 5 vowels, the a, e, I, o, u. In English, we have 5 short vowels, we have 5 long vowels, we got a lot of blends that we have to deal with. And English is, by and large, what we call an opaque language, whereas Spanish is called a transparent language. And what that refers to is the correspondence between the way that we say something, the phonology, and the way that we write it, the morphology. The greater the correspondence, that is, the more a language is written the way that it sounds, the more transparent it tends to be. In Spanish, as you can probably tell, that's about 97% correct. We've got some silent H's, we've got the trilled R's, although we do write a double R for that. I mean, there's some variation. But in English, it's about 50% irregularity. If you include silent E, half of all words in English are not spelled phonetically regularly. The way we say them is not the way that we spell them. And so decoding, which is what auditory processing is measuring on the batería 3, is actually much easier to do in Spanish than it is in English because of that structural difference. So that's why, I caution people when they're using the native language test in the CLIM, we have to go by whatever those classifications would be. And when you try to translate, into another language, and that language has structural differences, you may get differences in how those classifications come out. The other ones came out pretty much the same. In fact, if I show you what the actual, and let's see if my signal. So let me go up here and I'll do it by hand. There we go. All right. Much better. All right. So there is the graph of the subtest scores, okay, from the batería. And what do you see? You see a decline in both cases. And Julie was I think, smart enough to divide her sample into those who got native language instruction, all right, in Spanish, versus those who were getting English only. So an NLD sample and an ELD sample. And the native language instruction group is on the left. They're getting bilingual education. So you do see that their drop in performance is not as great as the drop in performance for the kids getting English only, which shows you that, yes, if you're not instructing in the native language, your loss of the native language is greater. On the other hand, even the kids getting the bilingual instruction, the native language instruction, didn't perform as well as monolingual speakers of Spanish. And you can see that here as well. The green line is where you would perform if you are getting instruction in Spanish while you're in the United States and you're learning English. Whereas the fuchsia, the pink line, is how you perform in Spanish if you're not getting any Spanish instruction whatsoever. And they're dropping faster. And where are they dropping faster? It's not like a random kind of effect. It's in language. GC is language, as I mentioned. all right? GLR, which is automaticity and fluency. Short-term memory, then some fluid reasoning, then processing speed, then visual processing, and auditory processing obviously comes out big because of the structural differences. So that's why I caution people when you're using the test to understand that you want to evaluate those results by themselves. Don't mix them with the other tests. Spanish just has differences in English, and you can't just take one test and just translate it and then suddenly it's equivalent, because even the vocabulary words may not have the same level of difficulty, and it changes everything. The tests have to be adapted in that way. All right. Now, I want to cover some things as we move into the case study and how to do all this and the framework for evaluation. And that is to just go over a little bit of research on the CLIM, and not research that I've conducted, but research that others have conducted that has been very unusual and weird, and which leaves people with the impression like, oh my God, there must be something wrong with the CLIM. And it comes primarily from two studies that were done by Karasik and Marley Watkins. And I wanted to bring them to your attention because I've already introduced them to you, but I didn't formally introduce them to you, which I'm about to do now. And they were the two EL samples that I showed you previously. Now, in what you saw, as compared to the EL samples and the English speaker samples, the WISC-5 normative sample and the referred English speakers, remember? Okay, in what you saw, did you see anything that I demonstrated that violated or ran counter to what the research had told us? Did it show that there was no language effect? Did it show that there was random kind of responding? Is that what I showed you before? Do you remember? No, right? It was very consistent. So if it was very consistent with the research, their own data, consistent with what the research was showing, and I used their data to reinforce those principles, then what could be the problem? Well, as you're going to see, the problem is that very often when people do research working with English learners, they don't understand some of the things that are happening, and sometimes they just make some really, really serious errors. And that's kind of what happened here. So, for example, I took, from their studies, you can see their quote right here, the valid CLIM profile. Excuse me. So valid means it doesn't do the decline, right, in general. So valid is anything other than that straight decline. So they said, we didn't see that in the WISC-5 normative sample. Now, should they have seen it in the WISC-5 normative sample? No, they shouldn't have, right? Did they see it in the ELL sample? And they're saying, nope, we didn't see that either. So that then, worried them. And they're saying neither sample exhibited the invalid CLIM profile. So if we have invalid profiles, invalid pattern of scores, meaning they're not declining, then what are the scores doing? They're just kind of going up and down randomly and so on, right? Okay, and get this. If we had seen in their study all those kids having this invalid profile, what would we assume about those kids? What would be our assumption? If in every case we saw that declining pattern just like I've shown you, and that declining pattern meant what that I've taught you so far? I mean, it's a little counterintuitive, isn't it? If it follows the pattern, it means performance is average, right? That was the idea. So average means probably no disability, right? Okay, so their sample, just to show you, all right, looked like this, the two in the middle, okay, compared to the other four that I showed you. What's the difference? There is no difference, right? You're looking for one, I'm looking for one. So I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. I don't see a problem here. The patterns are declining, all right? Again, the two in the middle are their results. As we look at the pattern of performance, it did go down. So I'm thinking, well, then what's going on here, okay? And actually, here's what's going on. When they're looking at aggregate data, okay, and they're saying it doesn't decline, all right, they were doing it primarily on the basis of trying to say, well, all of these should be exactly this way, not realizing that, in fact, that's kind of what they found. But then they said, I want to look at things individually, and they looked at each pattern for each kid in their sample. They had 86 kids in their sample, okay, and they looked at each individual one, and they found that only 3 of them, okay, well, actually they found 9 of them had the declining pattern. And so that's why they were basically saying, well, it doesn't seem to work because in the coelom, if you're an ELL, you're supposed to have that declining pattern. But you're only supposed to have that declining pattern if you are, going back to the terminology here, average, right? And so when you look at their description of their sample, what does it say? What's written in red there? Direct quote from their article. It said 97% or 83 of their 86 participants were identified already previously as having met criteria for an educational disability. 86% of those is SLD. The rest, I presume, were probably speech language impaired. So in other words, they were looking for average performance from children on an individual basis who had already been identified as having performance that was not average. What they should have been doing was looking for the valid pattern. And that's exactly what they found, although that's not what they were looking for. They were looking for the opposite. What they were looking for was what's on top. What you see here is invalid pattern, okay? They expected all the kids should show that pattern. They found, no, we have 9 of them that are showing that pattern, okay? Now, they said, we are seeing this bottom pattern here, but that's not what we want because that's supposed to be the pattern, the valid pattern, all right? That's not supposed to be typical for English learners. Well, that's right, it's not typical, but it's typical for kids who are English learners who have disabilities, and their sample had disabilities, which means that of the 86 they expected, right, they did find 77 of them following that non-pattern pattern. So if you take that and say, well, that means the coelom was correct with whatever clinical decision had been made in that case, because a non-declining pattern would be likely valid and would support the presence of a disability, that means 89%, 89.5% of their cases were correctly identified. And then if you go back up to the top, since their sample was 97%, not 100% had a disability, 3%, which is 3 of the kids, should also have shown a declining pattern, and they did. That leaves only 6 kids out of their entire sample that showed a declining pattern when they should have not. But if you add 3.5 plus 89.5, you get 93%, which means the coelom was actually consistent with the clinical decisions that had already been made in that case to the tune of 93% of the time. I'd have been happy with 75%. I'd have been happy with 65%. Anything above 52%, maybe 55%, would have been perfectly okay with me. But 93%, that's phenomenal. This study, despite claiming, oh my God, there's problems and the sky is falling, to use another English idiom, is actually very powerful evidence, which is why I like presenting it, of the fact that the coelom is consistent with what we have been talking about. It shows that. And I'll tell you this too, you know those kids, those 6 that they found showed a declining pattern, but they were already in their sample, and those kids had disabilities presumably? Isn't it possible that those 6 kids were kids that were put into special education on the basis of what I call little SLD, right? Sympathetic learning disability, rather than a real learning disability, because that's the only way they were going to get extra help, as I often hear. So it's very possible the coelom was consistent with 100% of these cases. And why shouldn't it be? I wouldn't expect it to be that really spot on, because there's still some element of judgment here. But it's very, very powerful evidence that the coelom does what it's supposed to do, not because it is a new thing doing things in a different way, but because the research tells us that. Why would their research suddenly countermand 100 years worth of knowledge of what we already know? It did not. And it did not undermine the coelom in any way. Here's the table. I took this directly from their study. You can see it again. They were looking for invalid scores, but they should have been looking for valid scores because their sample was a sample with disabilities. And then they should also have recognized the same fact on their English speakers. Remember I told you, English speakers, you shouldn't be using the coelom with English speakers, unless, of course, you're looking at a speech language impairment. Then you could actually do it. And when they did that, they found 95% of their sample did not show that declining pattern, because that's what we would expect to find. But 5%, just under 5%, did show that pattern of decline among monolingual English speakers. And who are these guys? These are those guys that got referred for evaluation, who were English speakers, but were not found to have a disability. That's exactly who they are. The effect of language is measurable even in monolinguals, but the coelom was still very, very consistent with everything that they were finding. So when you read stuff like that and they say, oh my God, there's something wrong with the CLIM, the only way the CLIM could actually be wrong is if there's something wrong with the research on which it's based. And the research upon which it's based isn't just my research, it's everybody's research. And that would mean that English learners somehow do not perform differently or lower than monolingual English speakers. If that were the case, then why the heck am I here today? Because if that were the case, you don't need me. Give your test. Any test you want, any language you want, you're done. Right? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you believe? You guys all happy with that? You know, Debbie spent all this money to bring me in. So all this money trying to educate people only for me to come in here and say, hey, you know what? English learners, they don't perform any differently than English speakers. Just give them your test. Any questions? We'd have been done by 9:30 this morning. Okay? You know that's not the case. You know that language affects the performance. And that isn't going to change just because some people don't know what they're doing. And I don't mean to be mean about that. I understand these are complex issues. You just would think that researchers who underwent some kind of peer review process might get this a little right, but they frequently do not. So anyway, now you know all the research. What the heck do we do with it? Now you have to translate it to practice. And again, that's what the CLIM does for you, at least when it comes to test scores. But that's not enough. Testing isn't the only component of evaluation that you have to contend with. So I will describe now an approach that puts everything sort of together. When do you do the testing? In what way? Because there's still a lot of questions involved. And we also have more than just that, you know, the true peer representation that we have to worry about. That's why we took the research to be able to deal with that particular column right there. Okay, so we did do that. But that's not all we have to contend with. What about all these other kinds of issues that have to do with what if you're not bilingual? Or what if you are, but you don't speak the child's language? What about the lack of availability of tests in other language? All right, I was listening at lunch and Dr. Montoya was telling me, hey, we have children here who speak Korean. You got the Korean version of the WISC-5, by the way? You don't? Why not? You know why? Because there is no Korean version of the WISC-5. That's why. Is there going to be? No, there's not going to be a Korean version of the WISC-5. It's extremely expensive to develop tests. It's not cheap. And Pearson says, a lot of market for Spanish language, not much market for anything beyond that. If anybody wants to do it, they'll let them go do it. But they're not going to spend the time and money in doing it. There's just no economic incentive to do it. So how are you going to deal with that? You know, there's many other issues, and I have taken all of these and tried to blend them into an approach, not only a broad framework for non-discriminatory evaluation, but when it comes to testing as well, something that I like to call multilingual testing. And what I mean by that is not bilingual. The difference is that when you say bilingual evaluation, bilingual assessment, everybody gets this idea of what that is, and nobody has the same exact idea because there are no standards. Multilingual testing simply means many languages, testing in many languages. That's all it's meant to represent. How you do that, though, can be put into a particular framework. So if tests were the answer, as I just mentioned, then I would have come in and said, okay, we got two. We got the BESA, right? We got the Ortiz PVAT. Any questions? Go home, you're done. Except that both of these are primarily language tests. So the speech-language paths might be a little bit happy, but even they wouldn't be all that happy because these aren't necessarily comprehensive tests. The BESA, all right, and again, just to give you some background on where I come from, Elizabeth Pena, you guys might know her. Liz is from California originally. She actually was doing some teaching when I first met her. She was in private practice, but she came down to San Diego to talk to our cohort as part of the project that we were on. She was hired to come and work with us. And I've known her since then, before she embarked on her own academic career. And who's the second author? Vera Gutierrez-Cleland. And who was the bilingual speech-language path that was co-administrating the bilingual, the bilingual interdisciplinary collaboration project that I mentioned, where I got trained with speech-language paths? It was Dr. Vera Gutierrez-Cleland. Achilles Iglesias, somebody who had me write an article on the CLIM for a journal in which he was the editor. I don't think he's editor anymore. Brian Goldstein, Lisa Bador. Lisa works with Liz quite a bit, and Brian Goldstein you might know if you're at all remotely interested in bilingual speech-language pathology. So these are the authors and people that I know that I have worked with. And when they developed, Liz in particular, who's now at UC Irvine, by the way, she was at UT Austin, but now back over in California. When they developed the test, They wanted to measure the competency in language of children who were English Spanish speakers. So she focused specifically on a single other language, being Spanish. So in order to do that, look what they did. They had to create basically 5 different categories to put kids in, because the norm sample couldn't be a single norm sample. And what they did was they evaluated the children and grouped them according to language exposure. This is their table 5.2. So what they said was, if you really had very little, if any, Spanish in your background, you're a functional monolingual English speaker, you get that group, all right? On the other end of that spectrum, though, if you have very, very little English and you have nothing but Spanish, you're functional monolingual, okay? But in between, if you're equally developed in both languages, then you are a balanced bilingual. It doesn't necessarily mean you were biliterate. And if you were bilingual, but you were dominant in English, then you were in that second group. And if you were bilingual, but dominant in Spanish, you were in that fourth group. Those are the 5 categories they created. And those 3 in the middle, right, should look very familiar to you, because they are, in essence, the same types of representations of slightly different functional or bilingual dominant English, moderately different, which would be balanced bilingual, and markedly different, which would be bilingual dominant Spanish. When you give those kids tests in English, which group is going to perform the best? The bilingual dominant English. Then the next best, the balanced bilingual. Then the next best, or the lowest, is going to be the bilingual dominant Spanish. That's how it goes. But if you do the testing in Spanish, you get the reverse pattern, don't you? So that's why the test was developed that way. Now, unfortunately, the test is geared for children who are preschool to kindergarten, like preschool transition phase. So it's from age 4 to age 6-11. So that kind of limits the applicability for many of you, particularly the speech language paths. But the concepts, as you can see here, are exactly what I've been talking about. And they mimic and mirror everything that I have shown you. When I developed, or had the chance to develop, a test with MHS, they wanted a language test, which I agreed with, because I wanted to attack language directly. It is the most critical area because, as I mentioned before, it's at the center of evaluation of English language learners, and because it gives us the most trouble. So what we did that was different were 2 things. Number one, there was no way we're going to be able to create a test that could accommodate every other second language. So if we tried to measure the ability in a language other than English, then we would need samples of children across all of those languages. And where do you draw the line? Do you just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more languages? But the complexity is significant, because in order to do that, you have to sample kids across the age range of the test, and the test age range is 2.5 to 22-11. So preschool all the way through, high school and even beyond. All right? And then you have to evaluate children who have been learning English for very small periods of time across every age. And the older they get, the more variability there is in how much English they've been exposed to, as well as how much of their native language they've been exposed to. So that would have been very complicated and costly to try to do that for every language. So what we did was dispensed with the other language and said, you know what, let's just test them in English, measure their English language acquisition. We can do that fairly, because guess what? Every language, or every person who speaks another language and is in the United States as a bilingual, is learning English. English is the common metric we could apply for the measurement. And that's what we did. And did we then divide people into categories based on their English exposure? No. What we did instead was to sample kids across the entire range. So, for example, 2.5-year-olds, we had 2.5-year-olds who'd been learning English for less than a month. We had 2.5-year-olds who'd been learning English for a month, for 2 months, for 3 months, for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? For a year and a half, for 2 years, all the way up to 2 years and 5 months. We basically sampled all across the range, not just at 2.5, but all the way up to 22-11, so that we would know what is the amount of exposure, all right, as determined by the performance on the test. Okay, well, let me put that the other way. What is the performance on the test as determined by the amount of exposure that each child has, even at the same age? So we expanded the norms into what I call like 3D norms, but really they're exposure norms, where we don't just compare you based on age anymore. We include age and how much exposure to English have you had, all the way from 1% of your life, which is virtually nothing, all the way to 99% of your life. Because at 100%, you become a monolingual speaker, right? But at 99%, you could have had a lot of English exposure. That's what we did. And so that's what you see here. And it is the first test to be able to do that. And I bring these two tests up primarily because they represent the future and the only types of innovation in testing that has occurred since testing began. Testing in another language is just a variation of testing in English, right? It's not really that different. But changing the normative structure and adding exposure to the length of time, because it's a developmental characteristic, is what's necessary to create better tests. And I'm going to talk maybe a little bit more about the Ortiz PVAT later on, but you get the idea here. And until more tests do this, you're going to be calling me back to come and talk to you again and again and again. I am actually hoping that this test, my test, serves as a template for future test development. I'm hoping, literally hoping, that I put my own self out of business, where I don't need to come and talk to you anymore because you have all the tests that you need. And it'll be easy for me to show up and say, okay, here you go. We need a comprehensive battery. It's got great norms. Any questions? And then I can just go home, and so can you. I'd love to do that. I mean, I'm close to retiring anyway, aren't I? I'm pretty old. I don't know how long I'm going to be doing this, but probably another 25 years at least. But, I hope to live long enough to see that happen, because I would be really glad that it did. All right, it's been long enough. If we've been testing kids for over a century, isn't it about time we started making tests that are appropriate for English learners? We can do it. This and the BESA are proof that we can do it. We just have to do it. Now, given the things that I've talked about, there are some issues, and I mentioned validity at the very beginning, that we have to be more concerned with than others. So when you give a test, the purpose is generally to identify deficits in an ability or a disability, right? And how do you identify, or how would you make a determination, if you're using test scores, that a child has a deficit? What lets you know that a score you obtained is evidence of a potential deficit? Says all of the school psychs who've been heavily trained in standardized testing and psychometrics. Come on, how do you know? All right, I'll give you two scores, 132 and 65. Which one is more likely to be indicative of a deficit? The 65? Why? You think I'm like trying to trick you, don't you? That's it. You don't want to answer. You know the answer. You don't want to say anything because I could be wrong. Oh, come on. It's the 65. A 122 is never going to be a deficit. It's the low score, right? Have you qualified kids with scores of 132, 147, 115, 139, 118 and said, oh, look at that disability. That's a real problem? No, right? It's the 65, 70, 75s that are like, oh God, this looks pretty bad. And then you start worrying when you get to the shady 80s, 81, 82, and it's like, oh, that could be. You get to 90, you're like, okay, no, that just can't be. That's not a problem. It's low scores identify a deficit. Now, when you give a test and you get a score that is 90 or higher, what are the chances that the child merely guessed their way to an average score? Or what are the chances that somehow they just managed to get average ability score without actually having average ability? How often do you think that happens? Very rarely. Yeah, it's hard. You're not giving multiple choice tests where they could guess their way. They have to perform. They have to have the knowledge. They have to express it to you. So if they get 90 or better, you can be pretty darn sure they do not lack that ability. They have it. Now, are you sure you know the exact level of the ability? Maybe not. Maybe they're really, really good. But it doesn't matter, because no matter how high it might be, you're never going to confuse that with being a deficit, right? How many reasons, conversely, how many reasons are there why a child might get a low score like a 65? Could they get a low score for reasons having something other to do with other than a disability? Or is a disability absolutely, just like a high score is absolutely clearly indicative of being okay, a low score is completely definitively indicative of there being a true weakness? What do you think? Are you worried about that low score? Yeah. Because what can affect it? You already know. You've been talking about it. What if I do the testing remotely? That was one of your questions already, all right? We talked about alterations in standardization. That could lower test scores too. We just don't know by how much. What about if the child was inattentive? What if they didn't put forth maximum effort? Why are you told to make sure you establish rapport when you're giving a test? The purpose is always to ensure that you're getting the child to engage in the test to their maximum capability. But sometimes kids check out on you. Sometimes they have things going on. What if a kid needed hearing aids and they didn't wear them? Or the battery died in the hearing aid and the kid doesn't even know? Now you're talking to the kid and they can't understand a word you're saying, or they don't know what you're saying because they can't hear you. What if the child needed glasses and you tested the kid? I did that once, only once. I learned to wait for the nurse to do the screening before I do the testing, all right? But the kid needed glasses horribly. And I'm thinking, oh my God, there's all kinds of visual processing problems going on here. No, the kid just needed glasses. Thank you very much. All right, what about inattention? Kids with ADHD, they might not attend very well. There are many reasons. If a kid's not feeling well, if they're depressed, emotionally, worried or concerned. What if their parents are getting a divorce? They're nervous, thinking about that. All of these things. They didn't get enough sleep last night. They don't perform well. So the chance of a low score being indicative only of a deficit is very low. It's more likely to actually be related to something else, which means we need confirmation of that low score. Not high scores, but low scores. Validity is more of a concern for low scores in disability evaluations. So let's say then you test the kid in one language, English or the native language, doesn't matter. You actually can tell something from that testing, right? What if the kid scores, let's say you tested in Spanish, and the kid scores average on everything you gave them? What are you going to conclude? Average. Yeah. I mean, if they're average in their home language, you're pretty much also done with the entire evaluation. Or are you suddenly going to repeat all that testing in English? For what purpose? Because if the kid does poorly in English, it doesn't matter since they've already done so well in their native language, you can't identify disability anyway, right? It just won't support it. You know if the child can do it, they can do it. If they can't do it in English, it's got to be for some reason other than lack of ability. You already know. So you're done with your evaluation. But the same thing would hold in English, wouldn't it? If you test a kid and you give them all your tests in English and they perform in the average range across the board, are you suddenly compelled to go test them in their native language? No, because the same thing applies. You already know they cannot have a disability no matter how they perform in their native language if they've already demonstrated average ability. So you're done. But what if they don't score average on everything? What if you do get a weakness? Now you have to validate that score, as I've just mentioned. So how do we validate the scores in the native language? We could use the CLIM, except that, as I've mentioned, it's kind of experimental at this point. I can't officially endorse use of the CLIM with the native language test as an evidence-based approach because there's so little research. It's just not enough. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying I can't recommend it officially. But I can recommend the use of the CLIM for any testing you do in English because that has a lot of data to back it up. Lot of data. And so that works. So the question is, if you have to defend the validity of your results, all right, which language should you begin in order to have any chance of defending the validity of your results? English or the native language? Well, logically, it says English, okay? And that is part, not the only reason, but part of the reason why the framework that I'm going to show you begins in English. But it doesn't end in English all the time. In fact, for there to be a disability, you have to do native language testing. Now, there are additional considerations, though, about which language you would begin the evaluation in. Number one, we know that you can't conduct testing in two languages simultaneously. Even when you're speaking to the child, you're not using language simultaneously, are you? You're using it sequentially, and then you code switch. You get that, right? Or you do not understand that. So I need to clarify that. You could give a test where two people were speaking different languages at the same time. How would that testing go? You ever try to read the subtitles and listen to the original dialogue at the same time? It's kind of hard, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I love doing that when I'm at home. My wife and I, she's actually Polish English, and then she knows Spanish as well. So we love watching the Spanish telenovelas with the subtitles, so we can listen and read. We don't like the English translations because they suck and they sound weird anyway. So I love to hear the Spanish, but I also like to see the English subtitles, and I get them both. So you can get used to that, but that's not how testing is performed. And that would be really weird because the child would be listening to both of them and they'd be confused. So what do? You start in one language and then sometimes you code switch when necessary. Very hard to standardize code switching, isn't it? When you talk with your friends, your family, you code switch all the time. I've listened to Dr. Montoya code switch since I've been here many times. But is that a problem for any of us? No, because we all speak Spanish, so it's okay. It doesn't matter what she says, we all understand it. So you can't conduct testing simultaneously in two languages. And you also then have to begin testing in one or the other. Which one you're going to choose? It depends largely on the disability. If the disability is something that is, let's say, relatively obvious, there are physical manifestations, for example, of certain types of developmental disorders, certain types of intellectual disability. If you have that information and the child just arrived from another country, nobody's going to give you much grief if you say we need to conduct an evaluation immediately. You have cause, you have reason. And if you want to do that in a native language because the kid doesn't know much English, nobody's going to probably fault you for that much either. However, when it comes to LD, the most common disability category, that's more problematic because LD does not have any physical manifestation. There's no blood test or genetic testing you can do to determine if somebody has a learning disability. And in order to have a learning disability, the child has to have demonstrated capacity for difficulty in learning. And how do they demonstrate that if they just got to the school? You actually have an obligation, as noted by the U.S. Department of Ed and the Office of Civil Rights, to provide that child with what's called OTL. And that's not over the line. I know that's a very popular game we love to play down here in San Diego, but it's opportunity to learn. What is opportunity to learn? You have to give the child a chance to demonstrate that they have the capacity to learn or that they have trouble to learn, which is at least one academic year, at least. So you can't and should not refer children who arrive immediately for LD evaluations, right? And that means if they've been here a year, they're probably going to pick up enough English in which the testing in English isn't going to be problematic at all. So I put this up here because I want you to know I recognize there are exceptions to what I'm going to tell you. And I give them to you freely and say, yes, there may be times where you will want to, because you think it's most appropriate, evaluate in the native language first. Fine. All right? I hope that's not LD. But in any other disability, you could probably make somewhat of a case there. And I don't have any issues with that. But I'm going to go with testing in English first as the recommendation, not as the strict rule you cannot violate, but as the general guideline for best practice. Okay? So are we clear? Because the first thing that comes out of people's mouths and the first question I get is, but what about, Jorge over here or Juanita over there? They have this. Fine. That's up to you. Just remember this. If you engage in an evaluation in which you're beginning in the native language, you still have to demonstrate the validity of your scores. Now, that may be easier to do for situations in which you're not as heavily reliant on the test scores. That would probably work okay. But if you're heavily reliant on test scores, as you are by definition for LD, then beginning in the native language is not going to work. And testing a child immediately for LD is not going to work. Give them a year, let them develop a little bit of English, and then you won't have any trouble with the English administration anyway. And it really doesn't matter even if they don't speak much English at all. You can still do it in English. It doesn't require that much comprehension to be able to be tested in English. Okay? So that said, here's the overall framework for non-discriminatory assessment. I'm not going to cover all of these points as part of what we're talking about today because that would just take too long. The pre-referral process, the first two, in fact, are part of the pre-referral activities that you would engage in ordinarily. This is where, more than anything, you are giving the child a chance to show that they can learn or that they have problems, where you're making comparisons against true peers as well, even in your pre-referral kind of process. So if you're doing RTI and you're gathering data, please understand that even RTI as a measurement framework has difficulties with measurement for English learners because the rates of progress, the aim lines that you are using are standards based on more or less monolingual native English speakers, not English learners, and even if it is on English learners, not English learners with different levels of exposure to the English or the native language. So until those, let's say, standards are available, and they are not, you have to understand just doing RTI isn't going to be enough to give you the information you need. You're going to have to get a lot more, okay? But the purpose is to determine essentially what is the development of this child and what is reasonable to expect in terms of what we expect them to be able to do. And that's what you're doing. We're going to focus primarily on not the pre-referral process, but the next process. And that is where we decide, okay, we want a comprehensive evaluation. We're likely to use standardized tests. And if we are, then we have to assess construct validity, which is why then I put first with an asterisk right next to it. Okay? Notice that the sentence there says, assess and evaluate construct validity in all areas in English first. It does not say in English only. And I'm going on record because now I can officially say I am being recorded. So this is being recorded for posterity, an official version, and anybody can watch this and they can see that I reinforce the fact that I never said, have never ever said, to test in English only. I'm saying that you should test in English first because it is possible, as I've just explained, that you may not need to test in the native language if you can already determine that there's no disability, right? Shake your heads. I want some affirmation right here. I need it, okay? That's why I'm saying it. But to be absolutely clear, if you are to determine that a child has a disability, if that is to be your conclusion, you cannot do that without native language data. Am I clear? Or do I need to repeat that for more emphasis? Okay, you guys know this. I know it's not anything that, or I'm not saying anything that surprises you here. You know you need that. So in this system, that does not change. What changes is not having to waste your time doing testing that is not going to inform a decision that you can already make validly. That's what I'm trying to get at. So I'm going to focus on those two. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the final one, the piece here, putting it all together. This is where you're adding a layer of validity on top of what you've already done. And think of establishing validity of your results and your data not as a simple exercise, you do it once and you're done. Think of it as an accumulation of evidence. You're adding to it here, and you're adding to it here. And this final piece you're adding to it is this logical consistency between what you found and what was reported or what prompted the referral in the first place. If a child is referred because they're having math computation problems, and you identify that they have an auditory processing deficit, that's not LD. You shouldn't be saying, yep, that's LD, because look, we got a cognitive deficit, got an academic weakness. Why? Because what does auditory processing have to do with math computation difficulties? And that answer is nothing, zero. Unless you're giving the kid nothing but oral kinds of math problems, which you are not doing, right? Then the child can't have a math deficit that is auditorily based. It doesn't work. So that's why that third piece is important. I'm going to cover all of those as we go through. Now, think of the two in the middle, okay, as being broken out into 4 steps. So these are the 4 steps for a multilingual testing approach, all right, which I have it here listed as L1 plus L2. Probably, I think I've been hoping to change that. It should be maybe L2 plus L1 or L1 plus L2. I don't know, I was going to, but it doesn't matter. It really just is a reference to, we're going to use both. Maybe it should be L1/L2. That would probably be better. So the first thing will be to start in English, unless, of course, you're dealing with a disability other than LD, in which case there may be exceptions. What do? You give your tests. What would happen, as I mentioned earlier, if you tested a child who's an English learner and you got nothing but average scores on the WJ4 cognitive or on the WISC-5? You got nothing but 90 or higher. What are you going to do? You're going to say to yourself, okay, something's wrong here. This kid is way too average. I need a disability, so maybe I should get out the Stanford Binet and do it again. Or why don't I go over to the Bateria and see what's going on there? Or maybe the WISC-5 Spanish because it's parallel, so we'll do that. Is that what you're going to do? No. You're not going to go looking for problems when no problems exist. That's not what your task is. If the data already convincingly say this child can perform in the average range even when compared to monolingual English speakers, then you're dealing with a child who not only does not have a disability, you're dealing with a child who has pretty darn good capability. This is a very talented child that could do that, because the average kids can't always do that. So would you need to do anything further from that point on in terms of testing? No, you'd be done. So that's why we can start in English. But that's not likely to happen, is it? More likely, you're going to give the test and you will get 1 or more low scores, won't you? Then what do? Well, now that's where the ceiling comes in. Were those low scores due to language or not? And the CELM will help you address that. That's its exact purpose. And if the CELM says, yes, they were due to language, then you're done again, because it says the kid is average. Those scores might be low, but when they are compared fairly to other children who are not disabled and of average ability, this is where they perform, and this child performed that way, it means average performance. No indication that there's a disability. There's no deficit on which to pin a diagnosis of a disability or determine a disability. So you're done. But once again, that doesn't happen all the time in the CELM. CELM might tell you, no, something's going on here, and so what do? Then you move forward. And that's where you would say, okay, now I have to reevaluate this child in these areas of weakness because there is performance that is lower than what can be explained by culture and language. And that's the native language part. And this is where things really kind of diverge. If you're bilingual, you will accomplish step 3 in this process very differently than if you're not bilingual. Because if you're not bilingual, you're going to be calling a translator interpreter. If you're bilingual, you can administer a native language test. If you're not bilingual and you want to administer a native language test, you're going to have to call in that translator interpreter to administer for you. If you're bilingual, but you're working with a kid that speaks a language you don't, you're going to call in an interpreter or translator to help you work with that child. And if you are bilingual or not bilingual and you have no native language test available, you're going to be translating an English language test on the fly. You see, there's so much variety. I call this the wild, wild west. And this is where we tend to begin bilingual evaluations, which is why we've gotten nowhere for so long, because there's just so much chaos going on. And then finally, step 4 is really actually step 5, or the last step of that process, where we bring everything together to make sure that there is this logical relationship between our deficits and the reported difficulties so that we don't misidentify spurious findings as a disability. And I believe there's a question.
And perhaps your thoughts to elaborate. So the Zoom participant writes, what about assessing the student in academics in Spanish only in the areas he scored low in English, although he has not received any academic instruction in Spanish?
Yeah, I think that's a rhetorical question, isn't it? The person's not actually wanting me to answer. They're just trying to make the point. What sense does it make to evaluate a kid academically in Spanish when they've received no instruction in Spanish? It makes no sense at all, is the actual, answer. Now, let me sort of qualify that a little bit, okay? Because I did have a case once where a child was having trouble in English, and we did, for some reason, do some academic testing in the native language, and they were able to perform average in the native language. So what that told us is, how is this kid actually then learning, but not learning in the classroom? And what are the implications there? The implications are something's wrong in the classroom. Because if the kid can do that, why isn't he then demonstrating that in the classroom? Is it a language comprehension issue? Is it that he doesn't like the classroom or the teacher? There are all kinds of student and teacher kinds of issues. It doesn't always go that smoothly. You guys, if you have children, you know this. You'll deny it and you'll kind of hide it. But you know who the best teachers are at your school, don't you? And you know who you want having your child taught, right? Taught by, you do. And so you make sure you go talk to the principal and say, go put my kid in with Mrs. So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so because I like them. I know they're good, right? And you know the teachers that aren't so good. So that's a variability, factor itself. So, you have to recognize that testing in the native language would only be important for knowing how far they've progressed in the native language. But if they're not getting any instruction, then what does that tell you? Other than, like I said, in one case, we were able to determine, well, the kid actually does seem to be learning. And then I could say, so they're not learning in English, there's something wrong here. But that wasn't pointing toward a disability. That was a differential diagnosis and saying, this is an environmental issue, not an actual ability issue. So always understand the purpose of your testing. What is it for? And remember, achievement testing is not diagnostic. Achievement testing tells you what can they do in the language, but it doesn't tell you why they can or can't do it. If they can do it, they have the skill. But if they can't do it, it doesn't mean they can't learn the skill. It just simply means they've not yet acquired the skill. Why haven't they done it? I'm an actual great example of that. When I was going through school with all the issues that I've told you about, you know that my reading would have been behind my peers, and it was. By the time they had developed automatic fluency in reading and stuff, I was barely decoding. And by the time they stopped reading instruction at the end of 3rd grade, my reading was still just kind of, basic. And I didn't have their kind of processes and like orthographic processing and the automatic kinds of connections between the parts of the brain that connect the frontal lobes to the back so that you see text and you recognize its meaning. I didn't have any of that. And the more I read, I didn't get it because my brain and the neuromaturational process of the brain didn't allow me to develop that level of fluency. There are certain things in which your brain is ready for certain things, and if things don't happen at that time, then those things don't develop. Another way of just looking at it simply is sounds. Like all of you are Spanish speakers, so this never works well with you guys because you can all trill your R's, can't you? Right? Real easy. But ask somebody who doesn't speak Spanish, trill your R and let me hear it. Can they do it? No. They look at you like they're choking or something because they can't get it out. Right? Why can't they do that? A simple mechanical thing. R, there you go. Why can't they do that? Well, again, it's because they didn't have the practice. They didn't have the hearing of the sounds. They didn't have the feedback. They didn't have their brain at the right point in time being exposed to all of this so that the brain could give the lips, the teeth, the tongue, the right feedback to produce that sound in that way. And so they are unable to produce it. It's the advent of accent. It's just a simple example. People who develop accents very frequently do not lose those accents later in life. I often hear about people say, oh, my grandmother, she has such a heavy accent, and I don't know why. She's been living in the US for 65 years. You'd think she'd learn to speak English by now. Your grandmother speaks English fine. Just because it's accented doesn't mean she doesn't know what she's saying. And that, again, is sort of a misconception that we have. So again, I think it's important to just recognize what purpose is the testing for and make sure you go that way. Achievement testing just tells you what they can do, but not why. The why comes from the cognitive testing or the language testing as well, or neuropsych, but not from the achievement. The achievement is, okay, there's a manifestation of a problem, but what's the nature of that problem? That's the diagnostic part. And that's what I'm trying to help you with here. In fact, that's the case study with Maria that we're going to go into after the next question, because I see it coming up here.
Almost quasi case study. Here's a scenario proposed by a Zoom participant. Our district's dual immersion program does not become 50% in English and 50% in Spanish until 4th grade. Should those native Spanish speakers have testing done in Spanish, English, or both if tested in 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th grade? They are not fully immersed into English-speaking instruction until 6th grade.
Again, what you're testing academically at that point is what they can do in either language. Now, if you remember the Thomson-Collier chart that I showed you, by 4th grade, are they at grade level? They are not. So if you're expecting them to be at grade level, you're going to be sorely disappointed on average. So you must account for that. And by the way, the ELIM will do that. That's the whole purpose of the ELIM, is to address issues exactly like that. And so you have to say, no, they shouldn't even be at grade level until somewhere around 6th grade. Now, should they be at grade level in both languages? Okay, this should be fairly close to it, but there is a difference still, and that difference is that the tests you're using probably aren't normed on English learners or individuals that are bilingual. Bilingualism carries its own unique set of developmental circumstances, and so measuring it in one language or the other is kind of like saying, well, you should have been monolingually exposed, but you weren't. Even if you were absolutely exposed to both languages equally, 50%, okay? Think about this. 50% of your life, by the time you are, let's see, 4th grade, you would be 9 years old, all right? So how long have you been learning English, actually? 4.5 years. How long have you been learning Spanish? 4.5 years. That would be the 50-50 ratio. But you're 9 years old. So if I compare you to children who've been learning English for 9 years, you're not going to do as well. That's why initially the dual language and bilingual programs look like you're kind of behind. But in time, that difference tends to wash out as long as the development was never interrupted. If the development was interrupted and you had to start from scratch, you're just not going to catch up. But if the development was never interrupted, then those levels can both increase. And do they increase like quickly? No, it takes time. But once they get there, they continue to increase and do much better. So I guess to me, it depends on what the purpose is and what you want to know. Most accountability in schools is in English, isn't it? And this is probably a great question to ask you guys because you're so heavily Hispanic down here. can you graduate from a high school here in Imperial County if you are completely literate, all right, in Spanish, but you have no English skills whatsoever? Is that something that could be done? Could you get your diploma from a high school here in Imperial County if you cannot do anything in English, but you can, in fact, do 12th grade level work in Spanish? Is that possible? I'm going to ask Dr. Montoya. She's like, no. No. You have some kind of accountability standard and what they have to meet, and it's in English, isn't it? Yeah. I've asked that question everywhere that I've gone. One place told me that it was possible, and that was in Ohio, but I don't believe them. I think they were lying to me. Maybe not. I'm sorry, Ohio, if you were telling the truth. Forgive me. But it just seems strange, okay? Because everywhere I go, it's always the same answer. Even here, where you would think maybe they'd make allowances, there are places where there's not even a hint of an allowance, period. You don't meet the standard, you don't get your diploma, that's all there is to it. But it's in English. And so the testing in the native language can only inform maybe the ideas of progress, but the testing in English is going to inform where they are in terms of their academic need. And that's more important because now you have to work in getting that child to succeed even more in English because that's the one you're going to hold them to. If you allowed them in a dual language program to meet graduation standards in either language, then you'd have no problem. But if you're only going to do it in English, then you're going to have to focus on that from 4th, 5th, 6th grade on up. So that's what I would say. All right. Anything else? Are we good? We're good. Okay. And I should give a shout out to the people that are remote. I know I mentioned this before, but you told me, Dr. Montoya, that there were some folks from Carlsbad, right? And I have a great story about Carlsbad. I don't have time to tell the whole thing, but I actually, remember I was telling you I didn't know what I know, that I was ignorant even when I was in the Air Force testing kids in Spanish, thinking I'm Mr. Bilingual. Well, when I wanted to respecialize from clinical psychology into school psychology, I thought all I had to do was get a job in school psychology. So I looked in the newspaper and I found classified ads and I said, hey, Carlsbad is looking for a bilingual school psychologist. I bet I can do that. I had no training in school psychology. My PhD was in clinical. So I called them up. They said, sure, come on down. They did an interview with me. Thank you very much, Carlsbad. And I remember they asked me, so how would you evaluate a kid? And I gave them the complete straight clinical answer. I said, you know, WISC, MMPI, Rorschach, Bender. And then they said, like, would you do an observation? And in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, I would go to the classroom door, look in that little window and say, oh yeah, there's the kid. Okay, that's my observation, right? So I said, of course. And then they talked to me in Spanish. I spoke back in Spanish and they said, great, we want to hire you. So Carlsbad, you almost had me, except for when I went down to HR to get all my paperwork taken care of, they asked me for something called a credential. And that's when I said, I don't have a credential, I have a PhD. See, here's my diploma right here. There you go. And they're like, no, 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 I need the credential from the state. And I'm like, but I don't have that. I have this from my university. And they're like, no, we need the credential from the state. And so I could not get hired to be a school psychologist in the state of California because I did not have that credential. And I actually thought it was so easy to get. I was so disappointed. I'm so sorry, Carlsbad, you missed out on me. It wasn't your fault. It was my fault for not knowing I needed a stupid credential. But I asked the person, how do I get one? And they said, oh, the state gives them out. I said, do you have a number? And they said, yeah, gave me the number. I literally called somebody here in California at the State Department in Sacramento and said, hi, I understand you give out the PPS credential for school psychology. And they said, yes, we do. And I said, can I have one? And they said, no, you can't. And I said, why not? I got a PhD in clinical. They said, you have to be graduated from a program or have that program recommend you for the credential. And I said, so if I get a program to recommend me, you would give it to me? They said, yes, we would. And I said, great, do you have some numbers? And they gave me all the numbers for the school psych programs in San Diego. And I called every single one, spoke to the director and said, hi, I've got a PhD in clinical psychology, and the state tells me that if you recommend me for the school psychology credential, they'll give it to me. Would you recommend me, please? And their answer was, after they stopped laughing, no, yeah, exactly. And I called everyone, and every time they're saying, you have to take classes. And I'm going, I've already taken classes. My parents think I'm a professional student. I can't go back to school. I was already 35. I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, you're going to have to do this. And I'm like, I need a job. I have a family to support. I can't be going back to school and pay for that. Please, no, I can't do that. Every place, every place. And finally, I had given up until San Diego State called me back. And they were a little clever. And Valerie Cook Morales, who has passed away since, but she was there. And she said, so tell me your story. And she listened, I think, and she said, all right, listen, we're doing some interviews tomorrow morning for admission stuff. Why don't you come down, just join us, and we'll talk to you in the afternoon about what we could do. I'm like, okay, you know, I wasn't hopeful, but I thought, well, I'd go. And they sneakily put me into their admissions kind of process, which is they put you in a circle, you start sharing and pairing and talking about things. And I went through the whole day doing their activities for admissions. I'm like, I'm not here to get admitted. I'm just here to get the credential, right? But at the end, they said, we want you to come to our program. And I'm like, no, because I have to take classes and I can't afford that. And then she said the magic words, grants, exactly. She said, you speak Spanish? Yes. And she said, and we can put you in the bilingual program, we put you in this. And she said, aren't you ex-military too? I said, yes. She says, you have GI Bill? I said, yes, I do. Okay, so I got paid. I made more money going back to school than I'd ever made in my entire life. So that's how I respecialized in school psychology. It was nothing by design. I just kind of fell into it. But it was all thanks to Carlsbad for not hiring me on the spot and having me there. So, let me pick this up, sorry, before I step on it and break it. Okay, so let's talk about Maria. Case study here. Maria is 9 years old, 4th grade student. Maria was born in the United States, but shortly after her parents arrived from Oaxaca. Okay, they lived in Oaxaca is pretty rural itself, but even in a more rural area than that, and had no education. The parents basically had instruction intermittently from like a circuit rider teacher and so on. So they would get like a couple weeks of education, then the person would go away for 6 months and come back. They were like on horseback. That's how rural it was. So they can't really even read in Spanish, all right? But they can converse in it. So they learned Spanish. Now, that was also their second language, not their first. So the parents had another indigenous language, which was their first. But they came to the US, then Maria was born here, and she has an older brother who's about 5 years older. And they were migrant farm workers to begin with, moved around quite a bit. But by the time Maria was starting kindergarten, they settled down, and the father took a job with a local landscaping company. The mom started cleaning homes because both kids were now in school, so she had more time. And so they had more stability there. Maria got English as a second language services only, 45 minutes, a couple of times a week, the typical kind of thing that kids get. She had difficulties primarily in things like reading comprehension. Her learning seemed to be slower, but once she mastered something, she seemed to be much better at it. Her math computation, for example, was pretty good, except that she seems to make careless mistakes. She borrows, carries, forgets that she borrowed a carry, and then she adds up the wrong numbers. But she's capable of doing it. Took her a while to learn to do like double-digit multiplication or something, but once she mastered the steps and the procedures, and she had them written down for her, she was able to follow, and she can actually do it. She has writing difficulties, not so much in expressing herself, and not so much in fluently getting it out, as much as she doesn't write about what she's instructed to write about really well. So when she reads, for example, a paragraph, and she's told to write about that paragraph, she doesn't get the main concepts out. She doesn't get the main features out. She gets certain things, and it comes out chaotic or fragmented and disjointed. So it doesn't express her thoughts very, very well. Reading is her biggest problem, and it's, again, comprehension primarily. She reads a sentence, and if you ask her, repeat that to me, she has difficulty. It's like she almost forgot it. She doesn't know what's going on. If she reads a paragraph or a chapter, and you say, tell me what the story was about, you have a lot of trouble. But her fluency in speaking is not problematic. She passed the LPAC already in 3rd grade, and now in 4th grade, she's not getting any ESL support services. So she speaks fluently. Her reading actually is okay. She decodes, and she actually has relatively good oral reading fluency. It's just simply the comprehension that isn't coming through. So the 4th grade teacher is a little worried because her performance is beginning to go down. The teacher's noting that now that they've left basic skills training behind and they're moving into conceptual development, where you're no longer just learning to read, but now you're reading to learn, she's having more trouble, especially since the ESL support has been removed because her English skills apparently are so good that she's now considered a former English language learner, and she is completely proficient, and people think she might as well be a monolingual native English speaker, which she clearly is not. So the referral is for suspected learning disability. And that's a little bit of her history and her background, and I think that's probably enough to know. And the first thing we'd probably want to determine is how different then is Maria from the test that we're likely to use to evaluate her. Is she markedly different, moderately different, or slightly different? I mean, I'm sure Maria's story sounds a lot like some of your stories. I bet it's not all that different. It's not any different than mine. Not a whole lot. I mean, my parents were a little bit better educated, but not much. My dad didn't have a high school education. My mom did, but it was in a public school. And it was in Spanish, not in English. What do you think? Moderately? Yeah, I mean, is there anything in her history that suggests there's a profound impact? We could go to the indigenous languages being her third. That might be an issue. But when I spoke to the parents said, no, when they came to the US and she was born here, they only used Spanish, particularly since that's what was being used when they were working and doing their things. So they didn't really teach that to their children. So they've not been exposed to that. So for her, English is the second language, not the third. There's no history of extreme poverty. Yes, migrant farm workers aren't making a lot of money, but she didn't have anything that looked like it was causing an additional developmental disruption. So moderately different, and certainly not slightly different. Remember, children who are slightly different are like my kids. My kids, they spoke English from birth, but they're not monolinguals, okay? And that's why they would be slightly different. So she was evaluated then with the WISC-5, the Wyatt-3, WJ-4, okay, in a cross-battery kind of style. I'm going to run you through that, and then we'll take a quick break right after this. But I'm going to run through these steps as I've outlined them to you, and we're going to start with number one, obviously, testing first in English. And these are the scores that we got. So what's the first thing that we do? We just take a look at those indexes and we say, did Maria score average or better in everything we gave her? Yes or no? No, she did not. All right, you notice my use of the color coding green and red? You like that, right? See, the red is no, the green is like a yes kind of thing, right? Yeah, green light, red light, it just never went away from me in my life, did it? It's actually part of my architectural training too, the use of color, formatting and stuff. My first degree is not in clinical psychology or psychology. My first degree is a Bachelor of Science in Architecture. I shouldn't be standing here before you today. This is a total accident. Like I said, I got into school of psychology because San Diego State pulled me down there and just sort of finagled a way to get me into doing a bilingual postdoc that I had no idea I was going to necessarily do. And I got into psychology only because, well, it's a long story, but it was by accident. I was in architecture. I have my degree in architecture. And I should have been an ignorant architect voting against bilingual education, living in Mammoth Lakes. That's where my life was headed. So you can see it's been quite a turnaround, hasn't it? Anyway, that's another story. So she didn't do well in everything. So can we stop our evaluation and say, hey, nothing wrong with Maria in this case? Are we done? You look a little confused. That was a deliberate attempt to confuse you by the way I say that. Is that it? Is that I'm just so persuasive in the way that I say things, you just follow along with me? Like even when I'm being sarcastic, you think, oh, he must be serious? I'm like Sheldon Cooper that way, aren't I, in the Big Bang Theory? I don't do sarcasm well. Because, I say it, and you should be going like, oh, please, Dr. Ortiz, look at the scores. Of course we're going to have to follow up. There are only 3 areas in which she did average anyway, right? Visual spatial index, which is visual processing, the processing speed index, right? And the auditory processing. Those are areas that are fine, okay? So she did not score average or better in everything. So now what do we do? Well, what we're going to do is step number 2. See how easy things go? It's very simple. We're going to say, put the scores into the CLIM. So let's do that. Put the scores into the CLIM, okay? Here's her CLIM. I'm going to click on the WISC-5 because that was the one that I gave. I'm using the free version here. The commercial version, I would use the drop-down menu, select the WISC, and it would load it up. So it loads up the subtest. What do? Throw the scores in there. Scaled scores, easy. In the CLIM, you can put in scale scores, you can put in deviation IQ, and 4 tests, cognitive tests that use T-scores, the DOS, the Wechsler nonverbal, and the RIOS-2, you can even put T-scores in. They will automatically be converted for you to deviation IQ before they are aggregated. You have to do that arithmetically for that to be appropriate. So we get the scores in there. Now, what do? Well, I'm not done because I did more than the WISC. I had to measure auditory processing, which is not on the WISC. I used the WJ. I wanted to measure long-term storage and retrieval, which I can do with the WISC, but I have to give 5 subtests to do that. To get the storage and retrieval index, you have to give 2 naming speed index tests, 3 symbol translation index tests, right? And that's 5 to get 1 score. So much easier, unless you have all the time in the world. How much time do you get down here in Imperial County to do your evaluations? They give you like a whole year, get 1 done. No, you're bound by federal and state regulations. Basically 60 days max, but 50 days is what they often say, just to try to get you under that 60-day window, right? And that's like 60 calendar days or 50 working days. So you've got to do a lot of evaluation. You don't want to be doing too much work. So I did the GLR cluster from the WJ because I was using it anyway. So I click on the WJ to bring those tests in, and you see how the other tests that I didn't give scores for are taken out, and there are spaces, empty spaces, repopulated with the WJ. And now I put those scores in, and there were 4 of them, right? So I pop them in, and they're already deviation IQ, so I don't even need to worry about them. They're already in there and converted properly. Now, I want to get rid of the tests that I didn't give. You don't need them. They're like visually cluttering. So you see a lot of writing here. When I click that blue button up there, okay, it gets rid of those tests I didn't give, and this is what I'm left with. Much easier to look at this way. And I have scores now. And all I have to do is to begin my interpretation. And I would do that. I could do that here by looking at the scores, looking at variability, especially if you're using the free version. You need to look at the difference between the scores here. And significant variability, I'll operationalize it for you later on. But it's really looking at a score that is below the expected range, and then the next highest score is within the expected range and at least 1 standard deviation away from that low score. That's the definition of the variability that I'm talking about. And that's why the commercial version does that for you automatically. Free version, you kind of have to do that on your own. But you scroll down and you look at the graph. And this is the graph. So my question before we take our break here, are Maria's scores, as we see them here, likely to be valid or likely to be invalid? And I love that you're all just jumping up wanting to answer that question, right? And I hope the guys that are remote, you guys are like, oh, look, it's valid, it's valid, it's valid. Because that's what it is, right? They're typing in the chat box, valid, 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 with exclamation points. Do you see a declining pattern here overall? Can you say that all of these scores were affected by some variable that uniformly depressed them down? Do you see that? No, you don't. So that's criteria number 1, out the window. Scores are already valid. Number 2, not all the scores are in the average range anyway, the expected average range, right? So that's criteria number 2 is not met. And if there's variability, which we could check from before, that would also have to have been met. So clearly we know our scores are likely to be valid. And that is what we use the CLIM for. That's when we bring it in. Now I'm going to pause here because we're going to move forward. But you've already completed the first 2 steps in doing this process, and you've not been asked to do anything that you cannot already do. Every single one of you. With the tools that you have, with what's available to you, anybody can get this far without any difficulty whatsoever. Regardless of the language you speak, regardless of the language of the child, right? You have the ability to get this far. Now, to go the rest of the way, we'll have to do more, but we're going to take another 10, 15-minute break, 10-minute break.
Okay. One quick question before we take a break.
Okay, before the break, go ahead.
Just clarification, someone had asked, what are your recommendations, or is your recommendation to solely use the CLIM for SLD, but could it be utilized appropriately for English learners for whom the consideration or suspected disability is autism, OHI, ID, so forth?
The answer would be, if you are attempting to use test scores for the determination of any disability, then yeah, the CLIM would absolutely apply. Now, the CLIM, when you're looking at LD, since you're looking at specific kinds of domain deficits that could be related to LD, and it doesn't matter which ones they are, probably has a lot more direct relevance to LD that way. Because, for example, how does an autistic child who's an English learner manifest in their cognitive skills? We don't really know. And it's probably not likely to be cohesive anyway. So that means some kids who have autism could be very good verbally, and some kids who have autism could be very poor verbally. So it's always going to be more unique in that way. However, it doesn't matter. The impact of language on any test scores that you've collected can be measured and evaluated through the CLIM, regardless of the disability you happen to be looking at. Okay? All right, anything else? Es todo? See, I can code switch too. See? And they understood me. I didn't even have to say anything. They're like, they know what's going on. All right. So a break, and then we'll come back, and then we'll wrap up for the afternoon, because we are done at 3:30 today. And you get a measure of language in which the score itself is valid without having to do anything. And the answer is yes, you can. It's not easy to create that, but that's exactly what we did. And it was done primarily by adhering to what I was telling you before, the creation of norms that account for differences in language. So our test, the Ortiz PVT, has a complete set of norms for monolingual English speakers. I bet some of you didn't know that, did you? That you can actually give the Ortiz PVT to monolingual native English speakers, right? And you know why that surprises you? I know why it surprises you, because people ask me this all the time. And it's because it's called the Ortiz PVAT, and you're thinking, well, if Dr. Ortiz made it, and since he's Hispanic, then it's a test for Hispanics. No, it's not, okay? And what is there to prevent a person by the surname of Ortiz from being able to develop a test that is valid for people who are monolingual native English speakers? That's known as implicit bias, and shame on you for even thinking that, okay? Now, I still know why you think that, and I get it. But the reality is, hey, I can make a test just as good as anybody, even if my name isn't Woodcock or Kaufman or something like that, okay? It can be Ortiz, it can be Montoya, it can be Alvarez, it can be, whatever we want it to be. It doesn't matter, you could do it. But that's not what's important about the test. If you need a test in English, you can probably take any test you want. But the test contains a separate set of norms, completely separate. Not an addition, not a subsample, but a completely distinct set of norms for English learners. I already mentioned to you that it's validated from ages 2.5 to 2211. It has all the stratification variables everybody else uses, geographic region, parental education level, right? Same as what we do in the English version. But when it comes to race or ethnicity, it's not there. Why? Does that mean, oh, you didn't include any Puerto Ricans in your sample, so therefore your test is not valid for them? No, it doesn't matter. Even if we didn't include any people of any particular race or ethnicity in the monolingual English sample, that doesn't change the applicability or the representation of the norms, because it's driven by numbers. When you have 70% of the population monolingual English-speaking whites, then those are the people that drive your norms. Because if you have, let's say, Native Americans at 1%, that means in a sample of 200 kids, you have 2 kids in that sample. And no matter what their scores are on the test, they could be complete zeros. It doesn't change the norms. The 70 other kids that are comprising those norms, or well, it would be 140 in this case, would be setting the standard, and it's not going to change. So it's not about skin color, really. It's really about other factors that affect that. And for us, the critical one was language. So we stratified on the basis of language, and we included 53 different languages in that norm sample. Not just Spanish speakers, not just Mandarin speakers, French, Urdu, Arabic, and so on, but all the way down the list. And note that once you get to the top 5 languages in the United States, you've already accounted for 95% of the ELLs. And we didn't stop there. Granted, I know that there are probably 350 plus different languages spoken in the US, okay? So you might be thinking 53 is not all that many compared to 350, but 53 is 52 more than anybody else has done, so I'm not apologizing for that, okay? I am very proud of that. But that's not all we did. We added, as you can see at the bottom right there, proportion of lifetime exposure to English. No other test does this other than the BESA that I mentioned. And we did not do it categorically, we did it continuously, so that a child who is determined to have 35% exposure to English, okay, in their life, regardless of what age they happen to be, 2.5, 3.5, 10.5, 22, doesn't matter. They will be compared to other children of the exact same age, but with the exact same percentage, 35% of English exposure as well. If your exposure to English is increased, you get compared to those kids. Your exposure to English is less than that, you get compared to those kids. You never get compared to anybody that isn't actually developmentally just like you. That's really the key. And does it make any difference? Yeah, it made a heck of a difference. On the left side, what you see are the scores from 3 groups of kids, a subsample of our norms, where we grouped them and then took an average of their exposure. So the yellow group's average exposure is 5%, 0 to 10. The green group is an average of about 30% exposure for was what? 11 to 50%. And then the orange group was an average of about 75% exposure. That was 50 to 100% in those groups, okay? And so we took their average score and then we compared them to monolingual English-speaking norms. And lo and behold, what do we see? We see that pattern of decline that I have been showing you over and over and over again. We can be quite discriminatory if we want to, but we're not going to be. And I refuse to allow the test to even give you those numbers because I don't want you making those comparisons. I don't want those numbers floating out there in any way, shape, or form. That is a discriminatory comparison because it makes it look like you're doing pretty bad, especially if you're in the low exposure group, okay? So what did we do? We said, no, the score you're going to get is going to be comparison of kids with 5% exposure to other kids with 5% exposure who are of the same age. And when you do that, the score was 100.2. When you do it for the green group, the score was 101. When you do it for the orange group, the score was 100. Those are your diagnostic scores. Those are the ones you're going to interpret. That's what you're going to get in the report because that is telling you this child or this student's performance and development in English is comparable to other individuals of the same age who've been learning English for the same amount of time. That's the standard that it uses there. And we looked at a couple of issues because I did have some early nightmares when we were doing the development. And I was worried, for example, about how certain things would play out. And one of the things we looked at actually was in the monolingual English-speaking sample was whether or not there would be racial differences in the performance. And I worried about this because I thought if there are, then there's other things that maybe need to be accounted for as well that I probably wasn't accounting for in my test. But when we looked at it, this is what we got. From African American on down, we got 99.4, 99.5, 100.5, 96.3. Pairwise comparisons of all those means showed no statistically significant difference between any of them. This is hard evidence that performance on a test, particularly a vocabulary test, which is a test that is highly G-saturated, that means related to general intelligence, and a test which historically has shown the biggest declines in performance among people of color, right, actually is not rooted in intrinsic differences, but probably attributable primarily to linguistic differences. I have data. I have data to say it's not nature, it's nurture quite a bit. So the important part of this too is not just the lack of significance, but even if there had been a statistically significant result, which there probably should have been, we have a huge amount of power, statistical power here with 1,523 degrees of freedom. We could have found a very, very small difference, still not there. But even if we had the partial eta squared, the score on the very far right-hand side with the funny looking n with the 2 over it, right? That's like Cohen's d, delta, which is a measure of effect size. And it's like the percentage of the standard deviation of the distribution, just to give you an idea of how big the difference is. A small effect size is 0.2 or 0.3. Small effect size. We didn't get 0.2 or 0.3. We didn't get 0.02 or 0.03. We got 0.005. Basically, an effect size that is 100 times smaller than a small effect size, which means it is meaningless, even if there had been a statistically significant difference, and yet there wasn't. And that didn't happen just once, it happened twice on Form A and Form B. I even replicated our own study to show you that it doesn't matter. It ain't about skin color, people, it's about language. Language is accounting for the variance. And then somebody asked me one time, and this put me into a panic, well, what about the fact that somebody learned Arabic first instead of Spanish, and now they're learning English? Wouldn't that cause differences in their learning of English? I'm like, I have no idea. That's a really good question. I'm going to go sleep on it, and I'm going to panic quite a bit, which I did. I had nightmares all the time until finally MHS gave me the data and said, well, here's an analysis of the different language groups and their performance. And lo and behold, they did not differ. And what this means is it does not matter what your first language was. Your learning of English proceeds in the same way as everybody else's. And this makes sense when you stop and think about it. We don't learn English randomly, do we? In the speech language paths, if you're still online with me here, you know this. English is learned in a sequence, a known sequence. The first words we tend to learn are nouns, then followed by verbs, then adjectives, then adverbs, and prepositions are last. That's the order of acquisition. Now, do we learn every single word in order in exactly the same way? No, but it's very similar pattern, and it doesn't change. So that's why the test could be valid for any individual, regardless of their language, because the acquisition of English is not a random acquisition. It is a known, measurable pattern of acquisition, and we can follow that regardless of what your first language happened to be. So I was really excited about that, and I stopped having nightmares after that too. So the applications of this are really quite broad and profound. What we realized afterwards is that once you have that true peer aim line, once you know that, Now you can apply it to everything you're trying to measure, whatever purpose you have. Do you want to know the instructional level of the child? We can tell you that. You want to progress monitor for kids? You can actually use a standardized test to progress monitor in the pre-referral stage. Because, by the way, progress monitoring data and the collection of progress monitoring data, even with standardized tests, is not considered disability evaluation. A lot of people get that wrong. They think, oh, if I give a standardized test, that's testing, that falls under IDEA. No, no, no. It is the purpose of your testing that determines whether it falls under IDEA or not. And if the purpose is to determine a disability, then it falls under IDEA. If the purpose is to determine instruction, intervention, or planning for the education, then it's not under IDEA, and you certainly can't do it. But we're concerned primarily in this case, not with these other types of applications, but the one at the bottom, the diagnostic and disability evaluation. That's what we want to do. And in case you were worried about what I just said and you think I misspoke, here you go. Section 300.302, quoted directly from IDEA, screening for instructional purposes is not evaluation, in black and white. Got it? And you can read the paragraph right there. Screening of a student by a teacher or specialist to determine appropriate instructional strategies for curriculum implementation shall not be considered to be an evaluation for eligibility for special ed and related services. You know what that means? No parental consent is actually even required for that. If the district, if the school, if the teacher determines they need that information, you are welcome to go get it, and you don't even have to ask for permission. You can do it. So just wanted to make sure. Here's what the report looks like, and the important part of it is the second page with this distribution here. There is where you will get a standard score, and there is where you will begin your interpretation. You'll basically look right in here, and I will show you the standard score is reported right there. It's also right here. And in Maria's case here, she got a 93. So what does that mean for Maria? She got a 93. How do you interpret a 93? Average, right? So it doesn't bother you. It means Maria may not be a, let's say, highly proficient English speaker as compared to other children who are 9 years old, particularly children who are monolingual English speakers of 9 years old, okay? But compared to other 9-year-olds who've been learning English for, and in her case, that amount of time was determined to be 44% of her life. And how was that determined? It was determined by answering some of the questions that are built into the test. You look at what age did she first begin to learn English. You look at how much formal instruction she has had. You look at whether or not there are other people in the home that might be speaking the language. You look at the parental level of literacy and or proficiency in English, and you make a determination as to how much time there has been. And then that amount of time is subtracted from her age, obviously, and then you divide that by her age and you get the proportion. So basically this says that almost half of Maria's life, she has been exposed to English. And again, she's 9 years old. She was born in the US, started kindergarten, so you figure it's about 50% would be at best. This is what I said before. So it's a little bit less than that. And that's who she's compared to. Not 9-year-olds with 20% exposure to English, and not 9-year-olds with 80% exposure to English, but 9-year-olds with 44% exposure to English. And her score is dead on average, and we're not going to worry about it. So diagnostically, we have that information, but we're not done yet. The report goes on to give you the other information that I was mentioning that is also quite helpful. You want to know her instructional level. Notice that, it's going to give you this separate information here, and it tells you that, well, she's still, in terms of being compared to native English speakers, she's below where she would be expected. That's why she was referred in the first place, because they think she's a monolingual native English speaker. She's passed the LPAC. Why isn't she doing better? Well, she isn't doing better because she's actually, in fact, not a monolingual native English speaker. She needs some modifications in the classroom, but probably not a lot. And you can see it says here, she does need some help. She was probably getting some help from ESL, and when that was removed, that made her then begin to sink a little bit. Not that she's necessarily going to sink that far, but she does still need the help. If you wanted to know what needed to be done in the classroom, there you go. There you go. If you're a speech-language path, there you go. And then there's other additional information there. You get a page and a half of tailored recommendations. These are not recommendations that are just generic. They are based on her age. They are based on whether she's in school or out of school. They're based on her performance on the test itself, whether she's an English learner or not. All of these things factor into what those recommendations should be. Now, you're not even done. The final page gives you this. And I've shown you this a little bit before because you've seen this part down here. That's the Bix and Calp graph. What's above here are two tables, one showing the word types, right, parts of speech essentially, that she has been given and how she did. So if you look at it, given where her language started, she got a lot of nouns, 29 of them, and she got 25 correct, 86%. Not terrible, okay? Out of verbs, 23, she got 16. That's not very good at 70%. Now, she did okay with adjectives, 6 out of 7, and fine with prepositions and adverbs, but she didn't get a lot of those in terms of the testing. The majority of testing shows that, yeah, she got to some of the words, her verbs maybe not well developed. But even that is informational. If you're a speech language path and they say you need to improve this child's vocabulary, what vocabulary are you going to focus on? It's going to be verbs. This is where her language then would be breaking down. Okay? But you can go further. What about Bix and Calp? We know that she was given no words at the emergent Bix level. Why? Because the test has a built-in screener. And so she didn't need to get those easy words to know where she was. She was automatically started at the right spot based on her answers to the first 10 items. And not even the first 10 items. She gets the first one right, then it goes to the next item. If she gets that one right, it goes to the next item. If she gets that one wrong, it goes to the correct starting point. So it goes to the correct starting point based on which or where you happen to get the first of the 10 items incorrect. And so she didn't need that. She went right to the intermediate, as you can see, Bix level. She did great there, 15 out of 17. She did pretty good at advanced Bix, 22 out of 25. And then she broke down a little bit right there in emergent Calp. And that means that basically her performance is somewhere about right here, all right, in her, or where she's expected to be, but her actual level, if she's at the advanced Bix level, oops, sorry, she is like, well, she's right in there, okay, but she's needing to be right there. And so she's not that far behind linguistically. People might think, oh my God, she's in a lot of trouble and stuff. No, what she really needs not only are those verbs, but she's going to need to be able to think in the language, reason in the language. This is what fourth grade begins on up, begins to require. She's no longer just conversing. She's no longer going to be able to rely on Bix. And if that Calp doesn't begin to emerge and that level of language and vocabulary doesn't emerge, she's going to have a lot of trouble. And so you know where to intervene. And we could use this information regardless of whether we determine that Maria has a disability. That's really ideal because the simple act of evaluating a child and giving them a determination of something or not determining that they have a disability does not solve their learning problem, does it? Something still needs to be done. If the child was referred, it's because somebody's concerned about the learning and something needs to be done with it. You can also, we built this into the test as well, look at actual growth. The LPAC is not a great measure of growth. Please don't rely on it for that. It is a compliance test for Title III. It does its compliance duties quite well, so leave it at that. We won't talk about it very much. Every state has to do it. Every state wants their money, so every state has a test that makes it easy to get their money, okay? Because each state designs their own test, or they adopt a standard one. California has its unique LPAC. Texas uses the TELPAS. New York, the nicest lot. Most states use the WIDA, all for the same purpose, okay? You just buy an off-the-shelf test, boom, you get your money and everything is fine, okay? We need growth. If you need actual growth, we have a growth statistic that is built in, growth index, that you can actually determine whether any interventions that you are providing, whether the instruction that the child is getting right now is in fact helping that child or not, and how much. And that allows you then to change interventions and say, rather than randomly picking something, let's figure out what's going to work and let's do something a little bit better. And that's what gives you there. Now, somebody asked me about the Woodcock-Munoz Language Survey earlier, and I gave you my opinion. And I just want to demonstrate why I have the opinion that I have. And here's sort of an example of it. And this was a set of data given to me by an urban school district in Georgia, in the southeast. And they started with the Ortiz PVT while they were also giving the Woodcock-Munoz Language Survey, the third edition. And they would get the English and Spanish scores. And their methodology was to test and evaluate in the dominant language. So when you look at the scores here, let's start with the green scores, which are the Spanish scores from the Woodcock-Munoz. Out of the 14 kids that are here, 12 of them scored below average, okay? Only 2 kids are even in the average range. of those kids, okay, basically, I think, I forget the numbers, but maybe 9 of them or so, or 5 of them, sorry, not 9, 5 of them are dominant in Spanish. If you just look at the standard scores, right? So basically the 104 is dominant because you have a 45 in English. The 88 is dominant because of the 42. Then you have a 61 is dominant over the 40. And then you have a 73 over the 40 and a 59 over the 43. I think that 59 over the 43 is really interesting, isn't it? A 59, a score of 59, which is what? Let's see, less than the first percentile? And you're still dominant in Spanish. Do you really think that testing any of these kids with scores that range from like 40 all the way up to a high of 73, that if I give them tests in Spanish, that suddenly they're going to do average on everything else? It's unlikely. And even if they did, they're still going to be identified on the basis of this score as having speech-language impairment, aren't they? Because this is a language survey, okay? And if they score well on some of the things we give them, but not other things, then they're going to have LD. And if they score poorly on everything else that we give them, not only do they have a language problem, they have a general learning disability, which means they have potentially intellectual disability. They're going to be identified one way or another with that minimum language impairment in 12 out of the 14 cases. Now, what about the English language testing? In 9 of those cases, English is dominant. 64 is dominant over a 40. So that means this kid's more dominant in English. Do you really think a kid with a 64 in English is going to do very well on anything else you're going to give them? Just because they are dominant in English, does that mean you're going to get valid results in what you measure? Oh, God, no. I mean, the highest score among all those kids is what? A 69. The highest. And of those kids, 9 of them are in fact dominant in English. But what it means is this. If you test them and they score average on everything else you give them, miraculously, they're still speech-language impaired, at a minimum, all 14 of them. If they score well on some things, poorly on others, you'll probably find them as having learning disability. If they score poorly on everything, you're going to call them intellectually disabled. And you have a score of 69 or lower to be able to back that up. So that means following a process of dominant language testing, you're going to identify either 12 out of the 14 or all 14 out of the 14, depending upon which way you go with them. But look at their scores compared to the Ortiz PVAT. There is only one kid that absolutely has some kind of evidence of a difficulty. That kindergarten student just started, got a 71 on the Ortiz PVAT. That's not a very good score. That means that compared to other kindergarten students, 5-year-old students, this kid doesn't know nearly the amount of language as compared to other kids who have been learning English for exactly the same amount of time. And they didn't tell me how much time that was in this case, so I don't know. But it might have been low or it might have been a lot. It doesn't really matter. You don't need to know very much if you're just learning English, so therefore it should have been an average score. But that means that kid is having problems. And you notice the 45 in English, the 40 in Spanish, very consistent with is very likely a problem here. But what's not consistent is the other scores. The 84s are marginal. I mean, I don't know that I would say there's something wrong there. I'd give those kids time before I start thinking there might be a deficit in the language of any kind. But the rest of the scores are clearly okay. The average score for that group of kids is a 92 compared to the 54 in English and the 56 average score in Spanish. Exposure norms make a huge difference. And I show you this not because I'm trying to say, oh, the Ortiz PVT is superior. I'm trying to show you how much of a difference exposure norms make. Is it a little difference? Just a little bit? We're going to be a little bit better? The reality is no. We're going to be hugely better. We're going to be so much better than we were before. We had false positive identification rates that could go anywhere from 86 to 100% that now can fall down to anywhere between 7 to 21% at most. That is a huge kind of difference. And I'm very proud of that. So in Maria's case, without having to deal with all of this, without having to go through all of that, you actually could have just said, you know what, Ortiz PVAT, forget the verbal comprehension index, I don't even need to administer it, get that 93, throw it into the scores there, and now nobody is worried. Because when you say at the IEP meeting, Maria scored a 93 in language, they're like, oh, okay. I mean, they might be a little confused, but they're like, well, I'm not going to argue with you because you got that standard score, right? And they won't bother trying to tell you you interpreted it wrong because it's consistent in their brains with what it should be. Makes it easier that way. I wish we could do this for all the other abilities. We can't. Not yet. Maybe. Someday. Before I'm really, really old, we'll do that. But for now, we've got 3 other abilities we've got to measure. And guess what? There are no Ortiz PBATs to help you in that regard. So we have to do these very differently. And what we have to do is not only reevaluate in the native language, but understand the purpose of that reevaluation. It is not primarily to generate standard scores. Is that a desirable thing to do? Yes, it is, very much so. But is that the purpose? No. The purpose is this. We have already created scores in English, and we're now going to say, do we see evidence of areas of deficit in the same areas that we saw in English? Remember, we need to have evidence that this deficit exists cross-linguistically. So what we're looking for is that evidence. We don't need to say, are our scores absolutely valid? We're not testing that. If our scores are reflections of what we found, then we can presume there's some element of validity already there, okay? So that's what we want to do. Now, how do we do that? I will tell you, and I'm going to wait for the collective gasp about to emanate from all of you. I'm going to tell you that you should take the exact same test you gave before and re-administer them. If you have a native language version of that test, like you got the bateria to give for the WJ, or you've got the WISC-5 Spanish to give for the WISC-5, you got the CEL-5 Spanish to do for the CEL-5, then re-administer the native language test again. And I know the collective gasp is, but Dr. Ortiz, what about practice effects? So please don't type that into the chat, because I already know it's coming, all right? I'm going to answer it for you right now. Do not even bother to ask, because I know you're thinking about it, right? You're thinking, wait, we were taught you should avoid practice effects. Practice effects are bad. So why are you telling us to give the same test? Because if there are practice effects, then isn't that a problem? You really want to ask that, don't you? You do. I know you do. So go ahead and ask. Okay, no, you already did. Let me answer for you. Practice effects are a problem when you're doing an experiment. When you're saying, I want to make sure that I can attribute the reason why there's a causal effect between the difference in the means here to a variable, I have to control all those other variables. Okay, so you're worried that this kid that was referred to you because they had trouble learning in the classroom, despite Tier 1 interventions for identifying for additional reading intervention, Tier 2 small group interventions, which was designed to help promote better learning, that didn't work, Tier 3, where you did intensive kinds of interventions one-on-one with the child, which resulted in not sufficient gains to the point where they said, we need to refer. And that child who then just sat across the table from you, where when you gave them a particular task and you never said to them, I'm going to teach this to you, I want you to learn this, I want you to remember, I'm going to help you learn it, and I'm going to test you again. You never said any of that. You merely exposed the child to a task incidentally, and then went away, and then came back a day later, a couple of days later, and then gave the child that same test, with the only difference being that now they're listening to it in their native language, either from you or from an interpreter, okay? And you're worried that that child thinks to themselves, hey, I remember seeing this yesterday or the day before. I bet I can do it better now. Watch me. And suddenly their score improves. And you're worried about that? You're worried that a child demonstrated to you in no uncertain terms the capability for learning, which is the very antithesis of the thing that you're trying to evaluate them for, which is poor learning, a learning disability. You should thank your lucky stars when that happens, because the child just gave you almost incontrovertible proof that they don't have a learning disability. Practice effects in disability evaluations are diagnostic. If the child can improve their learning like that without you doing anything, incidentally, indirectly, with no instruction, why can't they learn in the classroom? They have the capacity. Why can't they learn? Because something's going on in the classroom. Now, is that because of the teacher? Maybe. If you think it is, the instruction's poor or the teacher's poor, you write up your report and you say nothing wrong with this child, no disability. Only issue they have is that the teacher sucks. But, okay, wait, you don't say it that way, sorry. Okay, Imperial County, I did not endorse that as part of the written report. But you see how easy it is to attribute it not. You found a variable that indicates that this child has the capacity to learn. Why would you shy away from attributing it to that exactly? Because that's what you're trying to do. So give the child every opportunity to demonstrate not only a practice effect, but a change in their performance that might have been due to some variable you didn't measure before. You see, understand that the CLIM only rules out culture and language. And it can only rule out culture and language as long as you stay standardized in your administration, because all of the data and the research was conducted on children who were given those tests in a standardized manner. So if you violate standardization, you introduced another potential variable that is not culture or language that could result in lower scores as observed in the CLIM. So that's why the CLIM does not work with modified or altered administration. Can't do that. You have to maintain standardization. But even when you do, did that prevent every variable that could possibly affect performance from showing up? Not necessarily. Remember we talked before about attention, fatigue, illness, perceptual difficulties? What if they were there and you didn't know? You might then get low scores, and you know it's not culture and language because the CLIM has told you that, but it is due to something else. And sometimes it's disability related, but sometimes it's not. So if a child you were working with, honestly, and it probably has happened to you, you tested them in English, you got a low score in some domain, you gave them that exact test a couple of days later, all you did was change administration into Spanish, and that's the only difference, and the child now performs in the average range. Would you be upset? Would you be thinking, oh crap, I got a practice effect now, I'm stuck and I don't know what to do? You should be thinking, oh my God, this kid did great. So why didn't they do great before? We know it wasn't necessarily culture or language, but it could have been anything you might not have even detected. Inattention, the child just checked out on you, all right? We don't always know, but the reality is, can they get an average score compared to monolinguals, even in their native language, by chance? No, they cannot. That means if they can do it, then they have the capacity. And what that means for the original English language testing, inasmuch as the CLIM said your results were likely to be valid, that's why it says likely to be valid, because in fact, that score was not valid, but not for reasons due to culture and language necessarily. Can you always identify those reasons? No, and that's tough. You should try or attempt to identify them and write about them in your report, because you're going to say, I'm not using this score because this score was deemed to be invalid for this reason. I'm going to use this score instead because there's no way this kid could have gotten this score by chance, which means they have the capacity, they have the ability to do it. On the other hand, what if the kid scores low on both? Now you have some of that cross-linguistic confirmation. And you can say, okay, I did not see any improvement, any change in their ability to do that same task when asked to do it again, even in a native language. It stayed much the same. It doesn't have to be identical. Could the score be a little higher? Yeah. Could be a little lower? Yeah. But it still has to reflect a weakness. Anytime that second score, the native language score, reflects average or better, then it's going to overturn the original score. Okay? But as long as it represents weakness, it adds another piece of evidence to the pile. It gives you another layer of validity that establishes the validity of your results overall. So if you have a native language test and you're a bilingual evaluator, then you can do that all by yourself. But what if you have a test but you're not bilingual? Translator, interpreter. This is when they become necessary and appropriate. This is when you call them in and you say, okay, I'm ready. I need your help. Please help me do this over again. And this is what I'm trying to do. You want to work with them. You want to train them. But remember not to train them just in the administration. Standardization is not the point here either. You probably will be doing already, by virtue of the fact that you're using a trained translator interpreter, you're already modifying the administration. So you're not going to get valid results where you're going to say, oh, my results are valid. You're gathering evidence that suggests the performance in that area was equally problematic as what you saw in English. And if you can't observe it directly, you need help from the translator interpreter to help observe it directly. And this is more than just language matching. This is perhaps cultural matching. And Dr. Montoya and I were talking about this during lunch, where she was mentioning, you got kids coming from all over the place. And just because somebody speaks Spanish doesn't mean that all kids who speak Spanish are all the same. And so when you're asking about words, or you're asking about things and what they know, you need somebody that probably has a good understanding of that culture so that you get their frame of reference for that. I mentioned the vocabulary words before. I mean, if you were showing me those vocabulary words, which were so easy, and you started with, guagua, or I gave you guagua instead of autobus. If you have somebody that speaks only Mexican Spanish and doesn't know Puerto Ricans, they're probably going to think, wait, he said guagua. It sounds like agua. Maybe he's thirsty. You're going to offer me some water, right? And then You show me the glasses and I say espejuelos. You're going to think, wow, that sounded like buñuelos. Maybe he's hungry. We should get him something to eat, right? And then when I say China for orange, you're thinking, boy, this kid is crazy. He just thinks that's the country of China. He doesn't know anything, right? And I'm in big trouble. But in fact, I give you the right answer. So it's not just language matching. It's that cultural matching piece needs to be there at that point. Now, what if you don't have a native language test and you are bilingual? You got to do it on your own, on the fly. Is that great? No, that's not great, but you have no choice. If that is the next best option available to you, then it is what you must do. You document this, you write this down, but it is what you do. And if you are not bilingual, okay, or if you're bilingual but you're working with a kid that speaks a language you don't, you're going to have an English language test that some translator or interpreter is going to interpret for you for the administration, in which case you're highly reliant on their observations of performance, because while you can watch the kid, you know nothing about their responses or the interaction that's going on. And what if you can't do any of the first four? You do the best you can. That's where you bring in developmental or dynamic assessment, informal tasks, qualitative analysis, play-based assessment, anything that you can do with or without a translator, just to say, I examined these, remember the three areas that we're looking at for Maria, these three areas of weakness, and I found that they continued to display those weaknesses in those areas. This adds legitimacy and validity to the original findings. Or, I found that the child's performance improved to the average range, which suggests they do not have difficulties in this area, which means the original score in English is invalid, and I will be using the native language score. That's what this is all about. It sounds more complicated than it really is, but it's all about that, and it's all about being able to support and supplement the why is my computer getting stuck here? Come on, there we go. All right, I'll use my mouse. Being able to support and supplement the original English language score. So what do you see here? You got the WISC-5 Spanish. Since I had the WISC-5 before, the working memory index is exactly the same, so I'm able to do that. I have the fluid reasoning index, right, from the WISC-5 Spanish, has the same thing, I can do that. And the Bateria 4 is parallel to the WJ4, so I can do that. It was a little more complicated when the WISC-5 Spanish was not out and when the Bateria 4 was not out, but you can still do similar kinds of domain testing. If you can't do the exact same tests, just make sure that you're selecting tests that measure exactly the same domains. That's important. That's a big principle under cross-battery assessment as well. It would hold here. Make sure you're measuring the same domains as closely as possible, all right? So here are her scores, and then I have to determine which scores am I going to use. I don't need to go through this because I think the chart here shows it better. And this is what I'm talking about. Think of what you're doing in terms of the decision-making process. If I measured all the domains and I got a score in English that was actually a strength already, 90 or better, I'm not bothered by that. I leave it alone. Now, I said 90, but please understand, you could use 86, 87. I'm just saying at 90 or higher, it's pretty definitively a strength. It's intact. We're not worried about it. But you can interpret a score. I wouldn't even be upset if you said you got a score of 84 and you think that's a strength. I'm all right with that if you have additional evidence to support that. I can't give you a strict cutoff and say use this because that's inappropriate to do so, okay? The shady 80s will always remain subject to clinical interpretation, your interpretation, as to whether it is or is not a deficit, okay? Cannot operationalize that any further. Now, if I have a weakness in English, which is what we've done with Maria, and I retest and she improves, she gets an average score, then I go with the new score, the native language score. I do not go with the English score. I toss that one out and I explain that it is invalid for whatever reason. If I get a score from the native language testing that is a weakness, then it cross-confirms what I had before. The score I'm reporting and the score I'm using to defend is that original English language score. I now have evidence from the testing that it was valid using the CLIM. I have evidence from native language testing, and I'm going to add some more later on. So you're piling it up saying, yep, that's what we want. For GC only, if you're not using the Ortiz PVAT, you look in the CLIM. If it's within the shaded range in the CLIM, you'll leave it alone. If it's below the expected range in the CLIM, then you reevaluate in the native language exactly like we do with the other abilities. Okay? Very simple. So we did that with Maria. Here are her scores, and here's what they look like. Now, notice that we have kind of pinned things down to her having only 2 actual weaknesses. Her score in fluid reasoning, GF, in Spanish was good enough to say, I'm sorry, but that English language score we got, really not valid. We're going with what we found because she did not struggle with that reasoning task when given in the native language. Now, it wasn't necessarily because there was a language difference. Maybe that could have been a little part of it, but it could have been she just didn't attend before. She checked out. She was confused. Now she understands it better. It doesn't matter. The fact that she can do it means she can do it. So we only have two areas that actually remained weaknesses, GLR and GSM. The 77 and 78 we got in English, we're keeping those because the 79 is pretty close to the 77. Even though it's 2 points higher, it doesn't mean anything other than it confirms it's a weakness. The 72 is lower than the 78, but once again, all it does is it confirms that 78 is a true weakness and we bring them over. And so this now represents our set of data, and what we're going to do in step 4 is to add one more piece to it. And that's where we look at the ecological kinds of issues in terms of what's happening here. We have to say, did what I find in terms of the cognitive weaknesses, does it explain the academic weaknesses? And that's why all of this information that we gathered before is so important. I needed to know all of this about Maria before I began the evaluation. You call it background information in your reports. Please don't do that. Call it experiential factors because they are entirely relevant to the current evaluation. You cannot interpret scores without context. If I tell you a kid got a 72 on a test, is that good or bad? You're probably thinking it's not very good, right? She says thumbs down. Oh, that's bad. 72 is bad. Okay, and if I tell you, well, actually, that was on a test that uses T-scores. So is that good or bad? Oh, now it's good. Now it's a thumbs up, right? But if I tell you, oh, but yes, it wasn't on a test of ability like the DOS or the RIAS that works on nonverbal. It was actually on an adaptive behavior scale. So is it good or bad now? Or it was, I'm sorry, not adaptive behavior, but a social emotional behavioral rating scale. Is it good or bad now? Now it's bad because high scores are T-scores that put you at risk, right? And if I say, oh, I'm sorry, I just got so confused. It was an ability test. It was a standard score. It was a 72. But it was on a kid who just got here from another country and really didn't know very much English. And it was a vocabulary test. Good score or bad score? Now it's like not such a bad score. Context is everything. And that's why you need this. Without it, it will never work. Here's an example of context for you. I got these data from San Antonio one time. I was presenting there, and they come up to me during the break, and they said, hey, what do you think of these scores, Dr. Ortiz? Because they think I can just take scores, put them in one ear, and pull them out the other ear. Ta-da! There's your... I have to work at it just as much as you guys do. It's not easy. And look at this table. Really, can you make, sense of any of it? Not a lot. It's just, you'd struggle. So I said, did you put the scores in the system? No, we haven't yet. Okay, let's do it. So here's the old WJ. This is how old these data are. Here's the old WJ kind of classifications, and I put the scores in. And then I looked at the graphs, which look like that. So in this case, if I'm using this graph, would I say valid or invalid? Valid would mean that there is potentially a disability. Invalid would mean, sorry, it's just average performance. And remember, all the scores have to be within or above the shaded range, right? Are they? They're not. So this would be valid, right? So potentially a disability. Now, that's a slightly different range. What if I change it, right, such that those areas there, which are below the expected range, are not quite so below the expected range by doing it here? Now I have only 3 areas of concern. Is it valid or invalid now? Disability or no disability? What do you think? Still think it's possible it's a disability, right? I think I could buy that. What if we go with markedly different? Disability or no disability? Now it looks pretty darn consistent with that declining pattern, doesn't it? All the scores within the expected range, no significant variability. That's what I would say. And so when I asked them, I said, you haven't told me anything about this particular case. I don't know how to make any determination. And they said, oh, well, she's a 13-year-old girl. She came here at the age of 12. She had no prior formal education. We put her into 7th grade when she arrived to be age appropriate. She's now in 8th grade, has had a year of learning, and she's so far behind and we're really worried about her. Yeah. And I'm like saying, híjole was my reaction exactly. And it's like, please, this is a child with a markedly different kind of developmental background, no prior formal education, and you expect her to catch up in a single year? Really? If at all? And so it was very clear that markedly different was the correct range, and her performance was absolutely consistent with that. That's why it's so important. So when we look at this information here, we want to make sure we do the same thing with Maria. And in Maria's case, if we run her scores through the, let's say, PSW analyzer in XBAS, and I'll just do it for you quick. You guys, if you're not familiar with this, don't worry about it. Just a way of looking at, PSW kinds of models, and I'm doing it for you here. I just want to show you that if you're doing it in XBAS and you put in that 76 for her because you didn't use the Ortiz PVAT, then XBAS will warn you and tell you, hey, you got to be careful. Either if the score is truly lower than where it needs to be revalidated, or if you're marking it as a weakness incorrectly, it'll tell you that as well. So it prevents things like this, where Maria's 76 is used against her, and her G value comes out so low that we say, sorry, she's at best intellectually disabled, or at worst, I should say, maybe at best a slow learner, and we say she's not LD, which is completely wrong. So you would get that message. And the message is because that GC score is factoring so heavily into her G value. If you marked it correctly, okay, then it would change the analysis so it looks like this. Not only does the strength get factored into the G value and bring it well within the average range, the score itself is not used in the FCC so that it doesn't lower her overall ability. And that's what you want to do. If you use the 93, of course, then it doesn't change anything, but you get the same exact result. And it does factor into the ICC, and we do see that she is meeting all criteria necessary based on PSW for a learning disability. Now, we're not done yet, and I'll skip this because you don't need to worry about that. I want to get to here. And when we determine that she has LD, we're not really done. LD in the PSW analyzer within XBAS will tell you LD and criteria met first for the inhibiting cognitive composite. That's a score that combines her weaknesses. The reason for that is a person who has, let's say, 2 weaknesses, okay, and you look at the impact of each one alone, the total amount of impact on their learning is not equal to the sum of those 2. You might think of it as like the product of those 2, perhaps the square of the 2. When you have 2 things that are wrong, there is a more exponential effect on learning than when you just have 1 thing wrong. If you have 3, it's even greater. If you have 4, it's just super dramatic. When you have 4 weaknesses, you're not going to have enough ability, depending on which ones they are, to even get through school, unless you're intact on the top 3. In which case, you're still going to struggle, but you probably have enough ability to get by. With 5, it's impossible. It's just not going to happen, unless it's GFGC, but even then, that's kind of an iffy scenario. So that's what this is telling us. We sometimes want to go beyond just determining LD to be able to inform the interventions, and we need to do that by making sure that the cognitive deficit, which is in the, I'll turn this way, which is in the left oval, is able to explain the academic weakness, which is in the right oval. They have to go together logically. So the inhibiting cognitive composite can be altered, not altered, but you just change it and say, she has weaknesses in long-term storage and retrieval and short-term memory, right? So if we select it, we'll start with long-term retrieval from the drop-down menu, and we look at the relationship. Now we can say, yeah, she does have problems with long-term storage and retrieval. Can that explain her reading comprehension problems? If you have trouble remembering things and getting it into long-term storage and it doesn't get there, can you even retrieve it? No, you can't. So even if you read well, but you're not remembering anything that you're reading, you have nothing to bring back. This explains her poor, disorganized, chaotic writing, her inability to comprehend longer passages of text. It makes a lot of sense from the referral concerns. But we're not done. We can say, okay, those 2 make sense. What about short-term memory? Does that explain reading comprehension problems? Yes, it does. LD criteria still met. Why? Because even in a short sentence, if I ask you, what did you just read, or paraphrase it for me, if you don't remember it, if you're not keeping it in working memory, you're not going to be able to do it. And what about those computation errors I mentioned that she had in math? Working memory. This makes a lot of sense. Now, you want to be careful because sometimes you get cognitive deficits that are not actually deficits and they may be spurious, or you have academic weaknesses that may or may not have any relevance. If I switch it from, as you can see, reading comprehension to oral reading fluency, and I see whether that's related to the inhibiting cognitive composite, it is moderately related, but I don't get LD. Why? Because the degree of difference doesn't exceed base rate. It means that children who score like this on these tests have a difference that is fairly common. and not that unusual. So we wouldn't call that LD. If I then say, well, let me try that with, like I did before, long-term storage and retrieval, all right? Notice that long-term storage retrieval is highly, highly related to reading fluency. It is, but it's still not LD because her score in oral reading fluency is not low enough to represent an actual academic deficit. This means that whatever difficulty she may be having with oral reading fluency isn't because she lacks the capacity to do it, but something else is getting in the way. And if we go to short-term working memory, we find that it has no relationship to oral reading fluency, and there's no LD there either. So it's exclusionary in both ways. It helps us rule in what the causes are, and it also helps us rule out what the causes are not. And that's what's happening here. All of this is consistent for Maria, and I can transfer the scores. If you want to use this for your reports, you really just want to use the simplified version. You can print this one out and attach it, or do a screen capture and attach it to your report so that you don't have to explain all the other stuff. It just shows the 6 basic criteria, that they've all been met, that this child has LD, and helps you convince the CSE team that you were absolutely right. When you write your reports, these are the statements you want to include. Now, this is a complicated one. I call it the technical one, and I used to only have this, but I was asked by a group here in California who shall remain nameless, but they were in San Francisco, and any San Francisco on the line there. You guys wanted a simplified statement, so I said, okay, here you go. And I wrote this to be more simplified, and it came out like this. So this is the San Francisco version of the same statement, which is just a lot easier to actually explain. And in this case, this says, look, I know she's not a native English speaker, all right? I have to figure out what's going on. I used the CLM. I found out the cultural language could not explain what was going on in terms of her performance. Therefore, my results are likely to be valid. And so I went and I interpreted them. Notice that nowhere in this wording does it say that you are going to interpret with extreme caution. Nowhere. Because you can't do that. There's no such thing as extremely cautious interpretation. I never had that course in my training at San Diego State, and neither did you guys. All right? You either interpret because it's valid, or you don't interpret because it's not valid. You can't do something in between. Extremely cautious interpretation, that's the psychometric equivalent of the Catholic sacrament of confession and absolution. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to say, I know my results are not likely to be valid, so they should be interpreted with extreme caution, but here's what I think they mean anyway. So you say, I'm about to sin, but please forgive me for doing so. No, don't commit the sin in the first place. Use these statements. For Maria, this is the one that we would use. And after this, put this right in the beginning of your discussion of your cognitive results. That's where it belongs, okay? If Maria had been determined not to have a disability, we would use this one, which is almost identical, except that it adds that other paragraph that says, oh, by the way, not only are my results invalid, but they are consistent with other children who have no disabilities and their average ability, and because her performance is consistent with theirs, it very likely suggests she doesn't have any types of cognitive deficits that could be the result of a disability. That's essentially what it says. You are free, and you have my permission, expressed and written already, to copy, paste, and plagiarize these statements to your heart's content. You can. I swear to God. You can copy them right out of XBAS or the CLM free version and right into your reports. You don't even have to modify them, but you can. You can modify them any way you want. All right? I want you to be able to use them. And when you write your reports, these are the elements where you make concerted attempts to say something about what you found. In your tools and procedures, what did you do? How did you do it? Why did you do it? Your developmental language history should be your biggest experiential factor kind of section. Don't shortchange it with, walked and talked and was toilet trained at the appropriate age. Really pay attention to that. Validity, put the validity statement right in before you're talking about your cognitive results. Interpretation, make sure you say that you know that these results are above and beyond what can be attributed to cultural linguistic factors. And then diagnostic impressions, right, based on a convergence of evidence from multiple sources, not merely the test scores that you created, and interpreted within the unique context of the child. That's how you make them fair in some way. So that said, you now, every one of you, and all of you online, have the ability to conduct an evaluation of any child who's culturally linguistically different and do a job that will result in a fair and equitable assessment to the best of your ability and to the, let's say, level that can be achieved currently. It doesn't prevent anybody from engaging in this process. How you complete that step of the native language will vary, because that's competency dependent, but the rest of it can be done by anybody. And that means that there isn't a child in this district or any other district who shouldn't have the benefit of a fair and equitable type of assessment. So I am done. It's 3:30, and I know it's time to go home. If there are any final questions, I'm happy to wrap it up. Otherwise, I will thank you all for being here. But I think, are there any coming in? Not yet. You know why? Because I'm so thorough in my explanations, nobody knows what to ask because I covered everything, right? Yeah, it was the practice effects question that was really bugging everybody, but I took care of that one. No, I know these issues are complicated. I am in the process of revising the Assessment of Culturally and Linguistically Diverse Students book. I know it's very old. I have to do it pretty much on my own because you guys know Hector Ochoa is now the provost at San Diego State University. Yeah, Hector went from Texas to New Mexico. He's now at SDSU. He's the provost there. That's the top academic position at the university. And Robert is the provost at Abilene Christian University. So they haven't been doing a lot of work for a long time. So it's fallen to me to take the lead, and it's kind of a lot of work. But I'm getting there, so hopefully that'll come out. But otherwise, like I said, here's some information, some resources. I think I even have references for you. If you want to do your own research there, I listed them for you as well. All right? Any questions there? Are we good?
One more question. Zoom participant indicates, is there a reason that the summaries do not indicate either the home language or the country culture?
Wait, could you repeat that?
Is there a reason that the summaries do not indicate either the home language or the country culture?
The summary, which summary? Like the summary of the Ortiz PVT report, or the summary of like any report that you write, or the summary that I listed? I'm not sure what it's referencing.
The attendee says, in the report.
The written report that the school psychologist does? Okay, I'm all for questions, but when they're a little bit vague, you got me stumped here. Come on. I'm wondering if she's referring to like here. No, because I didn't even write summary there, right? Or is just summary, if your own summary section, should you put that information in?
It says yes.
Yeah, well, a lot of times I see that in the heading, not in the summary. Like the child's language and culture, often in the beginning as part of the demographic information. You know, but if you want to put it down in the summary too, obviously mentioning the child's language and cultural history are important aspects of their context, right? So you could say, yes, this kid has been learning this. This kid has, come from this country, and this is what they've experienced. And when you interpret your scores in light of what you know about that child, this is the determination that you come to, that there is a disability or that there is no disability. So yes, absolutely use whatever information that helps set the context for people to understand why you interpreted the way you interpreted. 100%. Okay. Anything else? You're very welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's actually my pleasure, my honor being here. Thank you for inviting me. Dr. Montoya, I really do appreciate it. So I'm honored and glad to be able to be of service. So if you guys have any more questions, well, email me. Can't promise I get back to you. I get swamped with email. I go a couple hours without answering and I'm already way, behind. And that's just my life. But I try my best to answer anything that I possibly can. So please just don't send me case studies and ask me what I think. It's like a dissertation back to you. And I did that a long time ago. But I will do my best to answer your questions.